A large dark silhouette pierces the child with its gaze, asking what his name is. The child introduces himself. His name is Li Guok. Li Guok barely moves in front of this great unknown. He notices something strange in his eyes. Are these wolf eyes, in which power is hidden? They continue to stand across from each other immovably. For the first time, a stranger sees such bravery and courage in a child wandering around the world. But everything the child has now will never be needed in his life, so he can throw it all away. Li Guok obediently follows the master's order. It was about the Jade Heaven Alliance. People gathered in one place and parted, forming a road. Among these unfortunate destitute people stood a child. It was Li Guok. Li Guok jerked around as he almost fell over because he had fallen asleep on the move. Jong-ok called him. As it turned out, Li Guok took the night shift, so he didn't sleep at all last night and was very tired. There was a special commotion here today. Maybe someone came? Jong-ok doesn't know anything at all, but Li Guok just shrugs his shoulders because he himself does not know the reason for such a commotion. Jong-ok speculates that one of the famous martial arts masters of the Ten Sects might have visited them, but it's still unclear what the commotion is about. But such worthless people as they will certainly not find out the reason for this commotion. Suddenly, the captain appeared behind them, overheard their conversation, and threatened to punish them. After that, the boys immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the gate opened wide. A tall, long-haired stranger with bright blue eyes appeared at the gate. He stared piercingly ahead. It turns out that the head of the inner royal court, the wielder of the clear moon sword, named Jo Shin Yunim, has arrived here. Rumor has it that this Jo Shin Yunim hates to appear in public. But the mysterious man did not come here alone, but with all the martial arts masters of the courtyard. The man looked into the distance and wondered if they were here. There is some movement on the horizon. It turns out that the enemies are already rushing towards them with lightning speed. Enemies rushed in front of each other, overtaking and rapidly approaching the front. It seems that this is how these arrogant scumbags try to intimidate them from the very threshold. Li Guok immediately understands that their guests are quite powerful and powerful. A second later, Jo Shin Yunim turned to his subordinates with a complaint because they were standing around doing nothing. Meanwhile, the courtyard martial artists were busy releasing their energy. A bright light began to come from the people, as if an explosion had occurred. From the reaction of those present, it became clear that, it seems, no one is happy here. It felt like a bright flame was coming from them. It was pretty sweet. They were already met by scum from the Jade Sky Alliance. People on horses rode among the unfortunate, and they carefully watched them. Li Guok also looked at the guests with interest. A strong aura emanated from this long-haired black man. Energy filled the space around him. The pressure of his power was so powerful that it was difficult to even just keep eye contact with him. There is complete silence on the street. Only the sound of horses' hooves and their breathing can be heard. This guy on the horse looks to be the same age as Li Guok, meaning he is very young. Then how can he have such a high level? This boy was born in a completely different life, not like all of them. Accommodation has already been prepared for the guests. Here are gathered hundreds of masters on black bronze horses. Maybe they are from the rump of heavenly stallions. It was an armored phantom cavalry with its own persona. The cavalry treated these people with the utmost contempt and disrespect. They treated them no more than scenery. The captain, hearing such words to his subordinates, was very angry. The guests were headed to the estate, where a place had already been prepared for them. It seems that a squad of wooden armor should be arriving here very soon. Something big is coming. Li Guok advises his friend to stay away from strange people and not lose his salary, but Jong-ok thinks he can meet useful people and earn even more. Right now, Jong-ok is at the very edge, but in the future he will definitely go over everyone's heads. Li Guok believes in his friend. Since they are friends, Jong-ok will definitely not let him down. In fact, Li Guok didn't care at all about what was going on around him. All he wants now is to sleep sweetly. Night came. Li Guok was already lying on his mattress, unable to sleep. Everyone in the room was already asleep, but Li Guok couldn't. He got up and quietly left the room. His roommates were snoring loudly, so the boy could not sleep peacefully. The next day, from the very morning, everyone is actively engaged in training. Li Guok had a night shift again today, and he was going to meet that strange person again. But Li Guok wasn't going to tell anyone about his plans. The boy sighed heavily, because he understood that there was absolutely no personal life in such a place. If Li Guok can earn more money, he will escape from this dormitory. You have to try a little more. The main character left the hostel and walked the streets of the city. People can be heard shouting outside. Someone yells at another for running away and starts sobbing. Li Guok went screaming to find out what was going on. Some strangers were quarreling. The girl scolded the boy for being too weak and not even able to stand up for himself. But the man excuses himself and says that he was attacked by 4 people, so he could not fight back. Upon hearing this, The girl was instantly furious with these scoundrels for daring to insult Lim So-bo. The girl was very angry and ready to take revenge for him. And so, after a few minutes, loud cries for help were heard in the streets. The men ran away in tears and promised that they would never touch Jin Moon again. As the men ran forward and looked around, they soon bumped into Lee Guok. From such a strong collision, the boy fell. But after a second, he got up and immediately ran away without waiting for an apology. The girl asked the stranger who he was. Lee Guok explained that he was just passing by. And the guy stopped here because he was simply curious about what happened here. But the girl does not inspire confidence. It seems that she is definitely not in the mood for a conversation now. The strange girl still continues to look at our hero, while he is slightly frightened by such a look. But after a moment, her serious expression changes to a soft one, and she laughs loudly, asking why the boy is so serious. The stranger's behavior really scared Lee Guok. She seems to be a true master at this. Laughing a little, the girl asks if this boy belongs to the outer circle. Hearing this assumption, Lee Guok falls into a stupor, because he cannot understand how the girl knows about this. But she knew about it as soon as she saw the boy, because he was wearing brown clothes, which only members of the outer circle wear. Although the girl is still a child, she already understands a lot about the union of Heavenly Jade. When the girl realizes that they still haven't met, she asks the stranger's name. Lee Guok introduces himself, but for some reason the girl is surprised. He had a very easy name because it was short. The girl introduces herself. Her name is Lim So-bo, and behind her is her younger brother Lim Ji-moon. But they don't have much time to get to know each other, because it's already time for the girl to go, so she says goodbye. Her brother, meanwhile, apologizes to Lim So-bo and how she was rude to the boy. Lim So-bo grabs his brother by the collar and pulls him along. Lee Guok looked after them with a smile. They are quite interesting children. After some time, our hero came to the hall of musical performances. Lee Guok slowly walked inside, but unexpectedly, the guard stopped the stranger and asked where he was going. Lee Guok came here to meet Yeol Seon, but the guards don't believe their lady would date such a loser. But our hero did not lie. He really named the real reason. But another guard interrupts and says that the guy is really telling the truth because his face looks familiar. The security guard apologized for his employee because he is new and does not know anything yet. He invites our hero to go inside. Lee Guok was not at all upset by this. He understands that such life situations sometimes happen. That bodyguard still can't understand how this loser can be seeking a meeting with their lady. Lee Guok looks like a complete beggar while Lady Yeol Seon is the most popular artist in the music hall. It turns out that our hero constantly gives gifts to the lady. If she wants to live well, she needs people like him. Our hero went inside, and immediately after that someone called his name. It was none other than Lady Yeol Seon, a fragile girl with long blonde hair. Today the young man was a little late. The girl is going to put away her musical instrument. Meanwhile, the girl looks into the face of our hero and asks why it is so swollen. I tell Lee Guok that it's because he didn't sleep well last night because someone was snoring a lot. He wonders how Lady isn't tired of her work yet. But it's all because she's doing what she loves. During and after the performances, when people applaud for her, it feels like all the pain is going away. Lee Guok compliments the girl's outfit and says he hasn't seen it before. Turns out she recently purchased it. The young man noticed that the fabric looked like real silk, and he knew that it was very expensive. I explained to the lady that this is a gift from one of the clients who is very inspired by her music. After that, the young man remembers the guard's words that the girl needs gifts from fans to live so well. The girl thinks that our hero is angry about this, and explains that it was an ordinary customer who just likes music. But Lee Guok is not angry. On the contrary, he is embarrassed that he cannot allow the girl to buy clothes. But the girl is not at all upset about it. She says that the boy can buy her such clothes as soon as he becomes famous. Lee Guok promises to buy her a lot of clothes once he becomes a member of the courtyard. The girl believes in his powers. The boy lay on her lap while she stroked his head and combed his hair. The sun was slowly hiding behind the horizon. Lee Guok couldn't get the customer who gave such an expensive gift to the girl out of his mind. It seems he was jealous. Our hero calmly lay on her lap and admired the sunset. Soon, it was time for the boy to go. He is working the night shift again. It's time to part ways. Our hero had to go to work, and the girl also had to go to perform. The guy went away. His main goal is to raise money and buy a small house where he can live with Yeol Seon. When Lee Guok returned to the dormitory, the angry captain was already waiting for him. He immediately understood that the boy was in the hall of musical performances. Our hero admits with a broad smile that the captain is right. Tonight their task was to protect the main gate. If they are late, it can be very bad. Soon, everyone came to their position. It was so quiet here that it was boring. Young Ok says goodbye to our hero. Lee Guok, I wish him luck and a good, quiet night, and most importantly, let him sleep. Thus, the teams changed places. One of the men said that the scoundrel was hiding behind the Hall of the Heavenly Mind. Such people are very upset that they will not rise higher, so you have to be very careful with them. Our hero has heard that the Hall of the Heavenly Mind is a very dangerous place. Thus, our hero went to work. He noticed that today the lady did not escort him to the gate itself, as usual. This confuses the guy, but he thinks she's just busy. Suddenly, Lee Guok has the thought that she went to see the customer who gave her the silk clothes. But the boy immediately dismissed those thoughts because he trusted Yolseon. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. This cry immediately attracted the attention of our hero. When the boy looked into the distance, he saw some movement on the horizon. It was some people who were walking straight towards them. The captain gave the order to take their positions and be ready for anything. Meanwhile, the strangers were getting closer and closer. As soon as they got even closer, the captain directly asked them who they were. The strangers immediately introduced themselves. It was the Blue Dragon Squad. In front of them was the Blue Dragon Captain himself, Shim. Captain Gu Hong couldn't understand what the Blue Dragon Squad was doing here so late. Turns out they were on their way back after completing a mission outside. The warriors looked battered. Lee Guok noticed other people behind them. It turns out that this was also part of their mission. The Blue Dragon Squad needs to get orders on whether or not these people can enter, so right now, they want to use the outer circle to take care of them temporarily. Among these tired and dirty people, our hero notices a girl. Upon hearing this, the captain orders Lee Guok and Soi Yi-jung to escort these people inside. Lee Guok is very curious as to why these people are so scared that they are shaking. First, you need to calm them down. The young man says that there is a stronger Jonghu living here who is in the Jade Heaven Alliance, so no one would even dare to insult them. After a while, people moved inside, accompanied by these two. If you think about it, these children look very unhappy, so you get the impression that they have been through a lot. But the captain told his subordinates not to talk about it. It's better that they don't know what the bosses are planning. Finally, they came to the right place. It remains only to bring people inside. Lee Guok realizes that the guests must be tired, so he advises them to go to bed earlier and try to sleep. Suddenly, he is approached by a girl who knows his name from somewhere. Lee Guok can't understand how this stranger knows him. Without thinking for a long time, the girl decided to introduce herself. Her name is Seo Jung. Lee Guok recognizes her immediately when he hears the name. It turns out that she is from the Snowy Canyons, but the boy still does not understand how she got here. The girl begins to cry bitterly and tells about the fact that everyone died. Lee Guok asks the girl to calm down and explain everything in detail. Seo Jung rushed to our hero and began to cry, telling us that her mother and father died, all because of werewolves. Lee Guok finds it difficult to understand when the girl tells everything while sobbing, so he asks her to calm down. Seo Jung tells how she was woken up in the middle of the night by loud laughter, and then felt a severe pain, like her head was breaking into pieces, and her eyes darkened. When the girl began to lose consciousness, masters of martial arts in black broke into the settlement. They were all on black horses, and when the girl came to her senses after that, everyone was already dead, even her father and mother. Seo Jung was the only survivor. Lee Guok suggests that the girl survived because a squad of blue dragons came and saved her. These unfortunate children are in the same situation. Their settlement was not the only one affected. Those bastards attacked more than 20 settlements. It was all quite strange. Lee Guok remembered that the girl mentioned masters in black. Thoughts appear in the head that they can somehow be involved in this. Lee Guok tries to figure out what kind of delirium happened there. Seo Jung wonders what happened to Lee Guok because he left the settlement without saying a word. It seems very difficult for the man to remember and talk about it. When his parents were taken away by the plague, he joined the Heavenly Jade Alliance because he wanted to become the best master. But Lee Guok was not talented enough for this, so he had to learn conventional martial arts. He could not even dream of moving to a higher level. The young man is an ordinary loser who cannot even afford to live with his beloved Yeol-seon in his own house. It is for this reason that Lee Guok can't answer Seo Jung's question because he looks miserable. Therefore, our hero does not answer the question and simply advises the girl to go and sleep in order to gain strength. Lee Guok reassures the girl by saying that he will be outside all night to protect them, and she can go to him if there are any questions. Hearing these words, Seo Jung seemed to feel safe, so she smiled happily and thanked him. After that, our hero returned to the post. He had been gone for quite some time, which made Seok Yi question. Lee Guok explained that he just met an acquaintance, which is why he was gone for so long. Suddenly, the man asked Lee Guok to be more careful. The reason is that these children are related to the Blue Dragon Squad, so they only have to watch it because there is no telling what could happen. This only made Lee Guok laugh. For losers like them, the best way to survive is to blend in with the environment, to live inconspicuously and quietly. Yi-jung gets mad at our hero for teasing him. Our hero turned his gaze into the distance. The sky was foggy and mysterious. In the tower sat a supreme sword emperor named Ja Hong Chung. It seems that he was already quite old. Next to him was the leader of the courtyard named Ju Xin-yun, and on the other side stood 100 bloody swords, Yuk-hyun. Guang Il-ho entered the room, paying his respects to the leader of the Heavenly Jade Alliance. Jia Hongcheon was happy to meet him, and asked how their master was doing. The head is fine. He conveys his respect, and asks him to visit the Heavenly Demon Corpse when he gets the chance. The visit is not a problem, but the man is worried about whether he will be able to get out of there alive, so he refuses it. But the man continues to press, and says that no one will lay a finger on the leader of the Heavenly Jade Alliance. But Jia Hongcheon understands very well that nothing is impossible for his master, the lone heaven demon. However, Guang Il-ho still keeps saying that the head is still his close friend, so there's no point in worrying about it. The subordinate of the leader of the alliance was very angry at this insolence, because he dared to laugh during his conversation. The subordinate asks the master for permission to cut off this worthless hand, thereby teaching him manners. But the leader does not give permission for this, because the warrior Guan is their guest. After hearing about this, the boy immediately apologized. The name of the Heavenly Demon Corps was forgotten in Jianghu after the Great Bloody War many years ago. After that, they disappeared for many years and never appeared in the city. So why did they visit the Heavenly Jade Alliance? The chief is sure that the guest has some kind of business for him, because he would not go such a long way for the sake of trifles. The guest confesses that they have come to ask for help from the Sky Jade Alliance. Such words made the man angry, because they are not in such a good relationship to ask for help from each other. Out of his anger, he began to emit a strong and powerful energy that nearly knocked him off his feet. But many years have passed since then. Does the Heavenly Jade Alliance still hold a grudge against them? The head senses the determination of the guest, so he allows him to continue his story. It turns out that they are looking for help in catching Guang No Ya. Just the mention of this man makes the head furious. The man did not think for a joke. Guang No Ya. It's the same old obsessive weirdo. This sounds like it could cause trouble for the Sky Jade Alliance. You have to think carefully. Yuk-hyun did not understand why the head of the alliance summoned the general last night. It looks like it's time for them to start digging their own graves. This means that many of their subordinates, unfortunately, will die. It cannot be avoided because they are going to hunt for Guang No Ya. This is the same old obsessed weirdo that first appeared in Jianghu about 50 years ago. The same one that caused a great commotion in Jianghu right after he appeared. All the martial arts masters of that time were shocked, and the first victim to die at his hands was none other than the Shadow Sword Master. That day, the guards tried to drive him away, but nothing worked. But these men treated the guest very contemptuously and had no respect. Soon, they paid for their bad treatment of him, but even this did not stop the guards, and they continued to protect the premises. But apparently, they did not succeed at all. This monster was able to get inside. The man approached the tables and asked for food. He did not even ask, but took food without permission. I ate as if I hadn't eaten in a very long time. No one could understand what is happening here, and what the director of the institution is doing, if he does not solve these problems. Finally, after some time, security arrived. At first, she politely enough asked her husband to leave, until it got worse. Soon, they came to the conclusion that this man is obsessed, so words have no effect on him. Therefore, the guards decided to deal with him with actions, but they did not succeed. Although people heard the commotion, they thought that everything was fine, because the security would definitely handle it. Unexpectedly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who entered the room uninvited. They immediately realized that it was the same man who had caused the mess outside. A stranger came with the words that he wanted to drink. The man seriously tells him to get out of here if he doesn't want any trouble. But all the thoughts of strangers are occupied with food and drink. He doesn't listen to anything at all. The man is not going to tolerate such disrespect, and after a second throws this brat out the window. The man lies motionless on the cold ground. But after a second, he gets back on his feet, as if nothing had happened. There isn't even a single scratch on this mount. Stranger starts drinking alcohol as if nothing had happened. A fight seems to be brewing. Quite a lot of observers had already gathered here, who did not take their eyes off them. It became clear that the man would not be able to defeat this scoundrel if he held back. The man put all his strength into this, so... He used the Shadow Sword technique, the 17th sword, the Dance of Death. Many mosques went straight to the enemy of their master, but a very powerful energy began to flow from the enemy, which sent the swords back. None of the attacks could hit him. Although the man gave his all, none of the blows wounded the enemy. Suddenly, the enemy talked about something other than food and drink. He admitted that this sword technique was quite interesting. The man desperately grabbed his head because it hurt so much. He tried to hold back his power and yelled at everyone to run away from here if they didn't want to die. But the man did not take his words seriously. Now he was going to make him suffer. He uses the Shadow Sword technique. A man attacks his enemy and thinks that he can definitely defeat him. But, to his surprise, this stranger repelled absolutely all of his attacks. He withstood this blow. The man does not understand how he was able to withstand his blows with his bare hands. Everything he once taught became useless, and now it would seem that the blow went out and the enemy received a blow in the face. However, a mysterious monster man stopped his sword in front of his face. The man throws his sword aside with force, and after a moment he approached the man. The man does not understand how this is possible. He is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The old man tries to find him and hit him. Suddenly, the monster finds itself directly on the enemy's sword. He notices with a predatory smile that his enemy's movements are very slow, and after a second, he delivers a strong blow to the enemy and slams him into the ground. The man hit him right in the face, but it seems that this was not the end. His hand began to transform into something large and unknown and changed shape. And after that, he struck another blow, but now with his transformed hand. It was definitely incredibly satisfying. That's how the legend of the haunted martial arts master appeared from the death of the mighty swordsman Li Chong-san. It was really the death of Li Song-chan that started it all. After the death of the man, many of his friends tried to fast, but unfortunately, none of them could do it with him. One fate awaited everyone: death. And after many unsuccessful attempts, a special unit called Divine Blood was created. This unit included many outstanding personalities. All of them were united by one goal: to defeat Li Song-chan. But they all ended up the same. Li Song-chan didn't care who to kill. He did it without thinking. Only one person was able to survive after encountering this demon. It was one of the 8 great martial arts masters, the Phantom Destroyer. Soon, it even attracted the Jade Heaven Alliance. But for some time, the unknown fighter wandered around the world and then disappeared. Then there were rumors that the Phantom Destroyer itself was damaged. It was a very difficult time for Jung-hoo. The only good thing that Li Song-chan did was to kill the former leader of the Heavenly Demon Group. There is no one in Jung-hoo who can fill the ranks of the Divine Blood. Yu-kyun was determined to catch this obsessive master. Even if he was really that strong, before their squad and alliance, Li Song-chan would be trembling in fear. Even the Sky Dragons and the Yahello clan are taking part in this. Most likely, this is just to reduce losses. Yu-kyun wanted to start training as soon as possible. For this, it was necessary to summon a squad of Divine Blood. Soon, people on horses already hurried to the meeting. The Jade Heaven Alliance sent an emissary to Dragon Valley. The head was surprised by such guests. He immediately understood that everything was very bad. Soon the messenger arrived at Jaila's clan. The head of this clan said that it was very exciting, so they would not be able to sit idly by. This guy is already very old, so it will be very easy to deal with him. It is likely that Zhu Xingyu only asked them to participate so that there would be less casualties on their side. So the subordinate advises against accepting the offer. But the head does not agree, because they can use this as a chance to raise their reputation in the city. Chief Jaila is interested to learn about this obsessive. And this fight is a good overlap to learn more about him. Seo Young is worried about what will happen to her and the people affected, but Li Guok asks her not to worry because he is by her side. The girl was stuck here for 5 whole days. She misses Yul Sung very much. Seo Young looks at Li Guok and asks what he was thinking, but the young man doesn't answer. But the girl sees that our hero is definitely thinking about something and tries to find out what exactly. Suddenly, the door to the room opens wide and the captain enters because his shift has come. Now they can rest. Li Guok is surprised that the captain is actually letting them rest. A second later, he gets up and Seo Jung worries that he won't come back. Li Guok assures that he will come from time to time, so the girl shouldn't worry so much. When Young So heard this, she immediately calmed down. She will wait for him. Right after that, Li Guok runs out of the yard and runs away. The captain thinks that the young man is in such a hurry to see Lady Yule's musical. He is too loyal to her. Young Seo guides our hero with a look, a strange look, so Seok Yi-jung immediately pays attention to him. The captain was right. Li Guok quickly runs straight to the music hall. As soon as the guards saw the guest, they immediately started whispering. The guard didn't understand why Li Guok had come here because he wouldn't be able to see Lady Yul Sung today. All the performers are preparing for the performance, so there is no one here now. Li Guok is very upset because he came for the first time this week and now he can't see the lady. Li Guok was very upset, so he went back to the dormitory. The boy worries that Yul Seong might be offended by him for not coming to see her for a long time. The image of Yul Sung instantly appeared in my mind. The fragile girl could not get out of his head. The guards began to notice that Li Guok very often comes to visit the girl and brings many gifts. Li Guok couldn't understand why he was thinking so much about the girl. The next day, the boy scolded himself for being a real fool. When he entered the yard, he was surprised that he did not see anyone here, because before there were always many children here. Li Guok asked the audience where everyone had gone. Witnesses said that a very important person came last night. Li Guok doesn't understand who it could be. The Jade Heaven Alliance does strange things too often. Our hero thinks that Seo Cheon is very sad right now, but the young man decided not to focus on this, because, most likely, everything is in order. The Alliance stands guard over Jianghu and keeps the peace. Our hero hopes that he will be able to see Seo Cheon again soon. Li Guok came to the common room. Work was boiling here. When our hero entered the yard, everyone immediately looked at him. One of the guys had a dull blade, so it had to be sharpened. Li Guok looks around quickly and confused. The protagonist cannot understand why there are so many people in the outer hall. A friend also noticed Li Guok and congratulated him. Seok Yijong said that something terrible had happened, so they should prepare to leave. Most of the outer court has already done so. Hearing this, Li Guok starts to worry because he doesn't understand what could have happened. Seok Yijong didn't know anything himself because the elites don't tell the common people anything. One thing was clear. We must get together. After a while, Li Guok's bag was already packed. A whole crowd had gathered in the outer courtyard. Next to our hero is Young Ok. This is the first time Li Guok has seen a mobilization of this scale. In such a situation, you should only think about yourself. Something serious has clearly happened here. But Young Ok is not going to think only about himself, because this is a great chance to become famous. Although Li Guok usually doesn't listen to Young Ok's words, this time he is right. If the boy wants to ensure a happy and dignified life for Yul Sung, then he must become successful. Some man shouts loudly and asks everyone to shut up, because now the manager of the outer hall is addressing them, so you have to listen carefully. Haejung says that they have taken on a very difficult mission. These will be tough tours, so it's important to watch over each other, and the commanders will share the details of the mission. Everyone must obey the squad commanders. Haejung gave them the main task, to return alive. He will be waiting to meet with the soldiers. The situation is quite sad. This time, everything is serious. Everyone is waiting for an explanation from the commander. But the commander himself does not know the details, but even elite fighters were sent for this task. Everyone puzzled. What led to such an unexpected mobilization? Fortunately, they will not fight directly. They only need to support the elite troops from the rear. But even then, it is very dangerous, so you have to be careful. Perhaps they are one of the hidden swords of the Jade Heaven Alliance. It seems that even the commander does not notice this. These people are dressed in red from head to toe. Perhaps this squad of divine blood, the strongest battle masters. Everyone was in their thoughts. It became a little easier for the boys, because they will be behind the big warriors, so they cannot be afraid. At this time, the same soldiers are just arriving. They ride proudly on their horses. Li Guok realizes that he has seen this man recently. Our hero did not understand why his body was so shackled just by looking at him. Young Ok did a lot to learn about this rider. He is a blood demon in the divine unit. His name is Gwang Il-hyun. Jung Ok warns his friend not to contact him. In addition to him, there are still a bunch of such people who are part of the divine blood unit. A terrible war begins. Gwang Il-hyun ordered everyone to go forward, but Yuk-hyun really didn't like being commanded. But the leader of the alliance had to warn the soldiers that Gwang Il-hyun was now the boss here. Gwang Il-hyun realizes that the boy still holds a grudge against him for the situation from a century ago. Yuk-hyun will tear this scumbag to shreds if he doesn't watch his words. It looks very strange that the leader of the Divine Blood Squad, Yuk-hyun, is fighting him. It's time for the Phantom Cavalry to advance. The whole crowd rushed forward. He ordered the Divine Blood unit to leave because they could not leave the spoils to those cursed cavalrymen in armor. Immediately after these words, everyone rushed forward. Soon the head ordered the outer hall to move as well. Li Guok didn't understand why the Divine Blood troop was riding horses and they had to walk. Obviously, this is because they are not very cool warriors yet. Seok Yijung hopes that by the time they arrive at the location of the mission, it will have already been completed, and they will only have to clean up the aftermath. But if the boy considers himself a warrior, then he should be pleased that he can fight side by side with such powerful people. Soon, everyone was on their way. Thus, several days of their journey passed. Everyone is very tired. The legs can no longer go. The commander tries to encourage the soldiers, but no one believes him anymore. Suddenly, Li Guok notices the flags. It was the Justice Clan in the Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley and Justice Clan are among the 10 main sects. Young Ok is happy that they will be part of such a historic moment. Finally, they came to the right place. You can set up tents and rest. Soon, they are approached by the leader of the outer hall, Maing Haejung. Everyone greets each other and introduces themselves. Ogen Sol is from the Justice Clan, and Jungli Mora is from the Dragon Valley. It seems that the Divine Blood Squad managed to find that haunted master. The elite sat on his tail. Probably they have already dealt with him, but the news has not reached them yet. It seems that Dragon Valley and Justice Clan also came only as support to the main units. And so it is clear that they will not help the elite units. It means that they were gathered for some other purpose. Li Guok had long since realized that they had been gathered for another purpose. Meanwhile, this man was walking calmly along the forest paths. Weed raised his head and saw someone sitting on a tree. Spies were sitting in the trees, watching this monster. Gwang Il-hyun led the trail behind this obsession. They prepared a bunch of traps for the enemy. The captain orders to pursue him and drive him to the cavalry. The captain wants to give all the dirty work to the Divine Blood unit. But they had a small problem. It turns out that the Dragon Valley and the Justice Clan have left their positions. Hearing this, Gwang Il-hyun is in complete shock. They are not going to follow the orders of the Blood unit and the Alliance. They are confident in their abilities and think that the enemy is already driven to a dead end. But the monster doesn't seem too worried about it. A man sits on the shore and fishes. The same obsessed man who is being followed passes by him. A man complains that he didn't catch any fish today. Will he leave empty-handed? The stranger completely ignores him and just walks by. But after a second, he finds himself behind the fisherman again, because he understands that he is being watched. His eyes are full of excitement and malice. The boy is very frightened, but does not even have time to do anything, because his head has already been torn off. Then, another warrior jumps out to help him. The madman strikes him, and he breaks several trees as he flies back. Suddenly, something begins to stir in the water. There are some explosions. Several more soldiers jump out of the water at the man. It was a trap. They throw a chain through him and want to catch him, but he quickly evades and strikes one of the soldiers. After that, he goes to another warrior and beats him now. But one of the soldiers manages to approach the man with the sword. He makes a decisive attack. However, the man quickly evades. It's amazing, because the warrior just took a clear blow to the neck. How did it not kill him? The man performed some maneuver. The man says that he hasn't had a headache for a very long time, and because of these scoundrels, he feels this pain again. The attacker's sword bent. The man looks inside the forest and tries to understand how many people have come for his soul. The warriors have heard many rumors about this madman, but they do not believe them. They think that this is all exaggerated and that this man is not that powerful. The warriors want to end him. After a second, the haunted man is attacked from all sides. It would seem that now everything will end. But this is not the case at all. Now everything is just beginning. The man began to radiate incredible energy. A predatory smile appeared on his face, and his eyes shone with excitement and a thirst for murder. Everything around explodes, and then there is one big explosion. The soldiers had already heard and seen this explosion. Yuk-hyun also heard this explosion and did not understand what it meant. No one even had a clue what was going on there. After the explosion, there was no forest left here. He razed everything to the ground. Heavy smoke was pouring from that place. The captain realized that this was where the Valley of the Dragons and the Clan of Justice were located. The warriors are already defeated and they cannot rise. The forces left them. Now the soldiers really understood that he is a monster and a real demon. The stranger looked down on his victim. The warrior begged to take pity on him and not kill him. But the man was not going to think about mercy. Within a second, he kills this bastard. He lit up again because he felt that this was not the end. There was a strange feeling inside. He saw another squad coming towards him. It seems that it was a squad of crimson blood. Only at this moment did the captain realize that they had underestimated him. The enemy is much stronger than they expected. The sounds were very creepy, so it seems they had to help the warriors. But the captain understood that those soldiers no longer needed help. Even if they go there, they will not be able to help and these soldiers will die. His captain's subordinates fell silent at such a conclusion. The captain understood that this madman already knew that their squad had come here, and it was really so. After a second, he frantically rushed to them. No one could understand what kind of monster was running right at them. Yuk-hyun laughed because their plan failed. Now, the Demon Blood Squad will hunt down this madman alone. It's time to act and show yourself. These scum really started acting on their own. We must report to Gwang Il-hyun that the Blood Squad has left their command. To create an entire army for the sake of killing one person is simply madness. The Demon Blood Squad began to prepare for battle. But they did not even have time to blink an eye, as they were already cut to pieces. The captain and this monster met their eyes. The captain is ready to take all the blows from this monster, and uses the technique of destruction. But the enemy cuts absolutely all his balls, which upsets the man. Countless balls fly at the monsters preparing to strike. They fly so fast that it would seem the man will not have time to dodge. Suddenly, he freezes just as the swords are in front of his face. The captain does not understand at all what his enemy is doing. And then, after a second, all his swords break into many fragments. Now they met face to face. That predatory smile appeared again on the haunted man's face. At this time, another squad rushed to help. Yuk-hyun immediately recognized the same obsessed person, and was happy with him. At that moment, the captain of the Crimson Blood Squad had already been killed. Yuk-hyun is not afraid at all. He is confident that he will be able to overcome his enemy. But the stranger does not care about these words because he hears them too often. The same words that everyone says to him, but these words become their last. The commander of the blood unit has never lost to anyone, so now the enemy will get a taste of his blades. And after a second, a fight starts between them. It's time to attack. A great reward awaits those who defeat this bastard. The stranger accumulates powerful energy in his hand. A second later, he strikes, but the captain manages to dodge it. After that, Yu Kyun-yi himself begins to carry out a series of strikes, but the enemy blocks all his blows, as if he knows in advance where they will be. It is made with bare hands. Suddenly, real fire began to flow from his hand. It was a terrible energy. The enemy began his attack, but the captain blocked it in time with his swords. It would seem that the captain blocked the attack, but things were not so good. A second later, the commander's swords flew in different directions. The soldiers, seeing that it was difficult for their commander to fight, were shocked. And together with the commander's swords, he cut him in half. But by the eyes of this monster, you could tell that it was not the end. Soon, he beheaded everyone who watched the fight. After that, he ran forward, simultaneously slashing everyone in his path. This stranger had no feelings of pity or anything like that. He seemed to have no feelings at all. Meanwhile, our hero wonders what the explosion and screams he heard were. The commander himself does not know what to do, because no one gave him orders for such a case. Suddenly, one of the soldiers notices someone in the distance. A divine messenger was coming towards them. He was trembling and looking for the head of the alliance. The commander was very frightened when he saw such a beaten warrior. What was even scarier was that he knew nothing. It was necessary to urgently tell the chief that this madman is running here right now, so everyone should leave this place. Haunted was indeed already very close to people. It was necessary to flee urgently. He destroyed and killed everything in his path. Explosions were heard. The head of one of the warriors flew right under the head's feet. Hae-young immediately saw the head rolling under his feet and did not understand what was happening. He immediately recognized that it was the head of God's messenger. After that, he quickly turned to the other soldiers and ordered them to sound the alarm. If the low-ranking warriors want to live, then Gwang Il-hyun advises them to flee right now. At such a proposal, the man became angry because they were all now fighting in the same cauldron, and he began to cross borders. It turns out that Gwang Il-hyun wants to say that low-ranking warriors are just a hindrance to them. He clearly looks down on them. It seems that this boy believed in himself too much. Otherwise, how dare he talk so brazenly to the leader? Suddenly, they saw a strong and powerful explosion that happened not far from them. Everyone looked at each other because they couldn't understand what it was. There was fear in their eyes. Soon, when the smoke cleared a little, they saw a man's silhouette. It was none other than the monster they were looking for. He was bleeding, and he was holding the head of one of the soldiers in his hands. Gwang Il-hyun didn't seem scared at all. He only looked at his enemy with curiosity. The bearded man looked him straight in the eyes. The commander is about to use an energy burst. Powerful energy radiates from the boy. This mysterious energy appeared not only in the commander, but also in his soldiers. Just a second later, the ghostly cavalry rushed towards the enemy using an energy blast. A huge lump of energy was bearing down on him, which, it would seem, no one could stop. Many warriors directed all their strength at just one enemy. Even the strongest martial artist would not survive such an attack. Rumor has it that the ghost cavalry used an energy blast to destroy the walls of the fortress. With every second they are getting closer to their enemy. There are a lot of them, and he is one, so they are all almost sure of their victory. But the enemy did not try to run away. Instead, he stored up his own energy. The commander does not care how strong their enemy is. If he kills 10 warriors, 20 will take their place. He is sure that this time the enemy has nowhere to hide. The moment when he falls and the soldiers pounce on him will forever be remembered by him. The soldiers will do everything for the commander, and he will not even lift a finger. The men on horses were getting closer every second. Many martial arts masters have arrived, wanting to test their stronger attack on this stranger. Li Guok is confident of their victory, and so finally the attack reached its enemy. But to my surprise, he didn't even move. He just stood and held back this powerful attack with his bare hands. The commander is going to put an end to all this. Soldiers desperately follow their commander and obey all his orders. Suddenly the enemy clenches his hand into a fist, and immediately after that, he delivers a strong blow to his opponents. The impact was so strong that it caused an explosion, and in a moment, all the warriors were cut to pieces along with their horses. And this madman was not injured. He stood as if nothing had happened, and when he saw that some soldiers were still alive, he finished them off with a strong blow. This blow tore off their limbs and scattered them in different directions. The commander could not believe that the enemy had really destroyed everything. He did it himself. The Sky Demon cavalry was defeated, so the commander was going to kill their enemy single-handedly. So he took out his sword. Everything around was covered with thick smoke. Li Guok looked scared at the place where the explosion had just happened. Gwang Il-hyun's confidence made the enemy laugh very hard. A second later, the men rushed at each other, preparing for a brutal battle. The commander is sure that he is only one step away from victory. The bearded man's eyes only flared up with rage. There was such a strong force coming from the enemy that the commander could barely stay on his feet. And a second later, a very strong explosion occurred again. Those present could only watch the fight in silence. At that moment, the enemy was already behind the self-confident commander. It turns out that this madman pierced the commander through with his blow. And after a second, Gwang Il-hyun fell to the ground and life left him. That's the end of the battle. He just started laughing excitedly. Everything around turned bright red. The power of this stranger was beyond words. The commander of the 13th Squad ordered his subordinates to leave, but our hero could not move. Everyone quickly ran away, but Lee Guok continued to stand still, as if enchanted by something. Suddenly, this obsessive looked around. When he looked back, he saw a young boy watching him. When the man approached Lee Guok, the boy felt the power of Kai that was hidden in this body. The boy's nose bled from such pressure, but he still continued to stand. The man noticed his courage and strength. The stranger did not understand why all his soldiers fled, and he did not take a step. Lee Guok perfectly understands that he must escape from here while he is still alive, but his body gives up. He seems to have lost control. Usually he can't even look his enemies in the eyes, but now he doesn't want to run away. Suddenly, the young man's look changed. His eyes turned bright blue. Obsessed, he immediately understood that it was the wolf's gaze. These are his eyes. The man did not understand why the boy with wolf eyes was in the booth. Lee Guok did not understand what was being said, and why the enemy had not killed him yet. The bearded man asked if the boy really feels like a stranger, because he is a real wolf who walks among dogs. But the man did not have time to explain anything, because he had a severe headache. And then, after a moment, this fancier simply disappeared with the wind. Our hero, meanwhile, was very exhausted, and simply fell to the ground. Since then, the obsessed man disappeared again without a trace. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Union, behind the outer gate was our hero, who suddenly woke up from sleep. He was breathing heavily, and cold sweat was running down his face. He had that nightmare again with the haunting. From the same meeting, he has left heaviness in his legs. The guy really went through hell and survived. If this happens again, the boy promises to run away immediately. When Lee Guok got dressed, he immediately went outside to ask if everyone was safe. Despite the fact that many people gathered for this mission, almost all of them died. Young Oke learned that the Demon Blood Squad was looking for new recruits because many had died. The guy wants to know more about it. But before that, our hero wants to visit Yul Seon, and then maybe I will think about his proposal. Meanwhile, in the inner fortress, the man wanted to get out of bed, even though he still needed treatment. Gwang Il-hyun wasn't going to stay in bed any longer. He felt humiliated because he remained alive thanks to his enemies. Suddenly, news came that the leader of the inner wall of the Heavenly Alliance had arrived to them. Ju Shin-yun was very surprised that the commander was about to leave, but it was already time. The blonde smiles enigmatically and says that his wounds have clearly not healed yet. The commander tensed, but still said that he was fine. Ju Shin-yun appeared right after everything went quiet, and now he still dares to mock the commander. The guest's word is law for them, so no one keeps it here. Ju Shin-yun asks to convey to their group leader that their alliance only wants peace for Jiang-hu. Having said this, he says goodbye. The boy will never forget the mercy of the Heavenly Union. He thanks him for that, and is about to leave. The blonde is very happy that this narcissistic boy has finally seen himself. He prepared some gift for him before he left. As soon as Gwang Il-hyun stepped out into the courtyard, he ordered his soldiers to turn back. Although there were many casualties, the commander tried to encourage his squad. But there was no horse here. It turns out that they are in the stables of the outer fortress. The commander remembers that they left the horse in the stables of the outer fortress and do not understand why they are not there. It immediately became clear to him that these scoundrels were trying to make him mad. Meanwhile, the words of the mysterious stranger did not leave our hero's head. His image was deeply embedded in his thoughts. Lee Guok himself did not understand why he simply could not carry out his words from his head. Our hero thought so much that he didn't hear the man addressing him. It was Gwang Il-hyun. The guy apologized and said that he thought about it. Suddenly, the man slaps our hero hard in the face. From such a force, the boy cannot stand on his feet and falls to the ground. The guy does not respond to his actions. The stranger's words echo in his head. The man was very condescending to people from the Heavenly Jade Alliance. For him, they are nothing more than garbage. Lee Guok doesn't understand what this bastard means because he punched him just like that. Because of this, Gwang Il-hyun delivered another blow directly to the unfortunate man's stomach. The blow was quite strong, but everything did not end with this blow. The bastard continued to strike at Lee Guok. The captain did not understand why the young man remained silent, did not apologize, and did not pray for mercy. However, Lee Guok is not going to apologize because he understands that he did nothing wrong. Their views meet. Lee Guok's gaze is full of determination and ease. Guang Il-hyun was very angry. The man was kneading his fists, preparing to continue the act of beating. And a second later, this bastard delivered a powerful kick directly to Lee Guok's face. The blow was so strong that the pain immediately covered the whole body. Lee Guok flew back a few meters, but it was not the end. Guang Il-hyun continued to strike the boy with many blows. The guy is like a rag. He does not resist this scoundrel in any way and soon falls altogether and hits his head on the ground. It pains the captain to look at this horror. If the bastard doesn't stop right now, Lee Guok might die altogether. But Guang Il-hyun's subordinates hung over the captain so that he would not get into their fight. None of Lee Guok's warriors and friends could understand why these bastards would do such horrible things. But the two guards stood like rocks and did not move. Guang Il-hyun was annoyed that this pathetic young man didn't even try to defend himself and block his blows. Lee Guok himself understood that he looked miserable. Everyone from the Sky Jade Alliance was just watching this, and no one was going to help him. Is this the price he has to pay for not going the way of the wolf? A second later, Guang Il-hyun strikes again. It was so strong that the boy opened his mouth, but no scream came out. Suddenly, Lee Guok got tired of putting up with this, so he bit his enemy hard and blood splattered from his hand. Guang Il-hyun pushed our hero away hard. He clearly did not expect that he would start fighting back. Lee Guok moaned softly as he lay on the ground. The whole body ached, and there was no strength at all. The captain and Seok Yi-jung tried to break through the security to help Lee Guok. Guang Il-hyun is going to kill our hero because he can't contain his anger anymore. A second later, this bastard took out his sword, but the boy couldn't do anything but moan softly as he lay on the ground. The boy thought that he was not a dog and did not deserve such treatment. The other soldiers rushed to restrain Guang Il-hyun, who was already losing his temper and could not control his actions. Subordinates tried to calm the man down. Beating a low-ranking warrior is no problem, but killing it is another matter. If the man kills Lee Guok, then the Heavenly Jade Alliance will not let him go so easily. Suddenly, a leader who did not understand what the fuss was about came out to the crowd. Gu Hong explained that these scumbags are in the business of beating up Lee Guok just like that. Hee-jung didn't understand why the warriors were standing by and not protecting Lee Guok. They are just pathetic. The man does not care who these bastards are. He is not going to back down if someone insults his subordinates. Guang Il-hyun asked what happened to Hee-jung's brother. If Guang Il-hyun stops right now, they will forgive him and there will be no consequences. After that, the boy calms down, but finally spits at Lee Guok. Lee Guok remained lying on the cold ground and moaned softly in pain. He was beaten so badly that the unfortunate man even lost consciousness. A doctor was needed. Meanwhile, news reached the blonde that he had left the fortress. The only problem that happened to him on the way here was that he beat up a boy. It looks like he couldn't control his anger after learning that they were sending the horses to the outer fortress. Now, the blonde awaited the next move of the Heavenly Demon Alliance. He thinks that the beaten boy could have been just an excuse, and this was a check. Finally, after several days, our hero was able to open his eyes. He heard the voices of people from the clan. The boy's eyes were badly damaged, so the boys told him not to strain too much. After a second, he asked in a hoarse voice what happened because he didn't remember anything. When he was told everything, he wondered what had happened to the bastard who had done such terrible things to him. The captain says in a sad voice that this scoundrel was simply let go, but our hero could not believe it at all because it sounded like a delusion. His friend asked him not to ask anything else and just relax. The captain is very ashamed that they couldn't do anything. You just have to believe in a miracle that our hero survived. Suddenly, it dawned on the boy that he could not move at all. Panic immediately gripped him, and he tried to understand what had happened to his body. The leader gathered the strength to say what he was going to say. The doctor said that his bones and nerves were so damaged that the boy could be permanently disabled. In the worst case, it can simply paralyze him. Completely paralyze. Lee Guok doesn't want to believe what he just heard. Life seemed to be torn apart. Tears appear in the eyes. Now the main character needs to be alone. He shouts loudly and orders everyone to leave the room. When he is alone, he just looks at the ceiling and cries. Soon, Jung-ok came to Lee Guok. He apologized for not being able to come because he was busy. Unfortunately, the boy's condition did not improve at all. Everything was just as bad. It is important for Jung-ok to know that Lee Guok is at least safe. Unfortunately, it was already time for the boys to go about their business. Lee Guok doesn't understand why the friend is leaving so quickly because he just arrived. Jung-ok don't answer his questions and only asks to protect yourself. The red-haired boy turns around and is about to leave, but Lee Guok calls him by name. Our hero is bored to death and he is already hungry for communication with others. He needs it very much. When Jung-ok goes outside, he sits on the threshold and thinks about something. Yeol-seon also came to our hero. She sat and cried over Lee Guok. Our hero could not hear how the girl of his heart was crying, so he asked her to calm down. The guy tries to assure her that very soon he will be able to move. The girl continues to cry bitterly. Lee Guok promises the girl that they will definitely go for a walk together. But even despite these promises, the girl cannot stop crying and trembling. After that day, Yul Seon didn't come again. Since the boy was worried that something had happened to Yul Seon, which is why she doesn't come to him anymore, he directly asked Seok Yi-jung about it. The guy reassured his friend that Yul Seon is a very famous artist, so she doesn't have time to come. The friend assures that the girl most likely also misses him, so you should not worry. Every time Lee Guok falls asleep, he keeps seeing the same place. It's a dream where he looks at Yul Seon and her beautiful long hair. But every time the boy wakes up, he finds himself alone again. The guy has already lost his mind. How many days have passed since that moment? All he does is eat and sleep. The thought crosses my mind that Yul Seon just ran away, but Lee Guok would have done the same in her place. He tries to forget the girl. The guy has already stopped distinguishing whether he is asleep or not. The same dream that he sees every time he closes his eyes appeared in his head again. He sees Yul Seon again. Is she going to test her to the very end? Our hero suddenly opened his eyes and screamed from a sense of hopelessness. This dream was repeated again and again. Suddenly, Lee Guok saw a girl next to him. It was Seo Jung. The main character will be very shocked to see her around. The boy looks like he's having a nightmare, and Seo Jung notices it. The girl apologizes for coming to him only now. She wanted to come earlier, but it didn't work out. The boy is very happy to see her. He tells that the doctor said that Lee Guok is already on the mend. Lee Guok wonders where the girl has been all this time. Everyone was looking for her. Seo Jung reveals that someone from the main square took them. They wanted to see if they had a talent for martial arts, and it turns out Seo Jung is talented at it. Therefore, very soon she will have to leave here for training. It turns out that this was secret information, and for this the girl may have problems. It turns out that the girl brought a gift for our hero. She hopes that this will help him at least a little. She brought the book that was in the martial arts vault in the main square. It is said to be useful for training bones and tendons. It was a yoga manual. The girl just took it and took it away, but no one seems to know about it. It looks like nobody cares about this book. This book talks a lot about the fast movement of life. Seo Jung immediately apologizes because she begins to think that our hero does not need this gift at all. But the young man is very grateful for the gift because he has absolutely nothing to do here, and this way he will at least be able to read. The problem is that the boy can't read it on his own until he can move, so he asks the girl to tear the pages and tape them to the ceiling. Seo Jung is willing to do it. Thus, after some time, the entire ceiling was covered with book pages. It is already time for the girl to go, and she does not know when they will be able to meet next time. They say goodbye to each other, but the girl's voice is very sad. The young lady is very worried that they will never meet again. Lee Guok promises her that they will see each other very often in the future. Suddenly, a sound is heard. These martial artists return to the outer hall. Before leaving, the girl wishes the boy a speedy recovery, and immediately after saying goodbye, she goes to the exit. Meanwhile, the main character starts reading the book. The captain asked Seok Yi-jung how our hero was doing. It turns out that Lee Guok hasn't gotten better at all. It is in the same condition as before. The main character continued to lie motionless and read a book about yoga. He asked to attach the pages to the ceiling, and promised that he would try to practice, but he himself could not even move a finger. The silhouette of the same bearded stranger appears in front of the face. Lee Guok couldn't get his image out of his head. The main character listened to his advice and began to live not like a wolf, but like a dog. Lee Guok now blamed everything on that bastard. But after a second, he realizes that all the fault lies only with him. He is too weak. It is a sin to be so helpless in Huang. Suddenly, our eyes caught a secret scripture about yoga. The story told about one man. The man traveled for 4 months in the Central Lands because he heard that there were legendary secret artifacts there. There were many people who came to this place every year, and the man was fascinated by their teaching methods. That is why the man really wanted to learn from them. But it turned out that they do not want to teach their secret techniques to just anyone. And finally, after 3 years of wandering, he found a person who was willing to teach him. He was a prophet who practiced asceticism for 40 years, and he is the one whom a man would like to see as his role model. The student and the teacher were destined to meet. The master began to instruct him, and the man realized that Chonchuk's yoga was different from what he had taught before. The Chonchuk technique differs in that it starts from the perineum from below and releases energy from it. That was the hardest part. The man was a martial artist who had energy stored in Dantian. This means that he has to get rid of all his techniques in order to master yoga. Does he have to forget everything he has learned for 20 years? The transfer of the mentor's techniques to his student was predetermined by fate itself, even before they met. When the man heard these words, he gained inner peace and was able to calmly leave behind his past and choose a new life. Whoever reads this should remember, to learn yoga techniques, You need to change not only the basics of martial arts, but also get rid of all habits. When the man of the book mastered all these arts, his bones and sinews reached their peak. Seo Young had brought him this book specifically for the part about repairing bones and tendons. This is a very brutal martial art, because it requires complete forgetting of previous techniques. I wonder how many people will take such a risk and give up their knowledge. There are 7 different chakras in the human body, and they all have their own functions. The first part is the crotch. The second is the coccyx. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th chakras are located on the spine. It is important to open all the chakras up to the 5th in order to get a complete picture of your own body. The 6th chakra is located right inside the human brain. Thanks to it, you can awaken the central nervous system and open the 3rd eye. And the last chakra is the path that leads a person to the spiritual world. But mastering the 7th chakra is only the starting point. There is another level, the highest area. To Lee Guok, the content of this book sounds meaningless. The pages after this chapter look like new. It seems people stopped reading at this point. Lee Guok doesn't think that this book can help him in any way. The young man completely despaired. The last flame of hope and faith in his heart was completely extinguished. Everything seemed useless for a cripple like him. Lee Guok's condition is so bad that he doesn't even finish his meal. It seems that he is simply not himself. The door to our hero's room opened. A leader came to Lee Guok. He personally wanted to see what was happening here. The leader and Seok Yi-jung looked at our hero, full of sadness. The captain said that if he was not sick, the boy should live and fight for his life. But Lee Guok saw no point in living with such a terrible body. He would rather die. The captain was so worried about the soldier that he burst into tears. He couldn't watch Lee Guok just starve to death, but our hero continued to be silent. At this rate, the corpse will remain here. Suddenly, the image of that man appears in the air again. He looks at our hero with interest, studying him with his eyes. He hovers over the young man and calls him a mad fighter. Lee Guok doesn't understand how this bearded stranger ended up here again. Lee Guok wonders what this madman did to become so strong. He dreams of becoming the same master, but our hero decided to live like a wolf when he heard his words, so he ended like this. Lee Guok looks like a laughingstock right now. Strong people will never understand him, but he no longer wants to live like this. After a second, the bearded man said that only worthless people look for excuses. But our hero says that this is not an excuse, but only an attempt of a weak person to live his life. The path to the wolf life is already in front of his eyes, and the young man still refuses to follow it. Even though Lee Guok saw it, it seems stupid to him. What does it mean to create a snake in the body? If the boy refuses to take a step forward, he will never find the right path. He does not understand the meaning of a martial art in which you have to give up all your knowledge. The bearded man mocks the boy. Does Lee Guok have anything to lose? After these words, the protagonist thought, his internal energy is weak, so it doesn't matter if he rejects Diantian or not, because it was perfect for him. Lee Guok definitely won't get any worse as he learns this. Was he hallucinating now? It seems it's all because of hunger, so you need to have a little snack. Lee Guok thanks Seok Yi-jung for such a delicious meal. Seok Yi-jung smiles as he looks at his friend because he understands that something good has happened to him because he is in a good mood now. The main character asks to bring him some more food. Lee Guok finally feels alive. This means that it is time to practice yoga. First, the boy must feel the snake. Lee Guok finds it hard to believe that he could actually have a snake inside his body. It is very similar to the QE of the Central Plains martial arts, but the man does not answer. Lee Guan himself will feel the snake when the puzzle is complete. The protagonist concentrated as much as possible because he was going to feel the snake. Meanwhile, Seok Yi-jung has already returned to our hero with a basket of food. Lee Guok assures that his friend may not visit him as often because he is getting better, but Seok Yi-jung is only here to hide from the leader. A friend asks our hero why he is in such a good mood today. It turns out that quite recently the main character managed to feel the snake inside him. At this time, Jung-ok was walking down the street and someone called out to him. It was Seok Yi-jung who assured the friend to also go to Lee Guok and visit him. But Jung-ok has no desire to do this because he has already visited him. But it turns out that Jung-ok had visited him 6 months ago. He should talk to his friend at least a little. The redhead doesn't seem to care at all, but says he'll stop by when he has time. Seok Yi-jung is very annoyed to see such indifference. Is this really Lee Guok's friend? Lee Guok tries to focus even more. Finally, after some time, our hero manages to feel his first snake. He opens his eyes sharply at this new sensation. It seems that the main character really feels her, but you need to calm down. The real challenge here is to feel the other parts of the snake's body, because so far the young man feels only her head. Now the main thing is not to let the snake disappear, so you have to concentrate. Soon, other parts of the snake's body gradually began to appear. Our hero opened his eyes wide in shock. Finally, the serpent was created. Lee Guok is very proud of himself because he was able to achieve his goal. Suddenly, Li Guok felt something in his crotch area. This made the boy jump up. Li Guok falls back to the bed and doesn't understand what just happened to his body. The young boy was even a little frightened by such a reaction of his body. Suddenly, our hero realizes that he can move his hands. He lifts her straight up. And these are all the actions of the first snake. I wonder what will happen after the second and third snakes. Finally, hope awakens in Li Guok's soul. Meanwhile, it is snowing outside. It has snowed for the first time in a year. So one of the soldiers offers to drink to it with everyone else. Li Guok might be cold, so Seok Yijong suggests warming up his room. Seo Yijong notices that our hero is looking much better, but is acting strangely. All he does for days is stare at the ceiling and then make noise. The friend notices that Li Guok is trying hard to focus on something. The captain is very worried about the boy, but when he hears that he has gotten better, he calms down. The captain thinks that our hero should be told that Yulseon already has a husband, but the guy is against telling about it because our hero just took himself in hand. If Yulseon's husband was a normal guy, Li Guok would have at least a chance. But this man was the one who betrayed the clan and left the alliance. Every day, the yard became more and more covered with snow. Seok Yijung came to visit the boy again, but as soon as he entered the room, he gasped in shock. He couldn't say a word when he saw Li Guok sitting. Our hero looked around and greeted him as if nothing had happened. Seok Yijung couldn't believe his eyes. Joy and misunderstanding fascinated him. Will Li Guok be able to walk now? But our hero said that there is still a long way to go. So far, he can only move his upper body. You need to start training a new snake to speed up the result. The guy is very happy to see that his friend is better, so after a second he rushes to him with a hug. But after a second he withdrew, because he thought that our hero might be hurt. The main character asked a friend for any news about the girl of his heart. Li Guok hasn't seen her in a long time, so he misses her. When the girl came for the last time, she was very shocked and cried for a long time. It must have hurt her to look at him. There is still a little bit of work left to do, and then maybe Li Guok can be together with Yulseon. Seok Yijung became very embarrassed because he knows that the girl has already found another man. The boy tells everything to our hero. Tears appear in the eyes. Although he expected this, it was very painful to hear it. Seok Yijung advises to just forget about the girl because the man she is with now has a very high status. He apologizes for breaking the news too late. The main character remains alone, completely immersed in his thoughts. Life seems to have lost its meaning. He really wants the girl to return to him, but he understands that he must forget her. Now it was important for him to concentrate on awakening the third snake. The young man's eyes are full of determination. Meanwhile, a conflict arose between the Heavenly Alliance and the demonic clan. The cause of the conflict is unknown, but both sides suffered heavy losses. The atmosphere between the parties became even more tense. Despite such a scale, the battle affected only a few cities. Many are sure that if the fighting continues, the great 100-year-old bloody war will repeat itself again. All the martial artists in Jianghu were kept on their toes by the Jade Heavenly Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Clan. That is why the atmosphere of war and chaos reigns in every city. Absolutely, the whole world was shaking to the bone. Most of the martial arts masters who craved war were looking for worthy opponents. This meant that the masters of the Jade Heavenly Alliance had to be on high alert every day. This also affected the martial arts masters of the Outer Hall. But the martial masters of the Jade Heavenly Alliance were not affected by what was happening. After some time, finally, our hero was able to stand up. He could walk again. It has been a year since he lost the ability to move. Finally, Li Guok can break those metal shackles that were on his hands. Li Guok savors every breath of air because he has already forgotten what it smells like. Now the main character was a completely different person. Finally, the boy woke up the fourth snake. There are still 3 snakes left to wake up, but having made only a few drops of blood, the young boy falls to the ground. He still can't use his legs properly because he has forgotten how to do it. But he doesn't care because Li Guok can move his arms and legs. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thus, 2 months passed. Li Guok returned to the room where the pages from the book hung from the ceiling. He is very curious when he will finally be able to awaken the 8th serpent, as he is still on the 4th. The more a guy reads this book, the more he understands that everything is not so simple. Li Guok would now call it the 8 Serpent Martial Arts. The boy read this book so many times that he managed to learn it by heart. Afterwards, Li Guok lights a fire and throws all the pages into it. Suddenly, someone addresses our hero. Li Guok looks around to see who is talking to him. It was some stranger. It turns out that it was the 13th leader of the sect, that is, the leader of our hero. It is very strange. According to external signs, this guy does not look like a warrior at all. Did this young man come from the inner fortress? The leader immediately realized that the boy was reading him, so he got angry about it. There was a feeling that the red-haired boy was rushing into a fight. The redhead reassured Li Guok that he had only come to see him since the young man had been absent for a long time. The leader came often to make sure that Li Guok was still alive. even though he was paralyzed. Is Li Guok the only one missing? The guy thinks it's a joke. Li Guok is the only one in the sect, and the others haven't arrived yet. The leader's name is Seo Jung-men. Seo Young is shocked that Li Guok managed to walk again because he was paralyzed. Li Guok replies that he just has a good personality. If our hero can already move, then let him return to the room. Li Guok was going to go anyway, so he said goodbye. Right after that, Seo Jung turned around and left, even though our hero hadn't even finished yet. It is hard to believe that the reorganization took place in the outer hall. Li Guok's life will definitely not be easy with such a leader. Soon our hero returned to the outer courtyard. This is indeed an outer hall, although the atmosphere here has become much creepier than before. Everything around has changed. And also, many new people came here. There was a conflict between the Heavenly Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Clan. It seems that the housing is now divided into pens. The leader of the 13th Squad was also here. He said to pass and sit down somewhere. The other sect members haven't arrived yet, and these two are the exception to the rule, so you can take advantage of the time and rest. Li Guok is free now, so he can do whatever he wants as long as it doesn't cause Seo Jung any trouble. The main character carefully looked around and saw many types of weapons standing by the wall. Li Guok picked up the sword. He has already forgotten this feeling. The boy thought he would never be able to go through this again. After a second, our hero started swinging his sword. He skillfully controlled the weapon, swinging the sword in different directions. Seo Jung immediately recognized that this was an unsurpassed sword art. This is a creepy martial art that is used in an outdoor hall. Li Guok explained to the leader who was watching him that he was practicing an unsurpassed sword art. It looked like a sword dance. Li Guok can't be useful if he's that slow. Seo Jung disparages Li Guok's art, saying it's terrible. In this case, the main character wants to become Seo Jung's student. He wants to get better. If there is no leader in the sect anyway, then it is better that at least one member of the sect is stronger. Then, he will be able to protect the leader. But Seo Jung doesn't need that at all, so he refuses and goes to bed. Li Guok thinks that Seo Jung is a bad leader because if someone wants to become stronger, it is his duty to help. The main character promises himself never to give up again. As soon as he lowers his hands, he will become a pitiful dog again. The next morning, Li Guok got up early and went to practice sword art. And after that, he began to train in the martial art of 8 snakes. Seo Jung watched our hero's training and did not understand how much longer he would do it. The guy is too noisy. Even if our hero masters the art of fencing, he will not become a real master of martial arts. Seo Jung doesn't believe in Li Guok at all and tells him not to waste his time on this useless skill. But Li Guok doesn't think that sword art is useless. This is very important, because it is the basis of the basics. Even if Li Guok is a master of the brilliant art, there is a limit to how high he can go. He can become anyone, but no one will know about his abilities. The main character does not need anyone to know about his abilities. In that case, Seo Jung doesn't understand why the boy is training so hard. There is a limit to what this martial art can do, so no matter how hard he tries, it will all be in vain. But Li Guok doesn't really care about that. The guy should at least try. Seo Jung thought Li Guok was stubborn, so now he plans to show him what reality really is. The redhead prepares for the main character to attack him. Li Guok did not immediately understand what the leader meant. The leader was fired up by that point and was ready to put Li Guok in his place. But after a second, our hero is ready to accept a challenge from his leader and directs his sword at him. Li Guok will use the 8 snake martial art and then attack Seo Jung with his brilliant sword art. Now he is gonna see if the leader is really as strong as he says he is. Soon, Seo Jung begins to emit incredibly strong energy. The guy is definitely ready for battle. Our hero concentrated as much as possible, preparing for battle. The young man notices that the pose of the sect commander looks a little strange. Li Guok can't find any loophole to attack him. The main character can't figure out where to attack. Seo Jung waits for Li Guok to attack, but he is clearly slowing down. And then a second later, Li Guok launched his attack. Suddenly, our hero sees a vision in which he is cut into pieces. The main character feels that if he just attacks, he will be cut in two, and this makes him tremble a lot. Seo Jung had said about this difference before. It doesn't matter how skilled Li Guok is with the sword. He will reach the limit, so don't waste your energy. Our hero is repulsed by the energy Seo Jung radiates. If Li Guok stands still because of fear, he will not be able to return to the sect. After that, he remembers the words of that obsessive that if he does not take a step forward, he will forever remain nothing. But the main character has to start moving because he doesn't want to live in the past. And then, a second later, Li Guok dares to strike and uses sword art. A second later, the leader hit our hero right in the stomach with a stick. From such a force, the main character flew away and hit the wall directly. And after that, he fell straight to the ground. This blow was enough for the boy to start coughing up his own blood. It seems that the leader did not calculate the strength and asked the subordinate to breathe slowly. He didn't do it on purpose. He asks our hero if he knows what the redhead just used. It turned out to be a normal sword movement, but Lee Guok didn't react to it in any way. This is such a pitiful sword art that our hero clings to. Seo Young again tells the boy to stop wasting energy on useless things and just enjoy life. But the main character does not want to listen to this, so he immediately calls his leader names. Seo Young-woo is shocked that this bastard would dare to address him like that. A tense atmosphere appeared in the air. The leader forced the main character to return to the life of a dog, which he lived before. Seo Young did not take our hero's words seriously and burst out laughing. But everything turned out to be the opposite. The leader himself realized that he lived a dog's life. He admits he was too rude. The leader decides to give our hero an opportunity to practice the brilliant art of the sword. Lee Guok sees that even though the leader looks like a scoundrel, he is actually a good person. The main character hopes that the boy will become his mentor. Seo Young had no intention of becoming his mentor. The guy just has to train the same as before. It seems that the first impression about the leader was indeed true. Seo Young is going to go to the archives of the outer hall and find all the martial arts he could possibly need. As soon as the main character thanks him, the leader immediately turns around and leaves. This redhead seems to have a much higher rank than their sect leader. Lee Guok looks after the mysterious leader and wonders, who is he anyway? The archive contained books on the art of the 5 sounds, the art of the spear, the art of the 8 sects, and many other miscellaneous things. But even after reading all this, our hero still preferred the art of swordsmanship. Compared to thin blades, wider swords look better. But if he had to choose, he would definitely choose a sword. Right now, Lee Guok is carefully reading the 8-sect sword art book. When the boy used to read these manuals, he did not understand anything, but now everything is the opposite. Did Lee Guok become smarter after his 4th snake awoke? After some time, our hero decided that he would study the sword arts of the 8 sects. He wants to take another book because his commander has a higher rank than the outer leader. So if he takes 2 books, it won't be a problem. Suddenly, Lee Guok notices a ghost needle art book. Perhaps this book will help Lee Guok make up for the shortcomings of his swordsmanship. The head tells our hero that he is very greedy because he took 2 whole books. The man growls because he was only allowed to take 1 book. Hearing the head yelling at him, our hero wants to return one of the books back to the archive. The chapter recalls the day when Lee Guok was severely beaten and unable to walk. And after a second, the strict man softened and allowed the main character to take 2 books. This time, Hee-jung lets you use his power and take the 2 books, so there's no need to be upset about what happened. Lee Guok is very grateful to the leader for such mercy and kindness. After that, our hero leaves the archive. It will even be good if he masters 2 arts. Still, all useful guidance was removed by the inner hall and the main courts. It just dawns on Hee-jung that Lee Guok has been lying still for a whole year, and now his body is even better than it was. Another man offers to track down our hero, because it's really strange that Seo Jung would do something for such a low-level warrior. But Hee-jung doesn't see the point in following someone who has been lying motionless for a whole year. Meanwhile, the reconstruction of the outer hall has almost come to an end. The outdoor hall plans to radically change. Now, everyone who looks at them will disappear, and the name of the Jade Heavenly Union of the outer hall will be a single ring around Jianghu. Just thinking about it brings a smile to Hee-jung's face. Meanwhile, Lee Guok had already come to his room and started studying the book. There are 8 basic movements in the sword arts of the 8 sects: Mountain Cut, Wave Tidal Force, Shadowless Strike, Blood Dragon Scream, Lone Incendiary Demon, Phantom Shadow, Heaven, and 8 Gates of Destruction. This is different from the usual martial arts. It's like a warrior's martial art. Lee Guok feels that most of it is intended to inflict fatal injuries. Thanks to this, you can reveal the full potential of a shadowless stroke when riding, and a lone incendiary demon will be useful when fighting a large number of enemies. And is it possible to master the 8-sect sword art using the 8 serpent art? Lee Guok thinks he can try to enter berserk mode if he can use both martial arts at the same time. At night, Seo Young hears some strange noises coming from the house next door. It turns out that our hero practices all the blows that were described in the book. His sword emits incredibly powerful energy. His sword still shines with its power. Seo Young is surprised to see our hero at work. It was morning, and Lee Guok was still training as Seo Jung watched him. Seo Young was worried that the main character might get tired, so he suggested that he get some rest. Lee Guok didn't even notice that he was being watched. He was so focused. The young man refused to rest, so Seo Jung walked away. The leader understood that Lee Guok would lose his body if he continued to train at this pace. When our hero finished with this art, he planned to combine it with the art of 8 snakes. And after a moment, snakes woke up in his body. And at that moment, the main character felt limitless power. Even a steel sword could not withstand such force and shattered into small pieces. It seems that Li Guak himself did not expect this. Realizing that he will not be able to continue training like this, Li Guak decides to purchase a normal sword. The young boy went to the weapons store. There was a very large selection of weapons. The young man took one of the swords, which looked quite good. After that, Li Guak starts looking for a seller to buy this sword. Suddenly, one of the weapons on the wall caught his eye and drew his attention. Li Guak took her in his arms. Someone's voice was heard from behind. It seems that it was the seller. He said that before our hero, no one had even looked at this weapon. It turns out to be one of the artifacts that the main family made. But if Li Guak liked it, the seller would give it away for a low price. The seller is willing to give both weapons for only 6 silver yang, but that's too much of a price for Li Guak, who now only has 4. However, the seller does not agree to lower the price, because he already agreed to sell this product for almost nothing. But Li Guak is not stupid, and understands that such powerful items would not be sold for 6 yang. The seller will not succeed in deceiving our hero, no matter how hard he tries. If the seller does not want to sell the product, then the main character is going to go to another store. And so, in the end, Li Guak manages to buy a weapon at his price. Although the seller is not satisfied with this, he still sold the product at this price. Our hero is very satisfied with the purchases. Compared to what it was, it's so much better. Suddenly, Li Guak hears a painfully familiar voice, and when he turns around, he sees his old friend, Jung Ok. Jong Ok is shocked to see our hero here, because not long ago, he was lying motionless in the room. The guy immediately begins to make excuses that he did not come to him because he was too busy. Li Guak isn't mad at his friend for this, and within a second, Jung Ok has an arm around his shoulder. But it seems that our hero feels a little strange. The boy notices that something has happened to Jung Ok's clothes. It's a secret, but Jung Ok agrees to only tell Li Guak if he doesn't tell anyone. It turns out that the redhead got into the Hall of Succession, although he has a lower level, but soon the boy will join the big mission. The main character is sincerely happy for his friend. Jong Ok continued his story, and said that the situation in Jiangju is only getting worse. Some time ago, the Dragon Sky Patrol group was destroyed, and from the looks of it, it was the handiwork of the Sky Demon troop. Because of this, the entire Dragon Heaven Valley is in a tense situation, and the Heavenly Jade Alliance is on full alert. Because of this, the whole of Jiangzhou is restless. Many people are afraid that the Second Great War of Heavenly Blood will begin at this rate. It is also important for our hero, because he is still an active warrior of the Jade Heavenly Alliance. In any case, they will definitely meet again. Jung Ok wishes him well once again. After that, friends ask. Even though Jung Ok didn't interact with our hero while he was paralyzed, he still considers him a friend and is happy to see him. Suddenly, Li Guak remembered his past when he always rushed to Yolseon. Seo Jung watched all of this. It was at that moment that she realized that Li Guak had a lover. But it was obvious, because such a handsome man as our hero should definitely be popular among women. Suddenly, some unknown people in burgundy cloaks and black hats entered the yard. No one understood who they were. These strangers ignored any words of the warriors and continued to go about their business. But soon they still answered that they were from the main hall. When the soldiers heard about it, they were simply amazed. One of the soldiers tries to find out which unit they came from. The strangers were from the martial masters of the outer hall. The stranger explained that they were only here to take the children, so they should not be afraid of them. All the soldiers need to know is that people from the main hall came and took the children. The sight of the stranger was very frightening, so the soldiers immediately agreed to everything. When almost all the children were taken out, a problem arose. One child refused to go. This surprised the stranger because he had never heard of someone refusing to go before. It was Seo Jung. She refused to go anywhere until she said goodbye to Li Guak. Realizing that words will not be enough here, the man decides to use brute force. He had already swung at the girl, when another stranger intervened and stopped him from hitting. It was the squad leader himself. He towered over Seo Jung and oppressed him with his majesty. The stranger greeted her. Strangers began to test the girl. Seo Jung was very talented but mentally weak. The girl stood in a duel against this great man. More precisely, she was already lying on the floor because she began to lose. The green-eyed stranger noticed that Seo Jung shouldn't lose with such talent. The problem is that she lacks spiritual stamina. Such as the girl will not be able to get up again, because they will be very afraid to get up. But after a second, Seo Jung found the strength to stand up to continue this fight. After only a moment, the young lady rushed straight to her enemy. The girl flies at her enemy and screams loudly. With every step she takes, she gets closer and closer to her opponent. And right in front of the enemy, Seo Jung jumps high as the man swings his weapon, and finally their weapons cross in battle. A loud ringing is heard. A burly man breaks through the girl's attack, but she ends up on the other side. Seo Jung proved to be very clever. She instantly blocks her opponent's blow. And a moment later, Seo Jung is already pointing the sharp end of his weapon directly at his opponent. Seo Jung thinks that victory is close, but it turns out not to be the case. The burly man quickly blocked her attack with his weapon. Strangers just watched this in silence. The enemy saw Seo Jung's every move, so he told her that everything she was doing was useless. The man is sure that the victory will be his again today. And a second later, the self-confident man swings, preparing for the final blow. But at the last moment, everything changed, and the young lady was already behind her enemy. Seo Jung delivers several precise and powerful blows directly to the back of this cocky man. And a second later, she puts a wooden sword at Young Gwang-hoon's throat. Finally, the girl managed to win. But it seems the girl did not feel any emotions at all. Neither joy nor even excitement from the victory. Seo Jung is the rare treasure of talent they have been looking for so long. If the strangers teach her properly, the abominations of the heavenly demon troop will tremble at her feet. At the same time, our hero is also busy with hellish training. Lee Guok practices wave-like tidal power. Our hero was worried about what Ki Berserk might experience, but there's nothing to worry about. The main character uses a shadowless strike. Suddenly, Lee Guok feels a strange tingling in his neck. This feeling was very strange and unusual. He thinks it might be because of the snake's power. Lee Guok feels that the 4 snakes in his body are intertwined. The snakes were very angry. 4 serpents united into one? Is this the awakening of the 5th serpent? The young man does not understand what is happening at all. The main character uses the lone demon strike, and immediately after that, he uses the technique of phantom shadow. Lee Guok's sword glows bright blue. It seems that the black boy just activated the sword key. Does this mean that the main character has reached the level of a master? A second later, Lee Guok used phantom shadow again. Our hero continues to practice all the learned blows. Now it's the demon's incendiary cut. Only the cries of our hero, who continues to train diligently, can be heard all over the street. After a while, Lee Guok is lying on the ground and breathing heavily. The guy is resting. Suddenly, someone hovered over our hero. This man says that Lee Guok is making too much noise. Turns out it was Seo Jung. The main character did not see the leader for 4 whole days. Rudy is very annoyed, because he came here to rest, and he is burdened with work. Lee Guok wonders what the leader is doing. He is interested because he just wants to. If Seo Jung is busy, Lee Guok has a lot of free time. He should thank God for such a leader as him. The black boy completely agrees with Seo Jung's words. Rudy notices that something has changed in the main character. Did the leader notice that Lee Guok had gotten stronger? The redhead only silently looks at his subordinate. The main character asks why Seo Jung came here. The leader says that they have to go somewhere. Lee Guok had rested long enough, so now it was time for him to get the job done. Their task today is to protect the clear pavilion. Other sect members from the outer hall should come here. But this will be done only by our main character. There is no point in asking the leader. The kids from the outer hall should be arriving soon, so he wishes our hero luck. Other warriors in the hall notice our hero. They were his old friends. It's hard to believe that our hero can walk again. His friends are from the 8th squad. Seok Yi-jung asks where our hero's squad leader is now, and why Lee Guok is standing alone now. The main character tells that the leader was just next to him, but now he has gone somewhere. Friends notice that the leader of our hero is quite strange. He seems a little out of his mind. The main character himself knows little about his leader. All he knows is his name, Seo Jung Myung. It was very surprising that neither Lee Guok nor anyone in the outer hall had heard anything about its leader. This seems very suspicious. Lee Guok doesn't understand what his friends are doing here. It turns out that they are having a banquet because an important guest is due to arrive. Rumor has it that the Mad Dragon himself from the Battle Sword sect has arrived here, but the main character does not understand what is the matter at all. One of the top 10 sects, Muramu Southern Union. They are also known as the Southern Sect, the nickname of a great disciple named Yu Moon Sang, the Mad Dragon. But that's not all. He has another ability, 10 Small Clouds, heirs of the 10 sects, also known as the best of modern Jiang. They were on a different level from the start. Lee Guok is very surprised that such rich people have come here. Suddenly, a song was heard from the house. This song sounded really good. It felt like they were flying on clouds just listening to this music. This music seemed very familiar to our hero. Yeol Sion is all about business, suffering alone at night. She goes to bed after blowing out the candle along with the moonlight. The blonde was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and crying bitterly. Suddenly, her father saw her and told her to leave here immediately. The customers had already searched for the girl, so it was necessary to go to them urgently. But the unfortunate girl refused to go and play the instrument today, because her hands were already all sore. And a second later, the father slapped Yeol Sion hard in the face. The man was very angry with his daughter, because she has to earn him alcohol. He was completely indifferent to the feelings of his own daughter. Everyone in the audience listened intently to every note Yul Seon played. They were really impressed with her playing. The girl had to play only what the audience asked her to do. The girl remembers how often she used to play our hero. The main character praises her and wonders what kind of song it is. It was Nocturne. Yul Seon hated this song more than anything because her father made her play it, even when her hands were damaged from the strings. And all this was just so that the father could buy himself alcohol. Lee Guak is very sympathetic to his lover. Our hero promises her that he will definitely make her rich in the future. So, Lee Guak immediately recognized this song. It was Nocturne. This is the same song that the boy used to sing in his spare time. A second later, the main character walks away. At this time, the Mad Dragon listens carefully to this song by Yul Seon. The blonde continues to sit and hum this song. The girl's voice is similar to the singing of birds. Feeling like a mad dragon meets a fairy. Yoon Jung Myung hopes that the boy will like it in the Jade Heaven Alliance. If no one is against it, the young man would like to take a battle sword with him to the sect. Unexpectedly, the Empress of the Dark Arts, Dan Lee Yong, came to them. There were too many people here who want to hear Yul Seon sing. Looks like Yu Moon Sang already has his eye on the girl 6, so he'll have to ditch the blonde. Meanwhile, Yul Seon continued humming the song. Dan Lee Yon had heard that this music hall performer was being looked up to by many boys. And it was indeed true. All men's mouths are open. Suddenly she notices our hero. She thinks that our hero is different from other men. When the girl finishes playing, everyone starts applauding her and shouting praises. The girl is shy and thanks everyone for their attention. Young tells the girl that the song was great. The main character only looks at his beloved from afar. He sees that she shows her smile, which she showed before only to him, to some other man. Now she shows it to someone else. A second later, Lee Guak turns and walks away, unable to look at it anymore. He walks through a large crowd. Suddenly, Yul Seon notices a familiar figure. Yul Seon immediately recognizes this guy as Lee Guak, but doubts that this could be possible. The blonde immediately runs after our hero and tries to catch up with him. Finally, their eyes meet, and they face each other. Yul Seon couldn't believe her eyes. Can the young man move again? He was already paralyzed. But the main character does not respond to this in any way. She told him he had to find her as soon as he could move again. Lee Guak wanted to do it, but he lacked the courage because he heard that the girl had already found someone else. Lee Guak is sure that nothing would have changed, even if he had been looking for her. But it was not entirely true. The girl was going to explain everything. A second later, she threw herself into the arms of our hero and said that she was just very scared. Feeling as if she was left alone in the whole world, it felt as if her father had died. She trembled and hugged the protagonist, hoping that he would understand her. Of course, Lee Guak understands the girl and feels sorry for her, but he finds it hard to believe that she still has feelings for him. But our hero still does not believe that the girl still loves him. He saw how she looked at the other. He gently pushes the girl away and says that she has to go. He hopes that she will be fine. And so, the main character walks away, leaving Yul Seon alone. Lee Guak calmly walks and thinks about everything that happened. The boy understood very well that Yul Seon would not be able to love him even if he was around. The main character perfectly understands that he just needs to forget the girl. The guy sincerely hopes that she will be happy next to her new husband. Lee Guak remembers the Heavenly Jade Alliance he lived in since he was a child. In what was once his native place, he now feels trapped. This place is like a prison in which our hero is kept. The young man had already spent too much time in such conditions, and he was tired of it. Suddenly, the protagonist feels that someone has appeared behind him. He feels someone's presence. It was not a familiar woman. Our hero was surprised because he did not even feel how she approached him. It was Dan Lee Yong. She asked the boy a counter question. Lee Guak immediately understood that this was the Empress of Dark Martial Arts, the third student of the Alliance leader. The protagonist also introduced himself and said that he was from the Outer Hall. The girl was glad to meet her. The leader of the Alliance, Jia Hongjung, has only 3 students: Yeonjung Myung, Woon Dai Yeon, and Dan Lee Yeon. Lee Guak doesn't understand why such a martial arts genius would approach him. Lee Guak thinks that Lady Dan Lee has a thing for him, so he asks about it right away. A black girl approaches and says that this is all because of what our hero did, but the young man does not understand what the matter is. It turns out that the girl heard about the boy from Lady Him, but the main character still does not understand what the secret stranger wants from him. It wouldn't be a problem if it was another girl, but there is a problem because this girl is Lady Jeem. Lee Guak needed details. It all sounded too confusing. This is all because her older brother is interested in her, and he would never leave anyone alone if someone fell in love with Lady Jeom. Lee Guak doesn't understand why the girl is telling him all this. She is here to warn Lee Guak. If a boy doesn't want trouble, he should stay away from Lady Him. But Lee Guak wasn't going to listen to that. He will do whatever he wants in this case. Dan Lee definitely did not expect that the main character would answer her like that. A second later, Li Guok turns around and walks away. The girl is shocked that Li Guok isn't afraid of her, even knowing who she is. For an ordinary warrior from the outer hall, he has courage. And Li Guok's body is suitable for learning martial arts. Wonder what such a young man is doing in the outer hall. If Lady Dan had known about our hero earlier, she would have been able to recommend him and teach him to raise his level. The girl then yelled that there was going to be an outside mission for the outer hall soon, and if Li Guok felt trapped, this was a great way to get out. Finally, the girl asks our hero to protect himself, and after a second she jumps high and disappears. It's a dark night, but Li Guok doesn't seem to be going to sleep. He has a sword in his hands. The sword begins to glow brightly from his power. It was a chi flower. Soon Li Guok starts swinging his sword and training again. It was a farewell for Yil Seon. The next morning, the leader talks about the fact that in a month, they will leave the Jade Heaven Alliance. The outer hall was supposed to find out in a few weeks, but since our hero is the only member he is warned early. But the main character still does not understand what is the matter. Seo Young told the boy everything he needed to know. He warns that they will return only after 2 years, so it is necessary to prepare for this. Hearing such a large number, the main character was very surprised. This seems to be the information that Lady Dan Lee was talking about. Seo Young knows information that only someone higher in rank can know. This is a great chance to train outside the walls. Our hero should not miss such an opportunity. Li Guok understands that this is a secret, but he wants to know what they will be doing all this time. But, as expected, the leader was not going to tell anything. In any case, our hero just needs to know that they will be leaving in a month. After that, the leader walks away, leaving our hero with a lot of questions. Meanwhile, in the slums, people are asking for money for food. One unfortunate saw a warrior from the Heavenly Jade Alliance and asked him for help. Li Guok, who was passing by, immediately threw some money at the unfortunate man. The passers-by did not understand that a warrior from the Heavenly Jade Alliance had forgotten here. The strangers began to discuss how being a warrior of the outer hall was much better. The next time our hero goes out, I plan to take off my uniform, because now even ordinary passers-by look down on them. Suddenly, the main character hears someone screams. Some very familiar girl argues with a stocky man because he did not fulfill his promise. But it seems that this man does not feel guilty at all. The girl trembles with anger, but the man does not take her seriously. The girl threatens him and says that she will tell her master about everything. Li Guok immediately recognizes this strange girl and even remembers her name, Lim So-bo. Suddenly, the man changes the topic of their conversation and asks why our hero is looking at the girl so strangely. Lim So-bo immediately recognizes Li Guok and asks what he forgot here. The young man is shocked that the girl remembers his name even after a year. He says that he has some business here. Lim So-bo doesn't understand what business he can have in the slums. The man says that this girl doesn't call anyone she comes across as her brother, but she calls Li Guok. Because of this, the man begins to think that Lim So-bo has fallen in love with our hero, although this is not true. Li Guok wonders who this muscular guy is. He looks quite uncomplicated. This stocky and evil-looking guy is named Nam Woo-kyung, but he turns out to be quite friendly. Woo-kyung advises our hero not to get involved with Lim So-bo, or he will definitely get into trouble. Lim So-bo gets angry and embarrassed when a guy says such things about her. They start arguing with each other again, and Nam Woo-kyung asks to just pass his words to the master. A second later, the girl grabs Li Guok's arm and leads him away from here. Woo-kyung says goodbye to our hero and asks him to be more careful with this girl. And after a second, they turn the corner. Suddenly, a bearded blonde man appears behind Woo-gyeon. Looks like this man will have to move because while he's here, Yeo Jung-wol will continue to hang out with that girl. But Woo-kyung doesn't think so. It will be the same regardless of where the man is. There is no escaping its revelation. But he is not called the biggest brain for nothing. Seo-bo is a very cunning girl. While she was quarreling with the boy, she constantly paid attention to his reaction and to those around her. The bearded man says not to worry. He is very interested as to why Seo-bo was so calm and kind when talking to Li Guok. Although Li Guok looks normal, Woo-kyung is not sure if he is okay. For a simple warrior of the outer hall, his eyes are too clear and deep, and he does not show his emotions. Lim So-bo is sure that this pervert Woo-kyung must be saying something bad behind our hero's back. That man is something very similar to a burglar who enters someone else's house without permission. If the person who supports Woo-kyung, so it's not that easy. He is a tenant, so Li Guok will be upset if he sees him, which is why Master Seo-bo is keeping a close eye on him. Lim So-bo looks closely at the main character and notices that he has changed a lot. The girl notices that Li Guok's aura and eyes have started to look different. Lim So-bo is very attentive. She is sure that now our hero is a completely different person. A girl never forgets those whom she has seen at least once in her life. Even her master is no match for him. The girl is very interested in where the main character was all this time. There was no way she could find him. She thinks that something happened in Lee Guok's life that changed him so much, but he doesn't talk about it. Suddenly, the girl's brother comes out from around the corner and apologizes for her behavior. Lee Guok is happy to see Lim Ji-moon, but wonders how he can still remember their names after all this time. Maybe it's all because of the art of 8 snakes? Lee Guok asks if the boy walks the streets where he gets beaten up. It's been a long time since that day, so now even punks can't take a guy's punch. But the main character does not believe in this, which annoys the brother and sister. All this is observed by the leader of the inner hall, Ju Sung-yoon, and the leader of the main hall, the black-blooded assassin, Nam Il-guk. It had taken so long that now they had finally opened the Bloody Hell training hall. The terms of the Manhwa sect took a lot of time because the hall is on their territory. Hidden rules. They have become cowards after the great bloody war of heaven and look down on them. These rules are known because the Manhwa sect is a part of them. Ever since the great master of the Shurahua sect put an end to the Great Blood War, Ju Xingyong does not believe in such exaggerated stories of the past about the first demon of Manhwa sect. Everyone thinks so, but this is not an exaggerated story at all. The gray-haired man saw everything with his own eyes. Nam Il-guk had never met such a person before. He felt sorry for the bastards from the demonic cult just because of him, but the man himself is for peace because he is not from a demonic cult. He is a dark-blooded assassin, Nam Il-guk. The blonde always thought that the story of the Manhwa sect was just a fairy tale for children. Very soon, the Steel Blood Hell training hall will open, and these people will become the next generation of Jiangzhu. The warriors had been on the road for about 20 days, but no one had yet told them where they were going. Someone got the idea that they were given a secret task. Perhaps this is a mission that involves the life and land of the Jade Heaven Alliance. But another warrior thinks that would be too strange. Finally, after some time, the soldiers came to the right place, and the chief allowed them to rest a little. The road was very difficult, so the warriors deserve a rest. Seok Yi is shocked what exactly Seo Jung is saying about the hard road because he gave all his bags to Lee Guok and left with nothing. Meanwhile, the main character looked around and was very surprised when he saw that these ruins were their destination. The leader explained that it was Mount Sohua. This is the last fortress that Jianghu defended during the Great Heavenly Blood War. The famous training hall of Bloody Hell was also located here. Due to the fact that this task is secret, the leaders cannot tell all about it to the soldiers. Seok Yi is happy that they finally have an important mission. Has the day come when they are recognized in the Jade Heaven Alliance? The task of the soldiers was to reconstruct the ruins and build new buildings. The main thing is to do what the Pavilion of Creators tells them. The soldiers were a little upset when they learned that they would be doing dirty work. Lee Guok smiled in interest when he learned that they would be subordinates in the Creator Pavilion. They were entrusted with an important task: to breathe life into the classroom of Bloody Hell, which has been in ruins for more than 100 years. Seo Jung believes that our hero will do very well even if the leader is not around. The warriors must try hard as this place does not belong to the Jade Heaven Alliance. All the geniuses from other Jianghu sects will be here very soon. The fact that the most talented people will be training here in the Bloody Hell training hall sounds very exciting. But Seok Yi didn't see anything cool about them being just guys on the run. Seo Jung has to go somewhere else, so Lee Guok can join any squad, but first let him return the leader's backpack. As soon as Seo Jung got his backpack back, he turned around and went about his business. Seok Yi finds Seo Jung strange because he left his only member and went somewhere. Soon, everyone was actively engaged in the reconstruction of the ruins. Seok Yi's friend was surprised to see Lee Guok working hard. Was he really that strong before? Seok Yi thinks that our hero is deliberately working so much to tire himself out and forget about Yul Xian sooner. But the red-haired boy thought differently. Very soon, the tree that the protagonist was chopping gave way and began to fall. If the boys had not had time to jump back, they would have been crushed by the trunk. Suddenly, the head came and started scolding them for not working well. Seok Yi was really annoyed that those bastards from the Creator Pavilion were talking too much. In this case, the guys had to join the Creator's Pavilion, and not the outer hall. The main character continued to work diligently and silently. Friends were worried about the fact that our hero works so hard and gets very tired because of it. But our hero says that everything is fine. He wipes off his sweat and says he wants to finish before he goes to rest. And immediately after that, Lee Guok starts working again. Night has finally come, and the boys can rest in peace. They had already done most of the work and complained that everything hurt. The boys were shocked when Lee Guok said that his job made him happy. The sect leader overheard their conversation and shouted loudly, ordering them to go to sleep. It seems that the main character really enjoyed the construction process. He didn't have to think about martial arts, and when he works, he doesn't think about Yul Xian. Suddenly, the head called Lee Guok. They lacked technicians, and our hero does a pretty good job. Therefore, the man asks the main character to help him. Soon, they came to an almost destroyed wall. Li Guok immediately got down to work. He diligently carried out all the orders of the head. It seemed that the main character could do absolutely everything. After some time, the work was finished. The head praises Li Guok and offers the boy to move to the creator's pavilion. However, our hero does not take his words seriously. The head leads Li Guok to the person who wants to meet him. After some time, they come to the right place. A gray-bearded man is waiting for them there. This grandfather's name was Ma Du-won, and he was currently looking for an assistant. Li Guok followed him. After some time, they came to a cave. But it turns out, it was not a cave at all. It was a study hall of bloody hell. From now on, Li Guok must not take a single step away from the man. Otherwise, he will not be able to guarantee the young man's safety. Is this place still working, even though it's been in ruins for over 100 years? A second later, Ma Du-won throws a small pebble forward, and immediately various traps are activated that could kill a person. It was a bit creepy for the main character to watch because he imagined what it would be like if it was a human. Some traps still work, so one mistake could cost his life. Beneath the stones are springs that respond to the weight applied to them. It cannot be seen with the eyes, so Li Guok must follow exactly in his grandfather's footsteps. The main character slowly follows Ma Du-won. They walked deep into the cave, Li Guok trying to remember every step. The man once again reminded the young man that he cannot be distracted even for a moment. They approached one of the walls, and Ma Du-won pressed a button. After a second, a huge gate opened in the stone wall. Grandfather said to go inside. Our hero was very interested in what kind of place it was. There were a lot of different things inside, and Li Guok didn't understand what it was all about. This mechanism was the whole essence of traps. This location must work for all traps to work. One of the gears was defective. It is because of such details that the traps will not work. Ma Du-won asked to retrieve the same item from his backpack. After that, the grandfather quickly replaced the defective part with a normal one. The most interesting awaited them ahead. The main character continued to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. Li Guok looked at the statue standing to the side. If he takes an extra step, it activates. It was difficult for the old man to return some parts, so our hero immediately rushed to help him. Grandfather smiled and realized that he made the right decision to make Li Guok his assistant. The cave inside looked very modern because people in the past were very wise. Soon, Ma Du-won leads our hero to another room which is full of interesting things. Inside, he sees many human statues in various poses. They all looked very much like warriors. They were 18 bronze men created by the Shaolin Temple. All of them were skillfully made, and one had the feeling that they were alive. The sculptures were as detailed as possible. Li Guok thought they were broken, but they weren't. Li Guok wants to see how these mechanisms work, and the old man immediately allows him to do so. In order to start the mechanism, you just need to step on any stone. Our hero does it. And after a second, the old mechanisms began to start with a creak. A moment later, one of the statues punches its enemy. All the bronze men began to launch a series of attacks on their enemy, and they themselves were the enemies of each other. Men began to fight among themselves. The statues brandished their bronze weapons. Their match was very exciting. And a moment later, one of the steel warriors was right behind Li Guok and almost crushed his head. And the other, meanwhile, delivered a strong blow directly to the young man's face. Another warrior kicked him hard. But all this was only in Li Guok's imagination. The statue's attacks were so concentrated that no one would be able to escape them. Warriors are very scary and fascinating at the same time. You can't look away from them. Li Guok had horrible thoughts of what would happen to him if he was inside this fight. The main character really enjoyed watching this spectacle. The old man says that this is only the tip of the iceberg, because there are many more such things on Mount Sohua. If there's a person who can overcome all the traps here, then he will become an incredible master of martial arts. Of course, if this person can survive. In this way, 2 whole months passed. It was already snowing heavily outside. Carts with horses were going somewhere. Suddenly, a person jumped out of one of the carriages. The stranger was glad to finally see Mount Sohua. Finally, the travelers arrived at the right place. From now on, these people will live here. They looked around and were a little displeased because it looked miserable. The stranger says that she is already quite strong, but if she can pass this place, she will become even stronger. The warrior was glad for the young people who were able to raise their level in such a place. This place was reserved for the chosen people only. They worked hard to build this place, and now they can't even use it. Xiao Yi was a little jealous of these people, but Li Guok did not envy them at all, because he knew that he would become stronger anyway when he went through his own path. Soon, some more people arrived here. It turns out that one of those people was Seo Young. She was the last to arrive, but for some reason this man called the girl an ice witch. Suddenly, the main character notices a very familiar figure. He immediately recognizes this girl. It was his old acquaintance, Seo Young. At first, the main character couldn't even believe his eyes and thought he was wrong. But he was right. Suddenly there was a loud voice telling everyone to keep quiet and listen to them. Immediately after these words, all those present fell silent. They were addressed by the chief instructor of the Hall of Bloody Hell. He is going to subject those present to the most difficult training, so they must obey him, because he does not like weak characters. If they don't like something, they can leave immediately. That will be their only chance. There are many more masked people here who are also instructors who will teach the soldiers. You need to contact them by the numbers on the masks. The instructors are going to do everything possible to make the warriors stronger. Suddenly, one of the boys raised his hand. He had a question. The boy immediately introduced himself. His name was Seo Geum Jin. He was from the Ha Ryong Sword Clan. The boy wondered why all the instructors were wearing masks. Was there a reason to hide their identities? Others supported Seo Geum Jin, because everyone here is from legitimate sects, so there is no point in hiding personalities. Suddenly, one of the instructors rushed forward. It was difficult to follow his movements. A moment later, he approached the boy and punched him hard in the stomach. The young man spat out his own blood and asked why they had done this to him. But it seems no one was going to answer him, because a second later, he was kicked in the face. And this blow was so strong that the boy could not stand on his feet and fell. But it seems that this was far from all, because the instructor picked up the student and began to beat him hard. Those present were shocked by the behavior of the instructor and shouted, asking him to stop. If the man continues, the boy may die. But the other instructor stood over the students and prevented them from helping their friend. This made the students very scared, because they understood that they would not be able to do anything against the instructors. Fortunately, after some time, the instructor finished beating the student. Everyone just stared at him in silence while he lay on the ground in a pool of blood. Now, the instructor remembered the boys' question about why they were wearing masks. The instructor said that they might not expect them to behave well in training. Everyone present is absolutely shocked by what happened before their eyes. They are in a stupor and cannot say a word. Here, anyone can die without any problems, and these masks help them kill anyone. And since they don't know the identities of the instructors, they won't have any trouble killing the students. One of the guys is not scared at all. On the contrary, he gets excited. Instructors will test them for strength. Whether the students will stay alive depends only on them. They must survive if they want to become stronger. Everyone shouts that they understood him. Since today is their first day, they will be distributed among their homes. Now they will be taken to their place of residence. Suddenly, Seo Jung noticed our hero among all the people. She was surprised that the boy could already walk. But it was really true. The main character can already walk, as before. Lee Guok looked at his old acquaintance carefully. The boy notices that Seo Jung's aura has changed so much that he doesn't even recognize her right away. The girl remembers how she was told that no one would worry if some warrior of the outer hall died. Seo Jung realizes that if Lee Guok is seen with her, he might be in trouble. At this time, the main character approaches the girl and is going to say hello to her. But to his great surprise, the girl simply ignored him and walked away. One of the boys noticed that our hero stopped and asked what he wanted. Then, Lee Guok introduced himself and said that he would now take the boy to his house. But this young man was very angry and in no mood, so he ordered our hero not to smile. Lee Guok was very ashamed and unpleasant that such a young guy allowed himself to talk to him so rudely. The main character immediately apologized and said that he would not do that again. Finally, this hard day's work was over, and Lee Guok returned to his room. He lay down in bed and sighed in relief. He is shocked that Seo Jung is really that talented. The young man realizes that she seems to be asking him to pretend they don't know each other. Nevertheless, it is thanks to the girl that Lee Guok is able to study martial arts and become better. But he never thanked her for it. The main character personally wants to make sure that she will be comfortable here. Our hero thinks that he has rested enough, so he can go back to training. As soon as Lee Guok stepped out into the yard, he began training with the weapon he picked up for cheap at the gun shop. It was really quite an unusual weapon. It jumped in different directions, and thanks to her, the main character could also jump a little higher. After some time of training, the boy fell to the ground and was breathing heavily while resting. The more he learns about martial arts, the harder it gets. Lee Guok wants the leader to help him cross his line. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard creaks open and the sect leader enters. Seo Jung is shocked that even here our hero continues his training. The leader says that the guy has been put down a lot by others lately. The leader heard the news that the creator's pavilion was watching over our hero. Lee Guok asks Seo Jung to be nice to him because he is the only member of his squad. The creator's pavilion constantly called the guy to him and said that they would write him a good letter of recommendation. Suddenly, the main character smelled the sharp smell of blood and thought that the leader had been injured. Soon, the family turns around and is about to leave. The main character looks after him and feels very strange, because it was from the leader that he smelled blood. The main character goes somewhere and carries a bag on his back. Our hero brought a weapon that all the students will use. If they are asking to use their own weapons, then why are they in such terrible condition? Geniuses like them shouldn't be given weapons like this to train with. But our hero simply completed the task and brought what was asked of him. One of the guys thinks that the main character just stole this weapon. The young man does not understand why someone with such a low rank as his would steal something. Lee Guok seems to annoy this guy so much that he pulls out his sword. Suddenly, he is approached by Seo Young, who tells him to stop it. Then the girl starts to get angry that Seo Jung is interfering in her conversation. Seo Young defends Lee Guok because he is just doing the job he was given. It will not be fair to attack him for this. The girl starts screaming even more because she doesn't want to use this sword. Seo Young is completely calm. If this brat doesn't like the sword, she should talk to the people above. The girl starts to get even more annoyed and assumes that Seo Jung is in love with Lee Guok because she is sticking up for him. However, Seo Jung doesn't react to this in any way, only calls it delusional, which makes this girl even more upset. She threatens that if this bastard continues to be delusional, Seo Jung will pull out all her teeth. The main character really doesn't want Seo Jung to get into trouble because of him. Suddenly, a man intervenes and asks them to stop this whole circus. The man asks the Ice Witch to stop because it doesn't look like her at all. This haughty girl continues to stand her ground and say that this is none of this man's business. A second later, a burly man grabs the wretch by the shoulder and passive-aggressively says that you need to live in harmony. Meanwhile, Seo Young takes advantage of this and leaves. Everyone is discussing Seo Young. Some even felt the cold breeze as she passed by. At this time, the man began to deal with this insolence. After a second, he called her ungrateful. But the girl did not understand what it was about. It turns out that the man just saved her. The main character only now realized how much Seo Young had changed. Meanwhile, the Jade Heaven Alliance was holding a gathering of instructors. They discussed the preparation. Other instructors report that the weapons have already been delivered. In that case, they will start training tomorrow at the Steelblood Hall. There will be a lot of dead and wounded, so you have to prepare. Everyone was already ready for this. They are going to harden other swords to battle the demonic soldiers. Suddenly, the head instructor tells instructor number 1 to stay here and asks the others to leave. When everyone is finally out, the instructor removes his mask. A gray bearded man appears under her. Instructor number 1 follows suit and also removes his mask. Underneath it is Seo Young, our hero's leader. They greet each other and are happy to meet. Seo Young says that everything is great in his life. The loss of the Shadow Regiment is very difficult for the Alliance. No one could have thought that a demonic cult would attack them. The blame for their deaths rests solely on him. To Seo Young, they were more than just a regiment. These were his brothers and Danshan's students. Without them, the battle will become much more difficult. The man doesn't understand why Seo Jung is still here because it's time for him to go and do his job. The boy asks the elder if he doesn't think he's still too far away from recreating the Golden Arrow clan. This question really makes Mr. Yan think. But such is life. Once something is destroyed, it cannot be instantly recreated. Those techniques that his brothers learned are now forgotten forever. Danshan sect is now in the past. Now Seo Young is the only one left from where, and the young man blames the heavenly demons for everything. It seems to Mr. Yan that the fact that he sent the redhead to the outer hall did not cool him down at all. A guy with tears in his eyes says that his head is as empty as ever. In the outer hall, Seo Young only has one ally, so there's not much to tell. Mr. Yang asks what his ally's martial arts level is. The guy has enough experience, and he is also quite good at traps. After that, the leader walks away while the grandfather looks after him. Most likely, if he will be around, then perhaps training will not be necessary. Meanwhile, the main character has just returned. It turns out that the guys decided to relax and have a drink today, so they want our hero to be with them. Lee Guok declines and explains that he is too tired, so he will join it tomorrow. After that, the protagonist opens the creaking door to the room. As soon as the young man stepped inside, he had the feeling that he was not alone here. But the boy thought that it was the leader who had returned. But everything was not like that at all. Here, that impudent scumbag was waiting for him. The protagonist almost called her names, but remembered that he couldn't do it. The girl crossed her fists. She came here to avenge her humiliation. Lee Guok tried to explain that it was just a misunderstanding. The others received the same swords, but the girl doesn't care anymore. What worries her is that she was humiliated because of our hero. The girl will only forgive Lee Guok if he bows to him 9 times and smashes his forehead. In front of him is a promising master of martial arts. The main character does not want to fight with her. However, the girl does not care if he wants it or not. She calls Lee Guok a normal puppy who doesn't know when to hide and he will pay for it. And then, after a second, the girl jumped back and rushed to our hero. The girl quickly approached our hero and swung her fist, but she could not hit him because the main character quickly dodged the blow. A moment later, Lee Guok was behind this abomination. Her thrusts were too slow and too sharp, but the girl thinks that our hero was just lucky to dodge. After that, the girl kicked him hard in the face, but Lee Guok was able to quickly dodge it. Seeing that it doesn't work, the girl gets even angrier. She's going to use a double strike. Seeing such an attack, the boy uses the skill of the 8 snakes. And now, it seemed he had become elusive and too fast. The girl does not understand how such a simpleton can repel all her attacks. She knows almost no one who can do the same. After a second, the girl decides to experience a bloody blow of the soul. However, Lee Guok managed to quickly dodge again, thereby making the girl angry again. Soon, the main character, it would seem, lightly pushed the girl on the leg. But this caused the girl to fall painfully. Lee Guok then wanted to punch her, but stopped his fist right in front of her face. Our hero tells her to get up and go home peacefully, otherwise it will be worse. Lee Guok just wants to relax after a hard day. The girl barely got up. She couldn't understand who this guy was that possessed such power. Lee Guok says that he is an ordinary warrior of the Jade Heaven Alliance. The girl remained silent and only silently looked at our hero. The girl blames her loss on not bringing her sword. Lee Guok doesn't mind fighting the girl when she takes her sword. The guy is not going to tell anyone about this incident, so the girl can sleep peacefully. The next day, the students already started training. They were just hellish, and not everyone could stand them. The instructors really didn't feel sorry for them at all. The student begs the instructor to let him go, because if the boy continues, he will die, but the instructor orders him to continue. There are many dead people in the room. All of them also tried to escape, just like this guy. The instructor thinks it's better to be beaten by traps than by him. The people who remained on the street are terrified because they hear screams all the way here. It seems that children are not yet ready for such training. Seoki finally realizes that they too would feel bad if they were special. A second later, a voice was heard from the cave, which ordered to carry out the wounded. One of the soldiers hopes that the parents of these unfortunates do not know what their children are going through. Meanwhile, the next participant enters the study hall. With his failed move, he activates the same trap with the 18 bronze men. The instructor thinks that the student managed to pass through the traps only thanks to luck, but the boy denies this. The student is full of enthusiasm to pass it. He is ready to go even through fire, just to become stronger. And after a second, the young man rushed forward, but he didn't run for long before one of the statues was behind him, ready to crush his head. At the same time, another statue struck the student in the face. The blow was so strong that the boy could barely stay on his feet, but it was not the end. Another bronze statue jumped and kicked him in the stomach. This made the young man fall right at the instructor's feet. If the student is going to continue training here, then he should change his attitude towards everything. The instructor scares the boy, saying that this is just the beginning. After that, he mocks the unfortunate. Meanwhile, a new student comes to him. He advises the coward to go away, because she will definitely not pass this. The girl says that she is not a coward. Her name is Gum Si Woo, and she came from Zhenhua Hall. Gum Si Woo is going to be the first to pass through this hall. The instructor does not take the girl seriously at all and continues to make fun of her. She walks into the room while the instructor casually hums a song. And after a few seconds, frantic screams are heard from the room. And with every second, the screams only get stronger. After a few seconds, the girl limps out of the room. She falls to her knees next to the wall and coughs up blood. She trembles and with tears in her eyes asks if anyone has even gone through this ordeal. Seeing how all the students get stuck on this task, it's scary to think how they will move on. The instructor humiliates Gyeom Si-woo, calling her a third-rate amateur. She is almost crying. The instructor tells us that it turns out that one of the girls in her group has already passed this test. In this way, 3 years have already passed. Lee Guok also continued to work in these parts. The main character is engaged in fixing all the traps and bringing them back to order. Lee Guok noticed the human footprints on the floor and was very happy about it. Since this is the peak for the formation of a normal labyrinth, this should lead to disorientation. This person seems to have fully mastered the 9 steps technique, and this stranger seems to be well versed in movement techniques. Suddenly, our hero notices something that greatly surprises him. In front of him, he sees a bunch of bronze statues that have fallen apart and are no longer working. This stranger went to the trouble of destroying even the bronze statues. In order to pass this exam, you have to try. Soon, the black boy moved on. Looking at these holes, which are everywhere, you get the impression that the bullets flew from everywhere. Lee Guok will need at least a week to fix everything here. When the boy walks a little further, he sees golden statues of samurai, and one of them has an arm torn off. If this mysterious person has already reached this level, then, most likely, he has already passed the exam. The main character moved on. When the boy went further, he saw on his way the person who had passed all these exams. Turns out it was Seo Young. She was very beaten and tired. Lee Guok was very surprised to see the girl here. Our hero immediately ran to her and asked the girl not to move, because she was injured. But the girl emphasizes that everything is fine with her, although this is far from the case. Li Guok rushed to his backpack and started looking for a first aid kit to give his friend first aid. The girl does not understand how Li Guok got here. The guy explained that he was busy fixing traps here. The girl had a lot of wounds, so it would take a long time to treat them. Soon, Li Guok begins to carefully treat the girl's wounds. The guy puts ointment on them. After a while, the main character finishes treating Seo Jung's wounds and covers her with his cloak. The girl should see a doctor. Afterwards, our hero congratulates Seo Jung, as she is the 5th person to make it this far. Seo Jung is happy that she can finally leave this place. The young man is also happy for her because she passed all the exams. It seems that the girl was a little sad. Suddenly she turned to Li Guok. The girl admits that she killed someone before she came here, but it was not by her own will. She was ordered to do this to look at her decision. The solution was for the girl to become their sword. Now that the girl has passed all the exams, they will come to take her away, and after that she will never see our hero again. Li Guok is sad because the girl has been here for 3 whole years, and now she is leaving so unexpectedly. Seo Jung thanks our hero, because it was thanks to him that she was able to grow up. The young man is very interested in what kind of people are going to take the girl away. Seo Jung feels that it will be better if the boy doesn't know about it, so he doesn't tell. Hearing that the girl does not want to tell him, Li Guok is not going to insist, and offers to leave here. Seo Jung really hopes that her friend will still be here by the time she goes back. The girl feels that she will be lonely if she does not know anyone here. The young lady thought she was asking too much, so she immediately apologized for her requests. But, unexpectedly, Li Guok agrees to her request and promises to stay here until she returns. From such a promise, the girl fell silent for a few seconds. But after a second, a grateful smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the instructors had a meeting again. Namil Guk Yi couldn't imagine what this man would receive from Han Seo Jung. The leader looks closely at the stranger and doesn't understand who it is. But I think it's the special child that Baek John brought here. This guy was from their secret blood clan. Grandfather was very sorry that such talents were going to be sent to the murderer. Meanwhile, Seo Jung enters the room. A blonde woman praises a girl for her work. Now Jung Guangho has to take his last exam. Soon they leave the classroom and go about their business. The girl takes a last look at this place. The leader was already waiting for her. Therefore, the girl quickly turns around and goes to the carriage. All this was observed by Li Guok. He looked at his girlfriend. The guy hopes very much that the girl will return alive and well. Night came. The main character was going somewhere. His friends asked where the boy was going, but they themselves came to the conclusion that he was probably going to fix traps. Since it was already late, they asked the boy to be more careful. After a while, Li Guok came to the study hall. Above one of the rooms hung a sign, "The Path of Endless Hell." There were 2 great barriers here, the Test of Bloody Chaos and the Endless Hellish Path. Li Guok stopped right in front of the entrance and thought. A second later, the black youth took a step forward. Immediately after that, bullets and arrows started flying at the boy. He activated the trap but was able to dodge. But that was not all, because arrows started flying at him from above. Li Guok quickly raised his head to see what he should do. The boy was able to repel the arrows very quickly with his foot. At this time, small daggers flew at him from the other side. Fortunately, the boy managed to fight back and evade them. And on the other hand, shurikens were already flying at the boy. Li Guok made quick work of everything with just his new weapon he bought from the shop. Our hero had to go further, so he left. The guy went straight, overcoming all the traps along the way and leaving behind a bunch of weapons. Suddenly, the young man activated one of the traps and 2 warrior statues emerged from the walls. The statues stood right in front of him and prevented him from going any further. Although our hero can easily pass by these statues, he cannot harm them. If Li Guok uses too much power, he will receive from the instructors. Then, the guy looks at the traces of people who passed this exam. He only needs to use the technique of 9 steps. The boy is going to use the art of 8 snakes to make sure everything works out for him. Thanks to this art, our hero clearly sees the traces of the technique of 9 steps. It was a high-ranked displacement skill that Seo Jung had used in the Blood Chaos exam. Meanwhile, the trap starts to work and the statues attack Li Guok. The situation is getting worse and worse, so the main character has to use the sword. The boy took out his sword just in time, because a second later he received a fist from the bronze warrior. The blow was strong, so it was even able to throw the boy back. The warriors in this room are much stronger than in the previous one. One of the statues quickly approached our hero. Li Guok looked carefully at the footprints and used a displacement technique. Li Guok quickly circled his enemy behind him. The young man could not understand why people continued to pass this exam. A second later, he used the Blood Dragon Scream technique on the statue. It was not the end, because there was still a statue left, which quickly ran at the boy from behind. The bronze warlord almost hit him on the head, but Li Guok was able to dodge. One wrong move will make the black boy pay dearly for it. Our hero jumped just in time. He jumped a second before the statue crushed the wall. The main character again uses the cry of the blood dragon, and after this blow, the warrior shuts down and falls to his knees. It turns out that this was far from all. After a few seconds, more statues crawl out of the walls like ants. Bronze warriors notice our hero and prepare to attack. There are a lot of them here. Lee Guok takes his sword and gets into a fighting stance. He is ready to walk through the trap. The bronze statues also did not wait for Lee Guok to attack them, and did it first. However, after a few minutes, they were all lying on the floor like broken parts. And our hero, meanwhile, was also lying on the floor and breathing rapidly. Lee Guok was genuinely smiling at the thought that he had managed to defeat such strong enemies and actually pass the exam. But after a second, the boy came to his senses, because he remembered that he still had to fix these statues. The main character barely gets to his feet. Although he is very tired, he understands that he will definitely not sleep tonight. In this way, another 6 months passed. Seok Yi-jung tells the covered corpses that if they hadn't gone to learn martial arts, they could have lived in peace. Too many people have been dying lately. The guys are tired of cleaning up the corpses. After hearing about this, Lee Guok wants to take over their job of cleaning up the corpses, so that the friends can get some rest. Seok Yi is touched by how good a friend our hero is. Very soon, Lee Guok really took up this work. The boy took the corpses away and began to dig holes for them. The main character puts a monument to each of them. When the boy has finished all the work, he prays that these souls will go to heaven. Just the thought of how many people have died in the central demonic trope is frightening. But Lee Guok isn't sure if their lives were really worth it. When the young man returns to the room, he hears a familiar voice. The leader was already waiting for him here. Seo Young couldn't find Lee Guok anywhere. Our hero is already preparing for the fact that Seo Jung will start carrying all kinds of delusions, as always. But it wasn't like that. Seo Young announced that Lee Guok would become the leader of the 13th sect from this day forward. At first, the boy casually agrees, because he does not pay attention to these words. But when he understands their meaning, he screams loudly in shock. Seo Young steps down from his position, and Lee Guok is to become the next leader in the hierarchy. The main character still seems to have a hard time believing this. Indeed, this news made him shiver. Being a leader has its advantages. For example, Lee Guok will be paid more, and in the brothel all the women will stick to him. And he will have to keep his head up because his shoulders will stretch. Of course, Seo Jung can't do without humor. Our hero is very interested in where his leader will go. Seo Young immediately becomes sadder. He must return to where he came from. Lee Guok still doesn't understand, but the leader isn't going to tell him the details. Lee Guok was only able to become so strong because of Seo Jung not paying attention to him. So the young man is very grateful to the leader. Our hero is the first and last member of the Seo Chun sect. The leader wishes him a successful life. After saying this, the boy turns and silently walks away, leaving Lee Guok alone. At the end, Lee Guok loudly shouted words of thanks to his leader and wished him a good trip. Several days passed. After the leader left, news of the imminent closure of the Steel Blood Training Hall spread quickly. Lee Guok grew up attached to this place and is very saddened by the news that it will soon close. He hits the wall with a wrench and hears a strange sound, which makes him realize that this wall is hollow. It was very strange because he had never noticed that this wall was hollow before. On the wall, he felt something that looked very much like an activation button and pressed it. A second later, a door opens in the wall. When the young man goes inside, he feels that the air here is very heavy. The main character is in an empty room and does not understand what it is for, because he has never seen it before. Lee Guok is very curious as to who could have made this room right here. But the boy decides not to dwell on it, and is going to go back so as not to waste time. But suddenly a very strong wind arose. In front of him, on the wall, the boy saw a picture of a stranger in a hood. When our hero first entered the room, this picture was not there. The wind begins to rise even stronger. It's hard to believe that the snakes in Lee Guok's body are going crazy just by looking at this picture. Now, when the young man took a closer look at it, he concluded that someone had left this image thanks to an illusion. It was no joke that scared our hero, because it seemed something unreal and impossible. A fountain of blood spurted from Lee Guok's nose and mouth. But the boy didn't even have time to react. The main character cannot understand who his enemy is now. Is it just a shadow? Lee Guok understands that if he continues to look at this image, he will die, so he must turn away urgently. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Lee Guok turns his head away. He remembers his former life as a dog, but our hero no longer wants to live like this, and even if it means that he will die, it is better that way. Lee Guok continues to stare at this image. He just can't turn away. Suddenly, blood starts flowing from the boy's eyes and ears. Snakes want to break free. Suddenly, the boy twitches strangely. The brave boy barely finds the strength to stand on his feet. He finally managed to stop the bleeding, so he thinks his sixth snake has awakened. A strange bright spot appears on the image. Lee Guok immediately knew that this stranger had done something to him. The main character quickly draws his sword, preparing for a duel. He wants to know who it is. A second later, he quickly swings his sword and strikes, chopping the image on the wall. And immediately after that, it begins to dim. The young guy is thrown back by a shockwave from this. It's hard to believe that he almost died just by looking at the wall. The first time he had a lunatic fit was when he was just looking at something. Some time passed. Li Guok was walking through the forest when suddenly a man's hand stuck out from behind a tree. A stranger asked our hero what he was doing here so late. Turns out it was Seok Yi-jung who just wanted to goof around a bit with a friend. News has already reached the boy that Li Guok has become the leader. Seok Yi-jung then offers to take him into a sect with our hero, because his leader is too strict and makes him work a lot. Li Guok is not against this at all and is going to talk to the hall leader because he has absolutely no one in his sect. Our hero is very sad to leave this place after 3 years and 6 months of being here. Seok Yi, on the other hand, is very happy about such an opportunity. Then the boy tells a horror story about the fact that it is full of ghosts. Finally, Li Guok returned to the Jade Heaven Alliance again after 3 whole years and 6 months away from here. He thinks that if he can gather members to the sect, he will not be able to use the housing on his own. If the boy wants to continue learning martial arts, he will have to buy a small house. He has saved some money over the past few years, so he should now have enough for a small house for his own use. Our hero managed to buy only a small, almost destroyed house. Li Guok could have bought hundreds of houses on Sohua Mountain, but he decided to buy a ruined house to renovate it himself. Fortunately, he was able to get the materials from Maduwan for free, and after some time the house, which used to be solid ruins, turned into a wonderful place, created for a comfortable life. Now that the guy is back from work, he doesn't have to worry about other people seeing him. Although, in fact, he always trained alone anyway. Suddenly, one of the soldiers called our hero and brought the news that he was wanted by the leader of the hall. And judging by everything, the leader of the hall is now gathering absolutely all the leaders. Our hero was very interested in why a meeting of all the leaders was held. At this time, there was already a meeting in the outer hall. Oh, Guhong even came here. It was Li Guoka's former captain. He is shocked that the boy visited such a poor place. The main character is very embarrassed by Oh Guhong's behavior, so he asks him to stop making a fool of himself. The captain hugged the boy and started fooling around with him. He was very proud of our hero. The leaders of other units were also here, and they all congratulated our hero on his promotion. The main character was very happy to be in such a kind team. He was sure that he would be taken care of here. Soon, Hee-jung came out to them and gathered them all here. He was the manager of the hall. The reason the leader has gathered them all here is because something very terrible and creepy is going on in the world. One of the leaders suggests that the Heavenly Demon Corps made the first move. The leader was angry with the man for interrupting him. Based on the Heavenly Intelligence reports alone, the Heavenly Demon Corps attacked the smallest and middle sects, then claimed them as their property. Li Guok hoped that his friend John Oke was alright now. That is why the manager needs the leaders to come together and appropriately control the members of their squads. He also emphasizes that Li Guok should be as careful as possible, because this is his first experience as a leader. Hae-jung once again shouted to his subordinates for their subordinates to follow closely, so one must always be cautious. All leaders accepted the order and were ready to carry it out. Night came. A large number of subordinates and their leaders were gathered in the outer hall. They all come to the same bar. Rumor has it that the best alcohol is here, so they decide to drink to the arrival of a new leader. Everyone already has a premonition of what awaits them in this brothel. The captain knows that there are very beautiful girls here. The girl kindly greeted the guests. She immediately recognized the leader of the hall, Mr. Man. The girl immediately began to lick her head and say that there was no way she could forget such a hero as Mr. Man. She tells the guests to go upstairs. The best girls of their brothel are already waiting for them there. When they entered the room, they sat down at a huge table which was completely covered with various dishes. The head treats everyone to a drink and offers to drink until they lose their pulse. Next to each soldier was a girl who served him and said all sorts of caresses. Our hero also had a girlfriend. Her name was Cho Ha. The girl pours alcohol for Li Guok. Our hero inhales the aroma of alcohol, which is unmistakable. The girl advises him to taste it because this alcohol is at the highest level. Everyone is already drinking and having fun. Cho Ha notices that our hero is a very calm person. She had never met such calm people before. Li Guok feels something strange. The smell of alcohol is too sweet. Then Li Guok carefully examines everything on the table. Candles attract his attention. Our hero is very doubtful that the candles are placed in this way for the sake of creating an atmosphere. Something is clearly wrong here. The main character feels that something is wrong, but cannot understand what exactly. Suddenly, the boy feels someone's hard and watchful gaze on him. Li Guok guesses that someone is watching them from a nearby room and deduces that this is no ordinary brothel. There are a ton of forces out there watching over the Jade Union Alliance. But who are they? We must urgently report this to the leader of the hall. But there was no one to tell about it, because absolutely everyone was drunk and did not understand what was happening around them. Absolutely all the squad leaders were very drunk, barely conscious. There was no one to turn to. Johan noticed that our hero was thinking about something and asked what exactly. The main character must be alert to everyone, because most likely, the local ladies are also involved in this. All the leaders are going to go to their rooms. Jo-ha is going to take Lee Guok to the room and hopes that they will do well. When all the drunken men went to their rooms, the brothel employee reported this to a man. The girl does not understand why they should be polite to such small people as these men from the outer hall. It seems that the woman has a high position and serves high-ranking people, which made her look down on the people from the outer hall. This man besieged the woman, so she immediately remembered where she belonged. Nothing makes sense when it comes to information. The information that a woman gets only from the heights can also be obtained from the lowlands. The man says that soon the whole of Jianghu will be filled with blood, but the Jade Union Alliance is blocking the flow of information, so they must find out everything they can. You have to make every effort to get the hall leader, He Jung, to speak. It must be used to connect to the Celestial Intelligence Hall responsible for external information. The girl carefully listened to her husband's order, and then went to fulfill it. A second later, the door closes behind the girl. She went out into the corridor. The man reaches out and presses something hidden on the wall behind the books. A second later, the bookcase is pushed aside, revealing a secret passage behind it. This passage leads to the street. There is a hatch in the yard, which the man opens. After that, it comes to the surface. It would seem that everyone is already asleep, but unexpectedly, our hero comes out of the brothel. He didn't sleep. The security guard asked the client where he was going so late at night. Lee Guok was about to go home because he still had a lot of work to do. The guard said that now all the warriors of the outer hall should be in their rooms with the girls, and he does not understand what our hero is doing here. But Lee Guok was not going to listen and make excuses to the guards. He takes leave and goes home. The guards are annoyed that our hero is going to leave so easily. The main character has already crossed the bridge and headed home. Suddenly, something outside caught his eye. A stranger was sitting on some debris near the wall. Lee Guok was surprised. Who would be drinking alone in the slums at this late hour? It looked as strange as possible. Suddenly, the stranger feels someone's gaze on him, turns around and sees Lee Guok. Our hero thinks the stranger is aggressive and trying to pick a fight, so he's going to ignore him and walk past. And so, when the boy goes further, he hears a stranger calling him by name. It turns out that it was his acquaintance. It was Nam Woo-kyung, but it seems that our hero did not recognize the boy. However, when Lee Guok looks into the man's face, he recognizes him as Nam Woo-kyung. Nam Woo-kyung is very surprised that our hero has already managed to forget him. But it would be quite normal because they only saw one time, and that was 3 whole years ago. Nam Woo-kyung calls the boy over and offers to have a drink with him, but Lee Guok tells him that he just got off the hook and was on his way home. The man sniffs and smells the smoke from our hero, because of which he assumes that he was in the Malinova Kvitka brothel. It was easy to understand, because this is the only brothel in the neighborhood. It is quite expensive there, so it seems that the warrior of the outer hall cannot afford to rest there. Lee Guok didn't spend a penny on it, because the leader of the hall paid the whole bill. Also, Lee Guok is no longer a low-ranking warrior. The main character with a smile on his face tells about the fact that he is now the leader of squad number 13. The boy still insists that our hero sit next to him and have a little drink with him. It was quite strong alcohol, so it had to be drunk slowly. When Lee Guok is about to take his first sip, he smells a very familiar smell. It seems that it was the same drink that the guy was drinking in the Malinova Kvitka brothel not too long ago. This is definitely not the kind of alcohol that a poor person can afford, so it was very suspicious. A second later, the main character takes the first sip. It seems that Lee Guok is already drunk. He praised the taste of this alcohol. Nam Woo-kyung asked what happened in our hero's life, that he became the leader of the squad. Our hero tenses up because it all sounds like the guy is trying to get information out of him. So Lee Guok doesn't answer the question too bluntly. Woo-kyung asks how Seibo's boyfriend is doing. The guy says that he hasn't seen the girl for a long time, so he doesn't know how she is doing now. Lee Guok said that he is not close enough to Seibo to know where she is and what she is doing. Nam Woo-kyung poured more alcohol on our hero. Suddenly, the main character smells the sharp smell of blood, which comes directly from his acquaintance. Maybe this guy is from Asura? Nam Woo-kyung looks too poor, even among all the poor. The next day came. Lee Guok is going about his business when suddenly he hears someone calling his name. Turns out Seok Yi was calling him. Now the friend is officially a member of our hero's squad. Suddenly, someone knocks loudly on the door and asks if anyone is here. Seok Yi-gung immediately goes to open the door to greet whoever came to them. Behind the door stands some stranger in a huge hat who is looking for the 13th squad. The guy was just looking for the 13th squad. His name is Ki Jin Hui, and he was also assigned to join the 13th squad. In his hands, he holds an official document about it. This is the order of the hall manager, so he must show this document to the squad leader. Ki Jin Hui confused Seok Yi with the leader. Seok Yi points behind his back, pointing at Lee Guak. This is the leader of the 13th squad. Then, Ki Jin Hui turns to our hero and introduces himself. He says that he was assigned to the 13th squad. The main character studied the stranger with his eyes. Lee Guak had such an attentive look that the newcomer even felt embarrassed. The boy tells a story about himself. It turns out that he used to be an instructor at the Jade Light Battle Hall. In this case, the boy does not understand why he came to their unit, because the instructors are paid more than here. He came here because the Jade Light Battle Hall was closed. Hearing this, Lee Guak tensed up a bit. The Jade Light was not far from the corpse of the Heavenly Demons, but since the Jade Heaven Alliance was fighting them, they said that anyone who interfered with them would be killed, so they closed their battle hall. The main character is not against accepting the boy into the squad. He tells him to choose any available room. Kai Jin Hui is shocked that the leader allowed such a low-ranking warrior to choose his own room. The boy is grateful to him for that. The boy was very glad that he was lucky with the leader. He was going to thank him for it by reading it. You might not be able to tell from Ki Jin Hui, but he is quite good at astronomy, geography, and general knowledge. Seok Yi gets in line. He also wants to be read after the leader. Ki Jin Hui is much better at this than street hustlers. The boy acts pretty confident when he starts working on it. Ki Jin Hui looks carefully at our hero. He studies him from head to toe. Lee Guak's forehead is to slightly bend the square. This means that he had a difficult childhood and was unlucky neither with his parents nor with the management. Because no one watered the boy, he dried up like a tree. But if you give him water, he will bear fruit. A black boy listens attentively to his new acquaintance. Suddenly, the new acquaintance shouts loudly and looks even more closely at Lee Guak. It seems that someone has already dug a ditch for water. I wonder what happened to the blood and dirt that was on that person's hand. Lee Guak can only remain silent in response to this. The main character still does not take these words seriously. They sound obvious to him. Seok Yi-jung also really wants to be read. All he says when he looks at Seok Yi is that the boy will live a very long life. He is not verbose. The boy continues. Seok Yi is kind but narrow-minded. He is kind to everyone for no reason, but he has no place to turn to, and he also has a lot of luck to avoid death. And the boy does not have any information about the girls. After that, the acquaintance turns around and goes to the house to choose a room. The main character thinks that now they will definitely not be bored because such an interesting participant has joined them. Meanwhile in Heian, an army of warriors is on its way, but some stranger stood in their way. Because of this man standing on the road, the army could not go any further. The warriors did not understand what kind of strange stranger this was, and why he was just standing in the middle of the road and not moving. One of the men decides to chase him away. The warrior is confident in his abilities, so he behaves very carelessly and recklessly, thinking that he can easily defeat this guy. After a few seconds, the man drives up to the stranger and rudely orders him to get out of here and not disturb them. But the stranger does not respond to the warrior's words in any way, and he is already beginning to think that he is deaf. Then, the warrior pokes the stranger with his spear and is about to lift his hood to look at his face. Finally, the stranger began to speak to them. He knew that these people were Southern Jin deliverers, which meant they were carrying the cargo of the Jade Heaven Alliance. Hearing that this stranger knew such information about them from somewhere, the soldiers assumed that he was from the corpse of heavenly demons. The man did not have time to understand anything as this stranger began to strike. This scared the horse and stood on its hind legs. The man says that everyone who helps the Jade Heaven Alliance must disappear from the face of the earth. Realizing that words alone will not help in this situation, the warriors decided to attack. But the men began to shoot from everywhere, and almost all the arrows hit the target. Somewhere from the side appeared people in black cloaks with crossbows. They were the ones who shot the men. The soldiers immediately realized that it was a phantom cavalry, and this stranger standing in the middle of the road was a demonic wizard of blood chakra named Hwang Il-hyun. Now was no time for them to just stare at him, because now it was important to be vigilant. A second later, an enemy in a black cloak jumped on one of the horsemen with a sword, and with just a few blows, the man cuts their leader to pieces. It is hard for the other soldiers to believe that the leader died so easily, even in front of their own eyes, but it was impossible to relax. Other strangers in black raincoats started shooting at the men. There were so many arrows and they were so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge them. And after a few seconds, all the soldiers were lying motionless on the ground. There were a lot of bodies here. All this was done by these mysterious strangers in black cloaks. All this was done in order to take away the supplies that this army was carrying. At last, they paid for the humiliation they had inflicted on him while they were hunting the haunted warrior. Meanwhile, in the Jade Heaven Alliance, the commander of the Pure Blood Squad named Nia Hayen brought an urgent report. He reports that they received a letter from Gayan. Hearing this, the blonde grabbed the sheet and quickly began to read, not understanding what kind of nonsense was written inside. Inside the letter was that their enemies had stolen absolutely all of their supplies. This seems to be the reason their Heian front is having a hard time, but the leader can't let that happen. So he orders them to use what he has prepared. Thus, several hours passed. Someone's steps and voices are heard in the corridor. Soon, someone enters the room. It was Yo Jung-wol, the leader of the secret hall. He kindly greeted Ju Shin-yoon. It was not clear what the strategist was doing in such a poor place. The man replied that he was just passing by. Yo Jung-wol is a prominent strategist of the Jade Heaven Alliance. He is also known as the creator of the 10-step plan, because he is able to take into account all the factors in just a 10-step plan. But the blonde perfectly understands that the strategist did not come here just to say hello. The man is going to pour him tea for a more pleasant conversation. This tea was really top-notch. The blonde understands that the guest came here for a reason and is waiting for him to finally tell the true reason for his visit. As the strategist had said earlier, he was just passing by and stopped by to pay his respects. But the leader perfectly understands that this is not true. They are not close enough to ask how each of them is doing. The strategist came here to ask for a reconsideration of the decision to mobilize the Hidden Blood unit. The Hidden Blood Squad is like a double-edged sword. If something goes wrong, the front will be in great danger. The blonde did not understand why the man was telling him about this, because these pens belong to the main hall. Because the leader of the main hall only listens to Ju Shin-yoon, and he doesn't listen to the strategist at all. Yo Jung-wol took another sip of tea and noticed that it had already cooled down. Soon, the man was about to leave. For some reason, he always had a strange feeling inside whenever he left or entered the inner hall. Suddenly, someone quickly ran to the master's side. It was Seo Bo. She was very happy and can't wait to hear the news about how everything went. He tells that Ju Shin-yoon doesn't listen to anyone, but Seo Bo supports the master. She is sure that there is some other way to establish a relationship with him. The man is still far from sure of what the man is thinking. This man is too stubborn, so it is extremely difficult to understand him. Ever since he became the next leader of the Hao clan, Ju Shin-yoon had become much more cautious, and in order to defeat him, one had to gain trust. So Bo had already forgotten why they needed the Hao clan. They have the Jade Heaven Alliance to gather information. The man explains that the Jade Heaven Alliance is no better than the Hao clan in gathering information, especially if the information is related to the Earth. In that case, Seo Bo will need some more time to get out of the slums. The main thing is that the teacher believes in her. The master reminds that one should always pay attention to lowlands as well. All changes start from there, so don't forget about it. Seo Bo didn't quite understand the teacher's words, but she understands that he may very well be right. Kai Jin-hui asks his leader if he's bored of hanging around here all day. Li Guak has quite a cute face, so he should go out and meet girls. They will line up for him. But our hero calmly replies that he is not interested in it. Ki Jin-hui is very surprised because he doesn't often hear this from his friends. But after realizing that the leader is not kidding, Ki Jin-hui calls him boring. Suddenly, the main character gets up and goes somewhere. Li Guak says that the boy should have joined the Heavenly Intelligence Hall instead of the Outer Hall. This is the place where they monitor what others are doing and gather information, so Jin-hui would fit in perfectly there. The boy laughs, but is still going to stay in this unit with the leader and Seok Yi. The main character just silently looks at his new one. He is really amazing. Afterwards, Li Guak goes about his business, while the newbie sends him off with a sly, suspicious smile. Our hero wandered the streets of the city. Meanwhile, Seo Bo was also walking and thinking of a plan to defeat that pervert Nam Woo Kyung. She was so lost in her thoughts that she stopped watching the road and crashed into someone. Seo Bo immediately became aggressive and started screaming at the scoundrel she bumped into. But when she saw that it was Li Guak, she calmed down. They did not expect to see each other here. Our hero showed the girl where he was going. It turns out that they were on their way. Li Guak was worried that the girl was walking around the slums alone so late. But don't underestimate Seo Bo just because she's a girl. She studied really powerful martial arts. Seo Bo thinks that Li Guak didn't believe her, but ignores it. She asks why our hero is here. Li Guak tells that his house is not far from here, which surprises the girl. Suddenly, someone approaches them from the side. As it turns out, it was Nam Woo Kyung who was pissed off about Li Guak standing with Seo Bo. Every time our hero comes here, he meets this loud man. It seems that now it is necessary to find another way to return home. Nam Woo Kyung immediately starts calling the girl names, but she is not going to tolerate it. They start to quarrel, and the main character at this time is going to go home. After hearing that Lee Guok bought himself a house, Nam Woo Kyung said that he should have a housewarming party. Our hero did not really like this idea, and did not understand how it all came to this. After some time, the guests were already at his house. It was very cozy inside, and is still a pleasure to be in. Lee Guok couldn't tell if the guests were praising or insulting his house because their words were ambiguous. Seobo and Nam Woo Kyung meanwhile start fighting again. They are like a cat and a dog. Our hero really doesn't like their quarrels, but he can't do anything about it and only pours alcohol. Nam Woo Kyung notices that Lee Guok has started drinking by himself, so that makes him a little angry because you have to drink together. A second later, the man also grabs a cup of alcohol and pours it into himself. Seobo is upset that the boys don't take her with them. The man says that the girl is still too young to drink from a big cup and gives her a small glass. But Seobo, of course, is not going to listen to anyone and pours himself a huge cup of alcohol. After some time, acquaintances once again congratulated him on buying a house. Suddenly, Nam Woo Kyung turns to our hero again. He says that he has already become very attached to Lee Guok. From this moment on, Lee Guok is his younger brother, and must perceive Nam Woo Kyung as an elder. Upon hearing such news, Seobo suddenly spat out the alcohol in her mouth out of surprise. The man does not understand why our hero was surprised at the usual offer to become brothers. But they only saw each other twice, and Nam Woo Kyung is already proposing to become brothers? The man corrects him because they have seen each other 3 times, not 2, but it makes no difference. The main character just keeps silent and does not respond to such a strange proposal. Nam Woo Kyung doesn't seem like the kind of person who would ask for something like that from the first passerby. Seobo is silent in anticipation. She stares at Lee Guok trying to figure out if there is anything special about him. If you think about it, our hero has changed a lot. Its atmosphere has changed a lot. The man did not wait and offered alcohol as an apology for his abrupt proposal. Finally, it was time for the guests to leave. They said goodbye and said goodnight. The main character escorted them out of the house. Seobo tells an acquaintance that they could be great colleagues, but he doesn't understand her because he's too drunk. The girl is very annoyed that her attempt failed. Nam Woo Kyung, meanwhile, heads home. He walks and staggers because he has had too much to drink. Suddenly, the boy stops abruptly because he felt something strange. He looks around and sees his teacher, who is already behind him. The master does not understand why his student asked to become brothers in the ordinary military outer hall. The man replied that he did it only for the reason that it would be more interesting, but the master does not quite understand what he means. Then the boy tells us that our hero was on Mount Sohua. Is this the only reason? A year earlier, before our hero went up, he could only lie down as he was completely paralyzed, having fallen victim to the messenger of the heavenly demons. However, the Heavenly Jade Alliance paid attention to what had happened to the boy. And so, when Lee Guok thought all was lost, he gathered on the mountain and spent 3 years in the Hell of Steel Blood training hall, where he gained the trust of the people. However, the master is sure that this is not the only reason why his student liked the boy so much. Nam Woo Kyung adds that the boy has learned martial arts. But this does not surprise the master at all, because he is a warrior from the outer hall, so it is obvious. The student says that the main character cannot be compared to an ordinary warrior. Lee Guok had advanced so far that the emerald on the floor was broken even though it was as solid as a rock. There are traces of martial arts all over the yard. Even a veteran would not be able to tell what martial arts the guy used. The master assumes that the boy must have learned some special kind of martial arts. That is why the cunning Nam Woo Kyung wanted to become his brother in order to gain his trust and learn the details. But since the boy did not succeed in becoming his brother, he plans to simply establish a relationship with him. The teacher thinks it would be better to just get rid of the boy before he causes them any trouble. But there is no need to rush. Who knows, maybe in the future he will become their ally. But the bearded master still does not accept these words, because I think that our hero is an ordinary warrior of the outer hall. Meanwhile, on the border between the Heavenly Demon Corps and the Jade Heaven Alliance, a stranger in a white square is walking. A stranger is walking through the forest, until suddenly some men come out from behind the trees. It seems they were border guards. They asked why this merchant was walking here alone. They took him like a fool. The man was silent for a few seconds and looked up at the guards. It turns out that the stranger did not know that this was the border of 2 alliances. He is just a traveler. The guard was surprised that this stranger was traveling so calmly in those days when everyone was worried about the future. But in any case, the man has nothing to fear. These words made one of the guards laugh. These bastards say that if the traveler gives them everything he has, they will let him go alive. These guys were from the Black Predatory Tiger team that was in charge of this place. The traveler perceived them as bandits. It's the first time I've heard such a name for a bandit group. The guard was angry for such words, but the other offered to simply steal everything from the traveler and let him go in peace. The bandits had no time to be gentle, so they were going to take everything from him. As soon as the man rushed to him, blood suddenly flowed from his hand. The bandit did not understand how this could happen, because the traveler did not even move for it. And a second later, his body was lying motionless on the ground. A stranger in a blonde cloak rushed towards the bandit in a flash, and in a second he was next to him. The man in the raincoat ordered the bandit to go away if his life was dear. Immediately after that, the bandit, trembling with fear, did not say or do anything until the stranger left. The frightened bandit turns around and runs away. He wants to tell his manager about it as soon as possible. After a while, the traveler sat down on the stones to rest a little. Suddenly, right into the tree that is next to him, an axe flies. It was thrown by some unknown man, but he did not aim at a tree, but at a traveler in a white cloak. Turns out it was the same gang he killed this morning. The mysterious man did not react in any way to what happened. He just continued to be silent. Suddenly, a stocky man in armor came out from behind a tree. They wanted to ambush the man and attack him from behind so that he would not have time to react. But nothing worked, and after a second the attacker regretted it, having received many injuries. It was not clear how the stranger did this, because he did not move even a finger. A second later, all the other warriors also rushed at the mysterious stranger, eager to kill him. But after a moment, the attackers were cut to pieces. Blood splattered. Those who were still alive and watched it were shocked and did not know what to do. The group leader himself did not know what to do in such a situation. He was trembling with fear, but there was no time to think. After a second, the stranger rushed in their direction. He finished them off with one easy movement. The men did not even blink an eye. The manager was shocked that they lost so quickly. A second later, many corpses are already lying on the ground, and this is all the work of one mysterious man in a white cloak. The stranger's only problem was that he was contaminated with the blood of these bastards. Meanwhile, the warriors were really going to accept the Jade Heaven Alliance's offer because they promised them good terms. A small hall like theirs needs to stick with strong people. Suddenly, a noose was thrown around one of the men's neck, and after a second, bright red blood splattered. The Guan leader had already been killed. The mustachioed man could not understand who they were and why they attacked them. It turns out that it was a corpse of heavenly demons. They did not want the group to join the Jade Demon Alliance. The warriors could not understand how the enemies learned about their plans. Meanwhile, in the Taehyung Battle Hall, this is a heaven-given opportunity for them. It's amazing that the Jade Heaven Alliance approached them first. If they lose together with the Alliance, they will get a lot of benefits. The warriors thought that the top 10 sects would take everything for themselves, but even small sects like them had a chance. A tall stranger in a raincoat was walking in the middle of the forest. The men watched him in silence and did not understand who he was. Perhaps he was sent by the Jade Alliance, but it seemed that something was wrong with this mysterious stranger, so you have to be careful. This stranger had weapons, 2 huge axes. It was a steel monarch named Guo Jinrak. He looks back at them. This is not an ally at all, but an enemy. After a second, he orders his subordinates to attack them. Noise and uproar begins among the crowd. Enemies in black cloaks rush at the men and hit them painfully wherever they hit. It was a very dirty trick to ambush martial artists. But Guo Jinrak admitted that he was a coward, but he didn't care because in war, all methods are good. They were going to send everyone to hell alone. At the same time, elsewhere, another group of small and medium sects were ambushed as they were gathering for the Jade Heaven Alliance. Riders on horses blocked their way. People discussed that there should be more of them by now. But it should not be forgotten that they looked down on them and neglected all their proposals. In that case, no one understood why they were here. Suddenly, one of the subordinates runs into the yard and shouts that trouble has come. On the way here, all his comrades were killed by a corpse of heavenly demons. Hearing this, all the men tensed up. But the captain could not make out the man's words because he spoke very fast. Also, the captain did not understand how the man managed to get here if the whole group was killed, according to him. Then something strange starts to smoke with this man. He trembles and moves strangely, and after a second, he raises his head and proudly declares that he is from the corpse of heavenly demons. Then, a horrible smile appears on his face and he laughs eerily. Turns out it was none other than Gwang Il-hyun from the Heavenly Demon Corps. Because I won't even have time to do anything, as blood has already splattered from him. The enemy cut him to pieces without any pity. The others immediately began to attack, but the man was too fast, like lightning. He had heard that a squad of mystic warriors was quite good in battle, and now he was going to check it out. A second later, he slit the young boy's throat, proving that those words were a lie. The captain understood that the enemy would not come alone, so you have to be careful. But it seems it was already too late. The yard was full of enemies. The group was ambushed by their enemies. The captain was very angry that these scoundrels simply set a trap and sat in ambush, but the enemies were completely indifferent to this. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was full of desire to kill all these scum with his own hands. After only a moment, he rushed towards their leader to strike. But on his way, there were subordinates of this scoundrel. whom the captain quickly dealt with. And now, the enemy is right in front of him. He wants to fight him on swords. But this scoundrel is sure that the captain will not even be able to approach him. The bearded man doesn't understand what's going on, but he can't move any further. A second later, the man is pinned to the ground with some kind of weapon. He can no longer move. In this case, the captain shouts and tells him to kill him as soon as possible, and the captivity is a fool. But they are going to leave the captain alive so that he can collect the corpses of people and report this to the leader of the Alliance. The abomination ordered him to stay behind the walls of the Jade Heaven Alliance and not enter anywhere else if he wanted to live. If a man survives, he will curse his enemies for the rest of his life. When the task was finished, the Heavenly Demon Corps were about to rest for a while. They were sure that when they returned, Guo Jinrak would be rewarded by the leader himself. Thick black smoke was coming from the place where the battle took place. This smoke attracted the attention of the same stranger in the white square. The cloaked stranger knew that the Jade Heaven Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Corps had reinforcements everywhere, which meant the world was in danger. In the epicenter of the events, screams and pleas for mercy are heard. But it seems that the enemies have long since lost all humanity. The scoundrel opened the unfortunate man's mouth and saw the gold tooth, which he wanted to take away. All people had real grief. The murdered father lay in front of his son. The boy cried and called for him, but his father would never be able to hug him. The freaks continued to mercilessly mock the ordinary people who could not even do anything to them. Frantic screams are heard, screams of pain. The scoundrels in raincoats are enjoying themselves from the bottom of their hearts, because when they return, such pleasure may no longer exist. Suddenly, with lightning speed, a stranger in a white cloak rushes past them. Guang Ilhyun felt something or someone flash past, but he couldn't make out what it was. Suddenly, behind the entire army, he saw someone's figure. It was just that stranger in the white cloak. The other bastards immediately noticed him and assumed that he was probably from the settlement. One of the scum began swinging his weapon, preparing to attack. But unexpectedly, this stranger just jumped and pushed away from the head of this bastard. The other scumbags in black cloaks were shocked that he was capable of such a thing. Seeing that this stranger was not so simple, the warriors drew their swords in preparation for battle. They began swinging their weapons wildly in the air, trying to hit the stranger because he was too fast. But the mysterious man in the cloak easily passed through all the enemies. No one even managed to touch him. The bastards couldn't understand how this weirdo was able to deflect all their attacks. Finally, these scumbags realized they were in serious trouble. A mysterious weirdo strikes this bastard and finishes him off. Everyone immediately started to protect Guang Ilhyun when they realized that this weirdo was targeting him. But the mysterious man flashed through the crowd. No one could even touch him again. When the man passed them, their weapons were already broken. Guang Ilhyun realized that this was a serious opponent, so he took out his sword to begin the duel. The mysterious man delivered a powerful kick directly at their leader's sword. Suddenly, this blonde weirdo starts talking and calls the leader by name. His voice sounds very familiar. The leader looks into the face of his opponent. Turns out it was Hyonim, but what is he doing here? Before them was none other than the first young master. Immediately after that, everyone fell on their knees before him and begged him to kill them, because they didn't know they were fighting against the first master. The young master recalled that the leader of the troop had ordered them not to contact ordinary people. Guang Ilhyun began apologizing and admitted that he thought too highly of himself, so he allowed too much. If the corpse continues, the hostility towards the heavenly demons will only grow. The leader promises that this will not happen again. If this happens again, the man in the white cloak will personally punish them. The leader once again apologizes to him. The young master does not answer anything, but just walks away in silence. Meanwhile, at the Jade Heaven Alliance, the boys are discussing the Jade Heaven Alliance fortress. Various carriages pass by them. And here is the market. Qi Jinhui continues to comment on everything he sees. The local girls here are very pretty. The boy does not regret at all that he joined the 13th squad. Suk-yi was very embarrassed for the boy. Suddenly the boys heard some strange sound near the main gate. A signal sounded for the soldiers of the outer hall. He meant that everyone should gather at the main gate. Very soon, almost all the warriors of the outer hall arrived at the place. It seems that someone was approaching the gate. It was a horse-drawn carriage, but the soldiers had not received a report that they would arrive today. It was a bit strange. The head ordered everyone to pull themselves together. The 1st and 5th squads will not allow anyone to hide near the gate, so it is necessary to pretend that nothing happened. And He Jung orders the other squads to protect those inside and bring them to the fortress. Li Guok immediately knew something bad was going on. The horse carriage, meanwhile, had already arrived at the gate. There was something covered with sheets in the carts. Human hands could be seen from under the sheets. Are they carrying corpses? The members of the detachment lowered their heads and said that they had fallen into an enemy ambush. We are transported deep into the mighty inner fortress. Its walls seem immovable, but the atmosphere is filled with tension. A man with a bandage on his head looks at this with surprise and complete confusion. His eyes ask, "What the hell is going on here?" What unfolds in front of him looks like real hell. All the fighters who belong to the Mystic Martial Arts Squad came back dead. One of the soldiers sighs heavily, regretting this terrible tragedy. But the main character understands inside himself. The squad consisted of the strongest masters of martial arts. They were part of the main court. Their death is simply unthinkable and unacceptable. Meanwhile, the general interrogates the boy witness. With tears in his eyes, he answers that it is the work of the heavenly demon Quan Il Hong and the spectral war ghost of the cavalry squad. Hearing these names, the boy remembers a terrible truth. He knows who that Quan Il Hong is, and his heart sinks with anger. Once this demon not only insulted him, but also humiliated him so much that he spat right in his face. Mentioning it rekindles old wounds. It was he who made the hero disabled, forcing him to experience unbearable pain and incredible insult. His hatred for this villain burns more and more. The hero understands. This cannot continue. They must immediately notify the Alliance leader and convene a council to decide how to proceed. Behind the hero stands another boy, who silently thinks that the death of these people will be only the beginning. He sees the chaos that will cover the whole world, and understands that there will be even more victims than now. These words greatly excited Lee, but he understood very well. Now, little depends on him. At the executive meeting, a terrible but inevitable decision was made to launch an all-out war against the vast number of heavenly demons. One of the boys suddenly asked the leader if he could drink as much as he wanted today. Our hero, without thinking, agreed, because now everyone needs relief. There will be no rules today. The belts can be loosened. They are going to relax for real, leaving all worries behind. The jokes in the team sounded epic. They laughed that they would drink until death itself found them. And who knows when it will come. In the distance stood the boys who had recently become new members of their team. Dio Qing and Wang Yang listened to these conversations with obvious fear, not knowing how to react. They were paralyzed until someone asked if they were going to stay here alone. This question brought them out of their stupor. As a rookie, Wu Il-young was at a loss. He thought it was inappropriate to drink now, because the situation was too tense, and he didn't know how to behave. Ligvac intervened, bringing everyone down to the ground. He emphasized that they had not rested for the past 3 days, and no matter what the situation, sometimes you need to relax a little. When Guoqing Guang was about to object with a trembling voice, he was stopped. One of them firmly said that the leader always tells the truth, and how can they listen? These words silenced everyone. When evening came, the calm and deep silence of the night enveloped the Alliance. In the darkness, only one of the houses had a light burning like a beacon in the ocean of silence. A blond man was sitting at the next table in this room, deep in thought about something important. The young owner and his team spent a long time choosing where to sit, trying to find a comfortable place. One of the boys passing this mysterious man suddenly stopped. He felt a strong energy literally emanating from the stranger, and he couldn't ignore it. Looking closely, he realized that this woman had an incredible aura that set her apart from the rest. However, he couldn't remember ever meeting her or even hearing about her. Without looking at her properly, he had only one thought in his head. Who is this mysterious person? The warriors, noticing his interest, began to joke that their leader must have fallen in love with a beautiful girl. However, he quickly explained that this was not the case. He assured them that this woman radiated such a strong aura that she was definitely not an ordinary resident of this city. Meanwhile, with each new glass, the atmosphere in the bar became more and more fun and relaxed. The warriors began to tell funny stories, laugh and support each other. Our hero sat with his team, sipping drinks, trying to relax after a busy day. Everything was calm until someone rudely opened the door, interrupting the general mood. All eyes instantly turned to the brat who dared to risk his life in such company. On the horizon appeared a trio of strange strangers who behaved defiantly and aroused considerable interest. Their appearance and behavior immediately attracted surprised glances, because such rascals had never been seen here. Everyone was watching them closely, expecting these three to do something out of the ordinary. However, the trio only entered the bar, silently sat down at the table, and nothing foreshadowed trouble yet. Trinity just calmly asked the owner of the establishment if he had a comfortable room for rest and accommodation. Noticing the host's hesitation, the scarred man rudely remarked, "Are you going to refuse us?" His words sounded like a challenge. The waiter boy, trying to be polite, explained that he was sorry. But due to the overcrowding of the Jade Heaven Alliance, it was almost impossible to find a free room today. However, one of the trio cut him off, adding with a sneer, "You must really want to turn us down, huh? The waiter sighed heavily, realizing how difficult it was to work in such conditions. However, he continued, "I'm sorry, but there are no rooms available even in the neighboring hotels." Hearing this, the man with the scar suddenly stood up, grabbed the waiter by the collar, and slapped him with a smile. He laughed, making the boy reconsider his decision. "You'd better clear a room for us, understood?" There were many warriors in the bar who watched these brats in silence, holding back their displeasure. The man with the scar, noticing these looks, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why are you staring? Bring me alcohol, damn it!" Then he turned again to the waiter he had just hit. "Tell me, do you have a room or not?" The poor boy understood that if he said no, he would get hit again, and if he said yes, he would not be able to fulfill the request. Then another member of the trio raised his voice and said, "We, the famous three berserkers, have come to help the Jade Heaven Alliance, and we are left sleeping on the street. What if the Alliance finds out?" After hearing these words, the patrons of the bar began to remember whether they had heard of these people. It seemed that no one really knew them, but the name Berserker Demons sounded familiar. Even so, it was obvious that these three were strong fighters, and it was necessary to resolve the situation somehow, because the Jade Heaven Alliance was indeed in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, at the next table, the girl was laughing merrily at her friend's joke, ignoring the tension around her. At that moment, the waiter fell to his knees, begging for permission to at least help these people. Our hero noticed this strange scene, but his friend whispered, "These are not people to argue with. You better pretend you don't see anything." The newcomers also decided to follow this advice, because the rumors about these guys were terrible. They were called the infamous Tianfu villains. The dialogue with the waiter was suddenly interrupted by a rude voice that silenced everyone. The three berserkers turned and glared around the room, trying to determine who had dared to stop them. Our hero met their gaze without fear, confidently calling himself the leader of the Jade Heaven Alliance squad. He emphasized, if they do not understand where they are, then he will remind them that this place is under the protection of the Alliance, and anyone who affects ordinary people will be punished. One of the berserkers asked, smiling defiantly, "And what are you going to do to us?" Ligvac, trying to avoid conflict, politely asked them to stop mocking. The scarred man just exclaimed in surprise, "How could this guy think that three berserkers would listen to such a pitiful scumbag?" Meanwhile, the green-haired girl added sarcastically, "Do you think the Alliance would have called us if we were weak warriors?" All three approached the young master, surrounding him. They scoffed because he was a full head shorter than them, and didn't look like a force worthy of their attention. Their laughter grew louder as one of them asked, "How dare a squad leader with such a low rank interfere in a martial arts dispute?" One of the berserkers cheekily poked his finger at his clothes and said, "I wonder what the head of the outer court will say when we take this commander's life." Their eyes burned with an ominous fire as if they were looking at prey, while Lebanon just wanted to stand up for justice. At that moment, the scarred man began to slowly reach for his sword, causing even more tension. Our hero realized that now he has no other choice. He will have to fight. To the berserkers, this boy looked like an insignificant insect. They were so confident in their strength that they did not even consider him a worthy opponent. Ligvac's team watched as their leader risked his life, realizing that everything could end in disaster. Ligvac himself wanted someone to step in and stop this conflict before it came to a fight. The green-haired girl from the berserker trio asked Ligvac sarcastically, "Do you have any idea what we're about to do? If you do, that's your biggest mistake." But at that moment, a woman who had been spotted earlier at a nearby table intervened. She urged everyone to stop, wanting to avoid bloodshed. The green-haired berserker walked up to the woman, shouting viciously, "Are you out of your mind, bitch? If you want to face death, go ahead!" She hit the woman with all her might, ready to kill her on the spot. However, the blow stopped at the same moment the woman's aura exploded upon the clash of fists. The berserker froze, realizing the consequences of her attack. A thin thread of energy released by the woman flew so close to her ear that it tore the earring and made her shudder. This moment became a clear signal to all berserkers. This woman is incredibly strong, and it is better not to provoke her. The berserkers, realizing the strength of this woman, carefully stopped, realizing that it was not worth provoking her anger. The green-haired berserker was curious as to who she was and tried to find out more. However, the woman calmly replied that it did not matter, and the main thing now was to avoid unnecessary problems in this place. The berserker angrily replied that she had no reason to interfere in other people's affairs, but the blonde reminded her that she was a customer of this establishment just like everyone else. One of the berserkers began to laugh loudly, noting that fate seems to have brought too many wonderful people here. He asked the woman to give her name. However, she simply looked away, not even giving him a chance to start a conversation. Her silence was demonstrative. Deciding to take the initiative, one of the trio took the first step. He introduced himself. "I am Gu Chenseng, the first berserker of the three warriors." He expressed the hope that the woman would also state her name, after which they would find a common language. But at this time, his brothers began to imperceptibly surround her. As one coordinated mechanism, they drew their weapons and suddenly attacked from all sides. Gu Chenseng laughed loudly as he exclaimed, "Now you will know what a mistake you made in choosing to go against such strong warriors." The woman immediately understood what the berserkers were up to, but she was not confused even for a moment. Her confidence was unwavering. The other warriors in the bar just watched, shocked at how despicable these attackers were. However, all the blows aimed at the woman suddenly stopped, as if something invisible stopped reality itself. The entire bar shuddered at the incredible force that broke the tense silence. The largest of the berserkers flew back, crashing into a wall and breaking a beam, causing cracks in the building. The green-haired berserker, coughing up blood, flew to the side, unable to even react. Gu Chenseng fell face down, his head crushing the wooden floor with force, leaving a deep crack. The people watching at the bar were stunned. The demonic berserkers, who were considered the strongest warriors, lay on the ground like beaten amateurs. No one could figure out what exactly happened. The woman moved so fast that she seemed like a ghost. The berserkers, visibly disfigured, began to stand up, full of anger and surprise directed at the woman. The young master watched everything, being in the epicenter of attention, and was fascinated by her skill. He was sure this woman was a true martial arts master without any doubt. He saw how she neutralized the biggest berserker, then struck Gu Chenseng and didn't even forget to punish the green-haired berserker. She moved so fast that no one could even realize where her attacks were coming from. But who is she really? The woman, standing over the humiliated enemies, coldly noted that these warriors are not even close to those who can be called strong. Her words were an open humiliation. Gu Chenseng, furious to the brim, could barely contain himself. He couldn't accept the fact that he hadn't seen any of her attacks or even understood where they were coming from. Then the woman finally introduced herself. Her name is Mok Sionwal. Hearing this, Gu Chenseng finally understood who he was dealing with. She was known as the Moon Black Fairy of the Dragon Clan. Her name instantly silenced the hall. Everyone present realized how serious the situation is. At that moment, everything quieted down, leaving a sense of the importance of what had just happened. Behind Mok Sionwal stood a martial artist who was carefully watching everything that was happening. He understood that she was not only part of the top 10 sects of the Heavenly Dragons, but also the daughter of Monyang, the leader of the Dragon Valley, who was well known in their circles. Realizing who he had to meet, he turned pale and could barely contain his shock. What the hell is happening on this earth? Why is she here? Mok Sionwal turned to them and asked if they really wanted to know why she was here. Their confidence vanished instantly. She reminded them that they thought they could do whatever they wanted once they were in the alliance. Trembling, they explained that they weren't planning anything bad. They just wanted to join the alliance and talk. Mok Sionwal disdainfully let them go, ordering them to get out of the bar immediately. Slumped, they left the facility, trying to decide whether or not to inform their leader of her presence. After these brats left, the atmosphere in the bar gradually returned to a normal rhythm. However, the warriors could not take their eyes off the Moon Fairy. Her aura caused them admiration and awe. Mok Sionwal turned to Ligwak, assuming he was the commander of one of the squads. Our hero confirmed this by nodding politely. She noted that he must be brave and strong enough to dare to do such a thing, but also noted that it was too foolish since he didn't stand a chance against berserkers. Ligvac replied that even if it was dangerous, he could not stand by. However, Mok Sionwal emphasized that he could have died a useless death, and no one would have even tried to protect him. She advised him to put his life first as a leader. Ligvac promised that he would remember her words, recognizing them as important to him. But his gaze remained fixed on her. Mok Sionwal felt his fear and respect at the same time. Despite the fact that he was an ordinary commander, she could not help but notice that he was interested in her. She turned to him, asking if he wanted to say anything, since he had been silent for so long, staring intently at her. Ligvac asked what exactly had just happened and why she was here. The woman explained that the fortress gate was closed, and she decided to find a place to spend the night in this bar. But the events that unfolded only made her uncomfortable. She asked permission to go to the fortress immediately. Ligvac immediately agreed, offering her to follow him. Before leaving, he threw money at his crew, telling them to keep on partying and getting drunk at his expense. Ligvac promised to return later, apologizing to them for his absence. One of the team members jokingly remarked that their leader seemed to have fallen in love with this woman. He always said that he was not interested in women, but now he looks completely different. Everyone started laughing, happy that now they can drink as much as they want without restrictions. because the leader is gone, and no one will stop them from having fun. Some even joked that Ligvac might take the moment to get closer to this woman. Newbies watched this and felt embarrassed. Their discomfort and slight disdain for such talk prevented them from relaxing or drinking. Meanwhile, Ligvac went outside with the Moon Fairy. As they moved forward, the woman noticed something interesting. She noticed that Ligvac walks in a very unusual way. His steps are even. His weight distribution is perfect, and his movements are like those of a trained fighter, always ready for any threat. She wondered why he was so careful to protect himself even in such a calm situation. Ligvac walked forward without stopping or looking back. He did not stop until he reached the gate. After that, he went down into the dungeon, taking the woman with him. The warriors in the fortress noticed him and discussed with interest why he was here now and why he was without his team. The answer was obvious. Today he had an important guest. Ligvac explained to the warriors that a lady of the Sky Dragon clan known as the Moon Fairy was with him, and she had come to their fortress. Seeing her, the soldiers could not hide their surprise. They found it hard to believe that such an important person could be here in the company of a minor leader of an unknown squad. Everything that was happening remained quite incomprehensible to Ligvac. One of the soldiers turned to Ligvac, asking him to confirm the woman's identity. He warned that if it was reliable information, they would let her go. Otherwise, she would have to come tomorrow. Mok Seon-wol calmly pulled out the dragon mark, which she saw as conclusive proof of her affiliation. The warrior recognized it immediately. It was a gold medallion with a distinctive pattern, undoubtedly from the Valley of Dragons. He paid his respects to the lady by introducing himself as Jomutak, and promised to inform the inner court immediately. However, Mok Seon-wol replied that she did not intend to create a fuss. She just wants to inform the Alliance Director of her presence. The warrior asked if she wanted anything else, and if she had any additional requirements. The woman only replied that she wanted one thing, not to be touched. On the way, Mok Seon-wol asked Ligvac how long he had been here. He answered uncertainly that probably about 10 years. She thought he understood that the Alliance didn't know anything about certain important things, but he didn't seem to want to know more either. She wondered what exactly he meant. Ligvac apologized, explaining that he did not quite understand her question. However, the discussion stopped when they approached the main gate. From behind the gate, high-ranking officials watched them carefully, assessing the situation tensely. One of them addressed Ligvac, noting that this was no place for someone like him to enter. Ligvac coldly replied that he was not going to enter. He only brought a woman. Another warrior indignantly declared that the outer commander had completely lost his mind if he allowed himself to lead anyone to the inner fortress. He suggested that the woman stay in the outer hall until morning. Ligvac stopped him sharply, advising him to be more careful with his statements and to listen to his explanation. He said that perhaps the dragon leader from the province was in front of them. If the master learns that she has been denied entry, this warrior could be seriously hurt. Realizing the possible consequences, the warrior apologized, realizing that it could cost him his life. When a black-haired woman came out to them, she politely greeted the guest. Her visit caused everyone shock and admiration. The women began to talk politely, like old acquaintances, exchanging compliments. Mok Seon-wol emphasized how beautiful Empress Dan Liang looked, and she replied that Mok Seon-wol had also become even more beautiful recently. Our hero watched this from the sidelines, wondering how nonchalantly the Dark Empress behaved. It was hard for him to imagine that such a strong person could laugh so easily. He understood that it was time to go, because all his affairs for today were already finished. Ligvac said goodbye to Mok Seon-wol and wished her a good time, explaining that he had to leave them. The Empress only asked if he was sure of his decision, and receiving an affirmative answer, allowed him to go. As Ligvac walked away, the women followed him with their eyes. Mok Seon-wol asked Dan Lion if she knew anything about him. The Empress admitted that she did not know much about him. Mok Seon-wol noticed that the Empress had some sympathy for the boy, but she denied it, stating that she was only interested in learning more about him. She explained that she had to keep an eye on him, as his behavior seemed too frivolous to her. Ligvac felt a certain discomfort as he walked, realizing that the women probably knew they would have to meet. He was heading through a night city that was incredibly quiet. There was not a soul in the streets, and he walked from block to block in deep thought. Suddenly, something suspicious caught his attention. He looked around, trying to understand what exactly had alarmed him. Noticing a tree behind which someone was hiding, he said loudly, "Don't be silly, come out." A trio of berserkers emerged from behind the tree. They were amazed that the boy could sense their presence. Ligvac calmly asked if they had some sort of problem that they were after him for. The biggest of the berserkers grimaced and declared that it seemed he was the one with the problem. They have not finished their fight in the bar and want to vent all their anger on him. The guy calmly clarified what exactly they were going to do. The berserkers assured him that they weren't going to kill him, so he shouldn't worry. They just want to teach a lesson and spank him well. Ligwak replied that it was ridiculous, because it was Lady Mok Seon Wall who beat them in the bar, not him. Why they chose to take their anger out on him instead of dealing with it, he called it shameless. The first berserker, ignoring Ligvak's words, charged at him, considering him an insolent bastard who deserved to be punished. But as he ran closer, a sudden blow from something invisible stopped him right in front of his face. From this blow, he flew back and collided with his sister. The biggest berserker didn't understand what just happened and yelled, "What kind of prank are you up to here?" Ligvak calmly extended his hand, from which a strange object, similar to a rope, came out. The rope wrapped around the berserker's arm, robbing him of his ability to move. Berserker muttered in disbelief, "What the hell is this? I can't even move." Meanwhile, Ligvak began to pull the rope on himself, causing the berserker to lose his balance. The others watched their brother in a helpless state and could not hide their anger. Ligvak's eyes shone with an incredible aura that radiated determination and strength. Despite his short stature, he displayed impressive skill, surpassing all expectations. With one powerful blow, he sent the biggest berserker crashing right onto his brothers. It looked scary, but the berserkers refused to admit defeat. They decided to gather their thoughts and destroy Ligvak. Ligvak wasted no time and masterfully attacked one of them, anticipating their actions. He masterfully dodged their blow, leaving the enemies with no chance. This caused the berserkers to shout in his direction, calling him "damned warrior." But the answer came in an instant. The blunt side of Ligvak's sword hit one of them right in the eye with all its force. The berserker gasped at the impact and his knees buckled, leaving blood trickling down. He didn't even have time to recover or respond before he lost his vigilance. At that moment, Ligvak's elbow hit him squarely, bringing him back to consciousness, but making him feel his own weakness even more. The sister, seeing how Ligvak mocked her brothers, rushed at him with a roar, promising that she would beat all the dirty insides out of him. But suddenly a silent meteor appeared in front of her. As if out of nowhere, its power confused her. Her attack was stopped and she lost her balance. The berserker fell to the ground like a stone, unable to even defend herself. Her head hit the ground with such force that the surface cracked, leaving a deep crack. The largest of the berserkers, seeing what was happening, was completely confused. Panicked, he asked, "Who the hell are you?" But Ligvak was not going to answer. A flurry of blows from all sides fell on the giant, leaving him no chance. The boy saw no point in explaining anything after everything these three had done. The mace released from his hands hit the berserker squarely in the forehead with force. From this blow, the giant lost consciousness and fell to the ground like a felled oak tree. Falling to his knees, the giant felt an unbearable pain that was tearing him apart from the inside. Ligvak calmly raised his mace, which had just decided the outcome of the battle. He didn't even seem to be straining as he tucked the weapon back into his sleeve as if it were a normal tool. The third berserker, standing on his knees, remarked in surprise, "You are definitely not one of the warriors of the outer hall. Their fighters do not possess such martial arts, and you cannot be a simple soldier." Having lived a long life, he saw a lot and understood. In front of him was a very experienced Jade Heaven Master. "Who are you? And what power are you hiding from everyone?" he asked with a hint of fear in his voice. Berserker could not understand how such a strong warrior ended up in these lands. He suggested that Ligvak might be an undercover warrior, which made it even more shocking. These words sounded terrifying even to the Berserker brothers who had already been defeated. Ligvak himself raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking, "What other undercover warrior?" The first Berserker said hesitantly, "Maybe we should wait a bit. I heard that every group in the Jade Alliance has a secret warrior." The green-haired girl sighed. "Now it all becomes clear. An ordinary-looking squad leader who was able to defeat us doesn't seem strange anymore." The Berserkers decided it was best for them to leave this place as soon as possible and never come near the lands of the Jade Alliance again. They asked Ligvak to let them go. However, Ligvak stopped them, wanting to say a few more words. Gu Qinseng had already promised more kindly that they would not tell anyone that Ligwak was an undercover warrior. Ligvak agreed, ordering them to leave quickly and not cause any more trouble. The Berserkers thanked him for his mercy, admitting that he could have taken their lives but allowed them to live. They left the scene of the battle, going in different directions, and Ligvak watched them for a few more minutes. Suddenly, 3 blows flew in the direction of the Berserkers. All 3 hit them right in the neck, catching them off guard. Gu Qinseng turned his head and shouted, "You promised not to touch us!" But it was too late. Bleeding profusely, all 3 fell to the ground. Ligvak stood shocked, not understanding who had done it. A silhouette of a man appeared on the horizon and came closer and said that the rules in these lands require you to always consider who your opponent is. He added, "It was necessary." Ligvak recognized the man and heard him say, "Those guys would never keep their word. I did what I had to." Ligvak, still amazed, asked, "What are you doing here?" The master emphasized that Ligvac must not forget who controls these lands. "This is my territory, and I know about everything that is happening or will happen here," he said. However, he did not answer all of Ligvac's questions, leaving many unfinished business. The master decided to give him a lesson instead, as he thought they had a lot to talk about. They set out for his humble abode. Watching Ligvac, the master noted that the boy was quite interesting and worthy of attention. The master noted that he had seen his skills in battle. "You must have wanted to hide them from the others, because I've never seen such techniques before," he said, acknowledging Ligvac's power with astonishment. Ligvac replied that he never intended to hide his abilities. It just happened that way. The master interrupted him, saying that he needed no excuses. He wasn't going to judge him, but he was still angry with himself. "I've always prided myself on being able to assess the abilities of any person," he said. "And now I feel insecure, because I didn't even realize how strong a fighter you are," added the master, more angry with himself than with Ligvac. The master decided to be honest with Ligvac, because he believed that this would allow them to understand each other better. Ligvac, however, did not understand what he was alluding to. Then the master said, "You, Ligvac, are everything to me, and I want to become the same to you. From this moment, we will begin a new chapter." Master officially declared his intention to propose his candidacy for the position of leader of the Hao clan. Ligvac mentally recalled that the Hao clan was a place where the best warriors gathered information all over the world. Only the most worthy and the strongest can get there. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the master was staying here, since this place did not match his status. The master explained, "This place is the foundation of the Hao clan. We started out with the desire to protect the weak, lower-class people. That's why this place is perfect for me." Ligvac remembered these words of the master, and everything began to form a coherent picture in his thoughts. He realized that the truth that the master had recently revealed was now becoming more obvious. The master, however, turned the conversation to another question, asking Ligvac, "Where did you learn this martial art?" He was interested in the origin of these unique techniques. Our hero stood in thought, not knowing what exactly to answer the master's question. The master expected an honest answer from Ligvac, but the silence between them continued. This pause was filled with tension, because the question posed by the master did not give the hero peace. The master noted that he believed Ligvac had gone through many trials and even risked his life to master his skills. However, he remembered something strange. "What did you do on Mount Sakla?" Ligvac wondered how the master knew he was there. The master replied with a smile that information spread faster than it seemed, especially in the Hao clan that specialized in gathering it. And by the way, the Bloodflower brother that Ligvac used to go to also had his own methods. Ligvac began to wonder how the master could know such details. The boy noticed that the aroma of the alcohol the master was drinking was identical to the one he had tasted at the Crimson Flower. This showed the master just how observant Ligvac was, but he still didn't reveal exactly what happened on Mount Sola. Ligvac instead asked a counter question. "Why are you sure that anything happened there at all?" The master calmly replied, "If nothing happened there, how did you have the knowledge of the invisible piercing art and the 8 sword arts of the 8 sects? You shouldn't even know about these techniques, but somehow you possess them." Ligvac explained that it was probably due to him using the Crystal Inferno technique during his gym training. The master looked confused. "What do you mean by the phrase steel blood of infernal training?" Ligvac admitted that he used the technique under the guise of repairing the hall to avoid suspicion. This caused the master surprise, but at the same time admiration. "You learned such a complex technique under the guise of repair? It's incredible," he said. Ligvac was surprised that the master did not scold him, but, on the contrary, seemed interested. The master noted that this place was usually only available to the chosen, and Ligvac had no right to be there, but admitted that it was in the past. He added that this hall was created for those with a chivalrous spirit and could be a serious test for even the strongest. This was the first time Ligvac had heard of it, but it seemed quite normal to the master, because in modern Qian, they deliberately try to erase any mention of the past. The master decided to give Ligvac an important piece of advice. He spoke of the 3 berserker demons, noting that these people never kept their promises. "They may be silent now because they are afraid of you, but time will pass, and they will tell everything," he warned. The master stressed that Ligvac must learn to distinguish between the moments when one should show mercy and those when one should be unmerciful. "The day will come when your mercy may lead to death. Remember this, because it is very important," he said. Meanwhile, the large building near the gates of the outer courtyard was silent. There was Guy, who received new information. He was informed that the 3 berserker demons had disappeared last night. It was true. Although they were always close, after the conflict with Lady Mach, no one knew where they had gone or what they were doing. Guillaume would not accept any excuses and ordered his men to continue their search. "If they're still around, find them and bring them here," he ordered. One of the subordinates assured that the Heavenly Intelligence Hall would see this mission through to completion. But he also added that he had heard of one newcomer who proved to be very useful. The leader asked, "Who is this?" "His name is Ligvac," he answered. "He's a very ambitious and risky guy." The leader ordered to keep a close eye on him. "We will be able to use it in the near future," he noted. The intelligence leader agreed, promising to carry out the order. "I will make him a hunting dog that will obey only his master," he added. This amused Guillaume. "The main task is to keep everything under control. If it works, then the plan is perfectly executed," he said with satisfaction. New morning. The first rays of the sun break through the window, announcing the beginning of a new day. The boy finally got out of the master's room, feeling the effects of last night. The head splits, and the stomach is empty. The consequences of loud drinking are evident. Yesterday, glasses flowed like a river, and each toast only added fuel to the fire. His soul is torn by anxiety. After last night, he became twinned with that person, and now there is no going back. What to do next? Guak turned sharply when he heard someone call out to him. It was Jean Ok. Jean looked friendly, happy to welcome the acquaintance. However, he could not resist and noticed that Ligvan looked as if he had not let go of the glass from his hands all night. Our hero quickly got his bearings and nonchalantly explained that they had celebrated with the team yesterday. Jean raised his eyebrows suspiciously and asked if he had noticed anything strange during the celebration. But what exactly did Jean mean? The boy began to talk about berserkers. He had heard that Lady Mac had defeated them, but something strange had happened there. According to him, Ligvan was there and also took part in that situation. He knows that Ligwan tried to protect the waiter and was almost killed by Boyka, but was saved by Lady Mac. However, the young master did not understand why he was being interrogated in this way and what he was trying to find out. The boy asked again if Ligvan noticed anything strange about these people, or perhaps something surprised him. Ligwan explained that he was just escorting the lady, then returned to the hotel and saw nothing suspicious. The guy asked if it was true. This angered Ligvan. He did not understand why this questioning. If he wants to know something, let him ask directly, and if he wants trouble, then Ligvan can show where crayfish spend the winter. The boy tried to calm him down, but Ligvan believed that this was no longer a question, but a real interrogation. It seemed to him that he was trying to find out some information. The boy explained that the 3 berserkers were invited guests of the ruler, but had disappeared. The leader gave him a secret order to find them. Hearing this, Ligvan replied that he knew nothing. He saw Lady Mac off and returned to the hotel, where he slept through the night. If it was true, the boy would leave him alone, but he warned, if Ligvan lied or hid something, then let him confess now. Ligvan was sure that he did not see anything special. Perhaps the berserkers simply ran away in shame because they were defeated by a woman. However, the boy objected. He believed that these people could not run away so easily because of defeat. Most likely, they have harbored anger and are waiting for a chance to take revenge. In any case, the boy moved on, offering Ligwan a drink sometime next time. In his mind, Ligwan realized that if Ugong hadn't taken care of these fools that night, he would have already been summoned to the ruler for questioning. After that, he immediately left for his brigade. Newbies could barely get out of bed after a heavy celebration. Their older comrades mocked that the youth simply did not know how to drink. Looking at them, Ligvan realized that they would not be able to patrol in this condition. However, one of the team members reassured him, saying that he had a special tool for such cases. He boasted that his medicine was so effective that it could get anyone back on their feet. Taking the pill, he easily threw it into the mouth of one of the newcomers. The older fighters asked with interest what kind of tool it was. Then he admitted that it was a bit of poison that worked as medicine. This statement caused a shock. How could he give poison to newcomers? He explained that this is a special kind of poison that does not harm the body at all and helps to quickly neutralize alcohol. It was a method of poison against poison, and some fighters looked on in horror at these demonic ways. Meanwhile, the newcomers began to tremble even more. They were getting worse. But suddenly they jumped up sharply, as if they had received a charge of energy. Looking back at each other, they realized that they had completely sobered up. The leader stood in front of them and asked if they were all right. The boy who had given them the poison raved about its effectiveness, asking if it wasn't wonderful. Left alone with the leader, he began to think that something important had happened in these lands, since such a significant figure as Lady Mac appeared here. Ligvan asked with interest what he meant. The boy explained that Lady Mac was the daughter of one of the leaders of the Dragon Heavens, a potential heir. Her presence here is clearly not accidental. Ever since the time of the Dragon Heaven, The Dragon Heaven Valley has been located near a fierce battle between the demonic army and the Jade Heaven Alliance. The chieftains of the valley could not leave their lands, so perhaps they sent her here to negotiate. This made the situation even more intriguing. If you wait, it can be the beginning of peace, or on the contrary, incitement to a new war. Anyway, it's time to get back to patrolling. Standing on guard, they looked down from the fortress, observing the territory. And they noticed how military supplies are coming to them again. The leader of the caravan delivering supplies was considered one of the best at his job. The massive amount of food was just the beginning, and more supplies were expected soon. On this scale, the Meridian merchants were truly impressive in their organization and resources. Someone behind the hero expressed the opinion that the appearance of the caravans resembles the incomparable caravan storm, a symbol of frontline battles. It was one member of the team who believed that this number of suppliers was an indication of how bad things were at the front, and the situation was only getting worse. It was for this reason that Lady Mac came here to beg these supplies for her purposes. In the evening, when the council of high-ranking officials gathered, the hall was filled with laughter as they celebrated their success in destroying the Jade Heaven Alliance. They eagerly awaited the moment when their enemies would fall to their knees and beg for mercy. It will be a day of great victory for them. They laughed when they heard the name of Jean Raquin, a key figure in the alliance, certain that his fame was already shaking with the enemy's boots. The Lord agreed that this was only natural. If everything went according to plan, they could win the war, divide the enemies, and force them to join their coalition. One of the high-ranking officials expressed confidence that they would soon achieve even more, with the Iron Monarch becoming the next heavenly leader. However, one of the attendees looked worried. He noted that the young master was still behaving like a child and traveling to Tianhu at this important time, which might anger one of the leaders. Another official explained that the young master, being the firstborn, often behaves recklessly. The Lord, visibly tired after killing so many enemies, asked not to delve into the subject today. He proposed to end the discussion and return to this conversation tomorrow. Meanwhile, the soldiers waited patiently for the decisive moment to arrive. That moment came when the door opened. Young ladies with large trays covered with fragrant dishes appeared in the hall. Passing through the corridor, they headed for the refectory, where they were escorted by guards, opening the way for the royal banquet. The Lord enjoyed the aromas of the fine food and alcohol that had been prepared especially for him this evening. He intended to use the alcohol to drown out the smell of blood that had haunted him all day. It was all part of his preparation for tomorrow's difficult day. The Lord turned to his servants and leaders, asking which of them would be willing to drink with him and taste these dishes. The servants did not understand why they should taste the master's food, but he was wary of the poison with which they could sneakily kill him. Because of this, he asked one of the servants to taste the food first. The girl tasted the food and assured that there was no poison, and then asked permission to leave. However, the Lord decided to leave them a little longer. He liked to observe their presence. They were handsome, and it pleased him. The Lord did not want to spend the evening alone. He needed a good companion for the night. When they were left alone, the atmosphere became tense. The Lord leisurely tasted the dishes on the table, savoring each morsel. Smiling, he noted that it was just the two of them and asked how they would spend the night. The girl was a little embarrassed, but offered to start with a glass of wine to make the evening longer. Against the background of the creaking sound of axes, the Lord asked her to fill him with a new glass. She took the glass and carefully began to pour alcohol. At that moment, her eyes flashed with red fire. Suddenly, poisonous needles flew out of her mouth, hitting the Lord's hand and face. The Lord froze, realizing that he had become the victim of an assassin. The girl looked down on him, her paralytic poison needles doing their job, showing that she could kill him even without a weapon. However, she was far from simple. She pulled out a hidden dagger from the fish lying on the table. Pulling out a dagger, the girl made it clear that she was determined. The Lord angrily threw everything in his path, trying to regain control of the situation. His weapon returned to him as ordered, but the girl acted too quickly. She maneuvered with incredible dexterity, bypassing him from the flanks. Whirling around with a dagger in her hand, she came closer and closer. The Emperor's axe almost reached her, but she managed to dodge at the last moment. The Lord, filled with rage, tried to grab her, but she moved too fast. At the decisive moment, the dagger flashed next to the Lord, and he felt death literally breathing into his ear. Guards stood behind the office door, listening to the strange sounds inside. They began to suspect that something had happened in the Iron Monarch's room. One of them even joked that the Lord was just having too much fun with the woman. Meanwhile, the Lord glanced around, concentrating on the situation. He decided to act immediately. His blows became determined and merciless. Shocked, the guards asked what these actions meant, but did not receive an answer. The assassins drew poison darts and daggers as they began their attack. Blow by blow, they neutralized the guards who stood on the defensive. Everything around was filled with the bloody color of this merciless world. The guards' weapons broke and fell from their hands as the assassins deftly attacked them with their javelins. Daggers and poison darts mercilessly knocked the strength out of the enemies. But suddenly the assassins trembled. Their leader was suddenly grabbed by some scoundrel. The warrior grabbed one of the assassins by the hair and asked his accomplices if he was their commander. The mask flew off his face, and it became clear that these killers were real assassins from the Heavenly Alliance. However, before the guards could realize it, their swords were already pointed at them. One of the assassins mercilessly pierced the body of one of the warriors with his sword, leaving him without a chance. Soon the door to the Iron Monarch's office opened. The assassin girl came out of the room with an expression of triumph on her face. She informed her friends that the task was completed successfully, but at the same moment she fell dead to the ground. The assassins, inspecting her, noted that the iron trap had done its job, but it was too dangerous to leave it here. Their leader convinced everyone that they were not abandoning anyone. Either they would carry her with them, or she would get out on her own. The scene shifts to the Crimson Flower, the brotherhood that guarded the building. One of the warriors stood guard on a high tower, keeping a close eye on the area. A master approached him, bearing important news. He reported that the Iron Monarch had been killed by assassins. The warrior could not believe it, because this place was considered extremely protected. However, the master insisted that it was true. It is not known who the murderer is, but one thing is clear. For the death of the monarch, the enemies will want to take revenge at any cost. It seemed like a harbinger of a new wave of battles, and now it is necessary to find someone who can stop it. Master asked if Ligvan was still here. The warrior was certain that Ligvan was someone to be trusted. It was not just an opinion, but a confidence based on intuition and instincts. Ligvan watched as the caravans continuously transported the weapons to the caches. His friend noted that with this volume of shipments, there would probably be a lot of free space in the warehouse. Their attention was drawn to a young man who was carrying too much of a load. He looked very young, but he was carrying a huge amount of things as if it was his duty. His figure resembled an ant stubbornly carrying a burden that exceeded its own weight. It was clear that the boy worked hard, but it was incredibly difficult for him. Lycion asked the warrior what he planned to do, for the march was too slow, and he was worried that he would have to go all night at that pace. The overseer who accompanied them kept shouting orders to move faster. One of the older warriors, trying to accelerate, suddenly tilted and lost his balance. Together with the heavy box on his back, he fell to the ground, creating a loud crash. The warriors froze as they watched the large box slide off and fly down. The cause of the fall was an unknown person who roughly pushed the old man. All the boxes crumbled to the ground, revealing their contents. It was a real disaster. Someone senselessly ruined everything. The warriors were at a loss, not knowing how to fix the situation, as it could cause serious problems. The squad leader started shouting at his subordinates, accusing them of careless handling of the cargo. He emphasized that any damaged item would bring them big problems. He sternly warned that these boxes were of special value and any damage could disrupt important contracts. Ligvan stepped forward and offered his help in transporting the crates, despite the fact that no one knew him. One of Ligwan's comrades appealed to the leader, noting that no one was hurt and urging him to think more about people than things. Ligvan approached the injured boy, who was writhing in pain, and saw that he was seriously bruised. He insisted that the caravan leader get the boy medical attention, or get him to a doctor as soon as possible. Ligvan stressed that this guy belongs to the transport organization and deserves respect. Hearing the commotion, an older man appeared, noticing that Ligvan knew nothing about Mariat, the transport group. The old man explained that the victim is only a temporary employee, and the organization has no obligations to him. Ligvan could not understand why they were so indifferent, because he believed that this was an official representative of the transport group. He decided to act as if this was the organization's official position, and continued to press for help. The main martial arts of the sect have no respect or concern for underground workers. And then what is the value of these arts? In this situation, the employee was injured, but even with this, they are not going to help him. The man explained that the organization did not want to cause problems, but this temporary worker had nothing to do with them. These words sounded like absolute hypocrisy. Ligvan could not understand how such an organization could behave in such an inhuman manner. One of his friends decided to help the boy himself. The leader of the transport group asked Ligvan about his name. Ligvan ignored him, saying that he did not think it necessary to talk to him seriously. The man remembered Ligvan's name and began to search for something in his pocket. He took out some object and threw it to Ligvan. Ligvan caught it, but did not understand what it was. The merchant explained that it was a sign of gratitude. If Ligvan is in trouble, he can bring the item to their Mernith merchant group and reveal the bronze plaque. Ligvan thought about this man and his intentions. In the end, he just turned around and left this hypocrite. The representative of the organization was impressed by Ligvan. His abilities and character made the man think that he would invest in such a young fighter. On the street, Ligvan's team was carrying a wounded boy. One of the comrades expressed fear that they would not make it in time, and the boy would remain crippled. Ligvan asked Jin Hui if he knew how to fix bones. Jin replied that he only had basic knowledge and risked making a mistake. Despite this, there was a chance. Ligvan asked Li Qian to wait while he helped transport the boy. Li Qian was worried if Jin would be able to handle it, as it requires experience and long training. Jin Hui admitted that his knowledge was only based on books. The guy apologized for all the trouble he caused. Ligvan asked his name. The boy called himself Cheon Wool, thanked them and explained that the treatment would be painful. But there is no other way out. He will have to endure. Ligvan, using his aura, carefully guided his hand to the boy's injured leg. Cheon Wool felt a searing pain that ran through his entire body. In the end, the boy even closed his eyes from exhaustion and pain. Ligvan carefully rewound the leg, straightened the bone, and hoped that the treatment would be successful. His actions were so masterful that the team marveled at his skill, although some even feared the consequences. Fortunately, everything went without complications. Cheon Vol was laid in a nearby room, and the fever gradually subsided. Jin Hui remarked that the boy showed incredible willpower and had the potential to become an outstanding individual. The young master advised Cheon Will not to move and to remain still, as his bones and tendons needed time to recover. He urged the boy to rest, assuring him that the team would help him as much as they could. Suddenly, Cheon Wool rose to his feet and declared that he wanted to join their team, pleading with the leader. Ligvan was shocked that the boy ignored the advice and stood up despite being forbidden to move. At that very moment, Cheon Wool fell to his knees and began to beg to be taken into the fold. He explained that he was stuck with the Meridian Trading Company, but was eager to get to the Jade Alliance. Jin Hui sternly emphasized that the boy had better stay still and follow the commander's instructions. She also wondered why he was so eager to join the alliance. With tears in his eyes, Cheon Wool explained that the war had taken everything from him, his family, his home, and all hope. He just has nowhere to go but this place. It was extremely sad because the demonic forces took everything he had from the boy. Ligvan, without saying anything, turned and went to the gate. Li Qian asked with interest if they would take the boy into the squad, as the pace of recruiting new members was too slow. Ligvan replied that 5 men in his squad was enough, as every other team had at least 10 members. An enraged Li Cheon began to accuse Ligwan of being a bad leader for not being able to increase his squad, and said a lot of nasty things to him. Upon hearing the accusation, Ligwan responded sharply to Li Cheon, telling him to leave the squad and go wherever he pleased. Li Cheon realized that he had said too much and apologized, admitting that the leader had the right to act at his own discretion. In the end, Ligwan agreed to 6 members in his squad, deciding to give Cheon Wol a chance. Enthusiastically, he realized that it might be a good idea to take him on the team. He remembered the words of that girl who would be waiting for his return. Ligvan realized how lonely it would be if he didn't know anyone in this place. He remembered how he himself had lost everything, and found himself in a similar situation, without support and hope. Now he was ready to support his men until Cheon Wola's girlfriend was safe. A week later, the young master solemnly welcomed the new recruit to the fold. Ligvan asked how his leg was. Cheon Wol reported that he no longer feels any pain. If that's the case, Ligwan stated, Cheon Wol would begin his basic martial arts training from today, with Li Cheon as his mentor. Cheon Wol thanked the leader for his kindness and trust. Jin Hui laughed, implying that Li Cheon hardly knew anything about martial arts. This, of course, angered Li Cheon, who considered himself a talented craftsman. In response, he only joked, telling Jin Hui not to annoy him or else he might go bald with anger. The team devoted the whole day to training. Li Qian was showing Cheon Will how to do the exercises correctly. He explained which stance would be useful in various combat situations, told what position is best to take for an effective fight, taught him which sword suited his style. He also showed how to work with a sword correctly, because it is extremely important. Without experience, Cheon Will tired quickly, but despite the fatigue, he continued to train. Ligwan watched him and saw that Li Cheon had incredible strength and speed. Jin Hui, on the other hand, thought that it would be more useful for Cheon Wol to practice with the Chelgan. Ligwan, observing Cheon Wol for several days, noticed his exceptional talent for martial arts. If he continued to train, he could reach the level of the talented warriors that Ligwan met on Soha Mountain. Cheon Wol perfectly repeated the techniques that were shown to him. He also quickly mastered various maneuvers, showing considerable potential. After another training session, he returned to the team leader. Ligvan decided to take him to a special place for an important activity. He asked Cheon Wol not to ask stupid questions and just follow him. They went to a famous blacksmith to find new equipment for Cheon-wol. The blacksmith recognized him as a new member of the squad and made a wonderful sword for him. Going outside, Ligwan asked Cheon-wol why he had chosen this particular sword, perhaps because of the convenience of its blade. Cheon-wol said that the sword felt most comfortable to him, similar to what their leader would use. Ligvan approved of the boy's choice, noting that it was a good reaction, and advised him to use the sword to his advantage. They walked through busy neighborhoods, discussing Cheon-wol's future with the team. Suddenly a girl ran out to meet them. It was Limso who, seeing Ligwan, exclaimed that he had appeared here unexpectedly. Ligvan asked what she was doing here, but the girl said that she was going to see a pervert, whom she called Ahyusi. Limso noticed Cheon-wol behind Ligwan and wondered who it was. Ligwan explained that he was a new member of their team named Cheon-wol and introduced him to Limso. Cheon-wol humbly bowed his head as he greeted her. Limso carefully examined the boy and was even a little embarrassed. She thought Cheon-wol looked pretty cute. The girl joked that he could just call her So, because she didn't need formal addresses. She also advised him to feel comfortable in the team. Limso promised that she would definitely visit them next time and would be glad to see them again. Cheon-wol noticed that the girl's behavior was a little strange and wondered what was wrong with her. Ligvan noticed that Limso often behaves strangely and advised not to be surprised. She's even cute. Cheon-wol had a strange feeling that he couldn't explain. A few days later, a large gathering took place in the city. Everyone was gathered for a reason. The big alliance tournament was soon to be held. Many warriors relaxed and forgot about its significance. One of the boys reminded all the leaders that the head of the alliance decided to gather all his forces because the world is still suffering from the war. The tournament, which will be held for the first time in many years, promises to be brutal and important, and the Jade Alliance of Heaven is preparing to perform. The team leaders were ordered to keep the tournament a secret and not to inform their subordinates about it. After the briefing, everyone was asked to disperse to their squads. Ligvan wondered what the words about devilish leaders meant. It was explained to him that scientist Ma from the Creation Pavilion insisted that his squad be sent to that pavilion. It was a direct order and Ligvan could not challenge it, but he wondered why the creator of the pavilion was interested in him in particular. The Pavilion of Creation was famous as a wonderful place with a rich history. Scholar Ma apologized to Ligwan for summoning him here. He explained that he had damaged one of the traps during the experiment and needed help. Ligwan noticed that the trap was indeed in bad shape, but Ma still held his ground. Because of this, he asked Ligwan to help him. The scientist explained that before the Tianhu tournament, there would be a large-scale inspection of the traps, and Ligwan should help him with the repairs. It was obvious that Ma specialized in traps and formations, but that was of little interest to the others. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door and someone asked if they could come in. A strange guy appeared on the horizon. He greeted Scholar Ma and entered the room. The boy also greeted Ligvan, happy to see him again. Ligvan replied that he was also glad to see him, but asked what he was doing here. The boy pointed to a girl who was busy loading traps and protective equipment. It was nice to meet them all. However, Ligvan noticed that the girl was not talking to him. The young master explained that this is normal. The girl is kind, but she never speaks. Although Ligwan was told not to worry, he was still warned to be on his guard. The young master decided to go out first to leave Ligwan and go talk to someone else. When he left the room, the girl watched him carefully. Her gaze was focused and a little worried. She turned to the commander of the 13th Squad, asking for his attention for just a moment. Ligvan did not understand why she suddenly decided to speak and asked what happened. The girl said she wasn't sure, but she believed that Master Lim and Grand Leader Ma were up to something about him. She suggested that it might just be a guess, but advised him to be careful. She explained that they had discussed his future for a long time, but what exactly was unknown. Her warning was serious. It seemed strange because the girl was usually silent, but she decided to continue. She said that young Master Jimin has an exceptional talent in trap formations, and the Alliance pays a lot of attention to him. She advised Ligvan to be careful with him. Her words were mysterious, and an unusual aura seemed to spread around her. Ligvan replied that he was always careful when dealing with others. The girl asked him to promise to be careful. Ligwan promised, but noted that he does not plan to artificially maintain friendly relations with Jimin. He will only act according to the situation. This angered the girl, because she felt that Ligvan simply ignored her warning. She was outraged how a mere warrior could allow himself such audacious behavior and disregard her words. It has passed for a while, and a new day has come. A calm, but filled with anticipation of new events. The group met a friendly detachment leader and was even able to penetrate the fortress. But despite the achieved, their real goal was much larger. The inner fortress is not for everyone. It was not allowed to go and come here, so it was better to behave so that no one suspects that they came from the outer hall. But on the way, they happened to the 13th detachment, with familiar but wary faces. He thanked him with gratitude to the man who stopped them for the invitation to enter inside. But suddenly his gaze met with the eyes of one girl. He could not understand why she was so closely looking. But his friend saw in this look something differently. Cold, disrespectful. As if she looked at them like insects. Soon everyone went on, step by step, delving into the heart of the fortress. But suddenly the old man turned to Lee. "Only you will go with us. The rest of your comrades will remain here. The place where we go is critically important. It is responsible for the defense of the whole fortress." As soon as he agreed to wait in the place, the black-haired guy grunted that they were not allowed to be dropped inside. He quietly approached him, stroked his head, and gently replied, "We understand everything, don't worry." But the girl was still looking at them. Strange. Her look remained tense and incomprehensible. After all, everyone came to the wall, high, harsh, but seemed not ordinary. The guy in a blue robe took a step forward and just walked through the wall as if she were an illusion. Other members of the 13th detachment looked at it with surprise. How did he do it? But not delaying, the old man followed him. Lee remains to stand, confused and a little tense. Ahead of him was awaited something unknown, and the passage through the wall seemed to him a test, to which he was not yet ready. Lee gathered with the spirit, took another step, and, surprisingly, he managed to go through the wall, as if it were not solid. Meanwhile, the hole behind the behind, she discussed what she saw. Someone suffered a suspicion. Maybe it's one of the traps that were rumored about. Looks like an illusion or labyrinth trap. Lee was already on the other side of the wall, looking around carefully. One of the elders immediately warned him, "Be careful. Move in our footsteps. Do not step away." With every new step, the colors of the outside world began to change. Everything looked like a dream. First, green glow, then purple glare. It was difficult to understand what was happening at all. But Lee finally heard an explanation. A trap of 1,000 illusions. It not only changes external perception, but can also turn the space into a deadly zone, forcing it to step into invisible traps. After that, the explanation became a little clearer. He realized how to behave in order not to get into the mess. But even with this knowledge, a strange feeling did not leave. There was water under her feet, though she did not splash or splash. It seemed that they themselves, along with the road, just a drawing on a plane, a distorted reality. The worst thing was when Lee felt someone's hidden presence, as if someone was looking at him from the inside of the trap. It seemed that dozens of martyrs of martial arts were hidden here, dissolved in this space of illusions, ready to hit at any time. But the elders gave a clear guidance, not to pay attention to them, not to be afraid. Just go forward. Only that's fine. Finally, after a tense gate, they reached massive doors, which looked like a way out of this illusory maze. Lee still could not calm down. The anxiety did not leave him. But one of the attendants said with a smile, "You can exhale. The trap is already behind." The girl disdainfully suggested that they brought with them only a selfless idiot. But the guy immediately intervened, asked her to stop with the images. At this point, the old man approached the complex mechanism, the castle, and began to solve it, working focused. Finally, the huge door cried and slowly began to rise, opening the passage into the depths of the fortress. The old man appealed to Lee, pointing out that there are 4 main protective systems in the Alliance of Heavenly Jade, each deployed in one of the 4 directions. If you make at least the slightest mistake and touch the wrong part of the mechanism, death traps are activated automatically. It is especially important to be careful when repairing. The number and complexity of traps spoke for themselves. Protection here is really ruthless. Since ordinary and deadly traps can be activated at the same time, it is necessary to act in a couple, never alone. Together with the old, they went to the network of pipes hidden behind the wall. There they got one of the components, a device that will later be useful to replace the trap. The girl noted that anything can be found if you make an effort. In words, it sounded convincing, but in fact it is extremely difficult. A few days have passed. Lee fell asleep with the idea that the more he repairs the traps, the deeper he understands the system. These 9,000 non-protective IC defense structures captured his mind. Even in a dream, he reflected that Mama and Z-Moon moved around, discussing something, looking at a secret map, but they did not show it. Lee realized that he would have to remember the route on his own. Tomorrow, a new stage begins. And now, the next morning, Lee stood again in a familiar place, trying to recreate the route in memory. He was accurately aware of where he is now and where this part of the fortress leads. Behind the walls, just a few meters to the east, there should be a sewer system. If you trace its route, you can go straight to the outer fortress. and that means that someone can go in the opposite direction to get inside. The only downside is the stench there, probably, will be terrible. In the midst of thought, Lee felt a girl behind his back. She leaned and asked quietly in her ear, "What are you thinking about now?" It seemed to her that Lee was not thinking about what she was saying. Something else. Perhaps suspicious. Her tone became sharp, even aggressive. It made Lee ask, "Are you... hate me?" She replied without hesitation, "Yes, I hate your existence." "Well, I don't like you too. It turns out that we are the same with you," he answered calmly without taking his eyes. The girl asked the will that he was going to do then. The guy was decisively tuned and was going to deal with a self-confident opponent. Lee Guok tried to reassure a friend and asked him to calm down. John Vole did not want to allow this woman to continue, but still obeyed the elder. Therefore he stopped and quietly followed the leader of the detachment. So they continued their way. The place that the detachment is to be repaired is the most important trap in the system of 9,000 impenetrable defense. If they make an error, then all the preliminary results will come to naught. Sholar Ma said he would take control of himself, so Lee Guok may not worry about it. He promised that everything would be normal, and the hand of the man had already recovered. Therefore, he, without spending time, climbed inside, making his way between the gears. Today, everything should finally end, and work with repairs will get an end. However, when doing the latest repair, Scholar M.A. has encountered an unforeseen problem. The trap is completely broken. He said Lee Guok that if they do not restore her now, the explosion, buried under the walls of the fortress, would explode. Lim Ji Moon wondered why it was a faulty trap. As it turned out, the part that controlled it broke through where. Sholar Ma did not understand that she was barely holding on. He had not just seen what their bad things were. Lee Guok ordered the old man to take his hands. They did not have time to panic. After that, Lee Guok asked Ji Muno to leave this place and trust them. They did not want to agree, but Guok and Ma knew about this place, something that could help them, but could not be revealed by outsiders. The blonde who accompanied the Muno heard that Guok asked her to take Mr. Lim, but did not intend to succumb to the instructions of some guy she had met for the first time. Then Guok shouted at her and repeated his request, this time sounding so convincingly that she could not disobey. So immediately agreed and led the young gentleman from the scene of a possible event. After strangers left, Lee Guok tried to reassure the scientist again. They still had time to fix everything, so the warrior was ready to follow any renovation instructions. Sholar Ma said that there is a place under the walls in the north that can control this trap. But it is almost impossible to get there, because there are many activated traps on the way there. Lee Guok specified whether he would be able to disconnect the dynamite if he reached the trap in the north. Sholar Ma confirmed, and then the detachment commander ordered the old to cut him on his back. Despite the fact that the man did not believe in their success, Mr. Lee insisted that they would work out. Then Mr. M.A. listened and jumped on Guach, grabbing his shoulders firmly, and the guy ran forward. The man was surprised at what incredible speed the guy gained, and even so quickly. He raced with frantic power and speed ahead of the route. Suddenly, the scientist M.A. noticed the danger and intended to warn the boy about her. But he did not have time, because the traps mounted on the ceiling and the walls of the long corridor immediately shot them with their shells. The old man had already thought that his life would end. They would not have time to dodge this attack. But he was very underestimated by his partner. A few minutes passed, and the shells were never impressed. Lee Guok, with incredible skill, evaded every cartridge and a poisonous needle, overcoming a dangerous room. Then they got the development, and the guy asked which way to choose. The old man pointed to move in the direction of the way left of them. Taking away from other traps and cleverly bouncing the walls, the guy with the old on his back confidently made his way a maze. But there was another dangerous trap ahead. A trap with a flamethrower. The old man said they needed to stop and wait, but Lee Guok refused, because they did not even have time for it. He ran into the corridor, along the wall of which many holes were made, from which he had to overthrow the murderous fire. And he just has to get further as the cannons worked, heating men with their flames. But thanks to his magical protective field, the guy was able to save them from burns and get further. The man was incredibly impressed. And as soon as the warrior manages to do all these tricks, so in such a stressful situation, even through a fiery tunnel, they ran, remaining whole and intact. They continued their journey and ran to a new trap room. As soon as they entered, 3 round-winged round saws were immediately flew to their heads, aimed at their heads and bodies. But Lee Guok confidently cut off all 3 blades with his unique sword. They opened another 3, developed path, and this time it was necessary to continue to move straight. There were many more traps in the way, but Guok softened with his desire to finish the mission that he did not pay attention to difficulties. He rushed forward with such a strange despair that it was just a smoky footprint. Whatever trap happens on the way, everyone could either evade or cut their weapons. and soon they already got those cherished doors. They needed to slip in the slowly closed door before they separate their traps. Li Guok could not allow their efforts to be in vain. The stone partition that had to close the passage slowly dropped lower and lower. Then Li Guok swung his sword and threw it towards the door. He rolled into the stone floor and stopped the partition. Bending, trembling, but delaying his movement himself. Scholar pleaded with the boy to stop, thinking that they would not get into this door. But Li Guok only bent as much as possible, and ordered Mr. Mamak to lower his head as soon as he could. He cleverly slipped into a narrow gap just under almost closed doors. The poor sword, in turn, opened in many small pieces, but they managed to climb inside. Immediately after they were indoors, the noise door closed. As soon as Scholar Ma was able to get rid of and digest everything that happened to them in the last minutes, he's suddenly indignant. The man did not understand, as someone so strong and smart was distributed only to a detachment of the outer yard. He even suggested that a young man could be a spy from a detachment of a heavenly demon, but Guok assured him that it was not. Mr. Li also asked her husband to keep mystery what happened to them today, as Guatsa liked his current life, and he would not want to attract extra attention. Sholar Ma did not understand why the guy was so holding his position if he could easily get into the inner yard with his abilities. But Li would like to stay in the outer yard until his familiar person returns. Mr. M.A. noticed that others were ready to die for them to be noticed by the people of the highest rank. But if Li Guok wants no one to know his skill, then the Sholar is ready to keep it secret. The guy thanked him for it, and Ma said that he was debt to Brunette for his invaluable help. They figured out a faulty trap, and then the man taught Li Guok to all the secrets of the trap, as if he were his student. And one day, Scholar decided that he wanted to show something to his ward. He brought him to his personal book repository and said he wanted to pass them on Li Guok, because they have been lying here for a long time. These were martial arts manuals in the Pavilion of Creation. The first 3 books that Li considered were manuscripts about the art of the thunderous blade, the splitting of the sun, and the cloud step. Sholar was still grateful to the boy for everything he did for him, so I would like to give the opportunity to relax here in his pavilion, and to read these interesting manuscripts. Of course, the leadership of the inner yard was much the best he read in his life. He took the first manual in the library, but soon postponed him. The guy believed that, described there, the art of the sword that cleaved the sun was incompatible with him. It requires a lot of agility, and consists mainly of rapid movements, so it was much more suitable for murderers or women. Therefore, the guy has now remained the best blade art. Using the lightning of the earth, he felt that it was really subject to his element. The next day, Li went to the forge to pick up a new blade because he lost his old man when he made his way through a trap of obstacles. While he was looking at the proposed options, he suddenly called him. It was a lady torment who noted that the guy tried to choose the right blade. The blacksmith also recognized the girl, and with a smile on her mouth came out to meet her. She came to the forge, wanting to find out if it was possible to repair her weapons. She had a rather unusual weapon called the snake sword. Li Guok was surprised that the girl got a weapon from under his belt. Its weapon was in a fairly bad condition after the battle with the detachment of the heavenly demon. It was difficult to repair such a rare copy, but the blacksmith said he would be able to arrange it in 2 days. Li Guok, meanwhile, finally chose the right blade, and the seller could not but praise his choice. The guy paid off and, considering his new weapon, left the store. The seller was pleased that the guy was so careful about his purchase, apparently, and he liked it. Li Guok eyebrows, scrolling in his head once spoken to him by the words, "Use lightning to penetrate underground." Suddenly, someone ran to him from behind and offered to take a walk together. It was Mrs. Muck. She went in the same direction as Guok, so she wanted to make him a company. She asked him where he learned about the family of Iron Masters Yun and why he bought the sword from them. The guy replied that he just accidentally came across them in the past. Guok noticed, though not aloud, that lady looked more elegant now than when he saw her at night. Why did she talk to him at all? Out of pity? Lady Torment suddenly said Brunetta was very lucky when he came across them by accident. Although the family knew the area badly, they were the best quality, Guok confirmed. The weapon he bought from other blacksmiths was breaking as soon as he tried to use it, but the swords of this family withstood even the highest loads. Suddenly, Mr. Li squeezed. Why he talks about it in general? Because no one should know that he is a master of martial arts. Therefore, the guy joked immediately, trying to translate the topic. But the girl did not want to. She agreed with him and said that low-grade weapons were really breaking for any use, so her choice should be treated especially carefully. Low-quality weapons cannot withstand these, which comes from martyrs of martial arts. So she suggested that Guok was also a master when his swords were constantly broken earlier. But Brune said that he only joked about it, so he was not a master, and then hit the girl in his shoulder. But immediately he made up, understanding some stupidity, because she is a young leader of the Dragon Valley of Heaven. She is higher than him in the rank. The guy immediately began to apologize for his action, but the girl did not see anything wrong in it. They divorced on this note because they had to go two different ways. They said goodbye, but Lady tormented for a while, she watched the boy for a while. Why did he react so sharply to her assumption? It was quite strange. The day went without any events and the alliance plunged on a blessed night. Taking the opportunity, Lee decided to train at night and hone the art of the thunderstorm. He wanted to try to combine the art of the Sword of Eight Sects and the art of a thunderstorm blade. The guy focused on activating his chi, and his sword broke out with a bright flame. The workout could be considered successful, as was the experiment that went through the boy. 15 days have passed since that night. All this time, Captain Lee did not appear on people, so his detachment was very happy to see him. They asked Guak where he wasted so much time. But Guak ignored the question, and initially convinced that in his absence, everything was fine. But the detachment immediately noticed that something in their commander had changed. Guak joked, saying that he only became a little dirty because he did not wash all these 2 weeks. However, Ginkvi noted that energy in their leader became different. It seemed to them a completely different person. Guak was going to go and report to his superiors that he had returned, but the boys advised him to go to wash first, so as not to get into an uncomfortable situation. Guak obeyed their advice and then visited the superiors. He reported that he finally returned from a trip to the Pavilion of Creation, and therefore the chief took the opportunity to load him with new work. Many people came to the Alliance through the Dia tournament, so from that day the 13th Detachment will patrol the streets of the Union every night. During his 2-week absence, Guak was able to wake up the 6th snake, and now saw the world in a completely different light. Only think, his idea of uniting the two arts really worked. He was lying and resting in the yard as he suddenly heard some strange noise. After all, he thought that all members of the detachment had already gone to rest. When he looked at the corner, he saw John Vole instead of rest. Instead of going for a break, the guy decided to improve his skills, which was very commendable. Guak watched him for a while, and then he decided to surrender, and pointed to the young man the mistakes he made when performing the equipment. At that moment, the girl quietly advised him to move the body weight a little to his left leg to better feel the balance. Gathering the remnants of strength, he focused again and struck a wooden purchase, this time even more decisive. She carefully adjusted his position, indicating that the force concentrated in the toes should be directed above, down to the waist. Squeezing his fist and breathing deeply, he gathered all his strength and again struck a blow without hesitation. She intervened again, but this time asked to pass the momentum from the waist further, directly into her hands. He nodded silently and waved his hand instantly, once again causing an accurate and strong blow. This blow was much louder than all the previous ones. The echoes swept around, as if something had changed. Surprised, he looked at the girl, and she just said, "Continue. There is a little time left before the patrolling." Meanwhile, other guys passed and asked Guach where the evening patrol will take place today. You replied that in the northern part. One of them, having learned that these slums, immediately lost enthusiasm. And the other added that there was a murder yesterday. There was a very difficult night in the detachment of the 12th. After a while, they entered a room where a man with a gloomy look was motionless at the table. Seeing them, he jumped sharply and began to shout, begging for help, as if running away from something terrible. The situation has cleared. It seems that something evil happened in the hotel. One of the boys asked why this happens during their patrol. Inside, everything was in a full clutter. Through tables, scattered weapons, and even people were lying without moving just on the floor. The frightened men assured that they would never ever dare like this. Fear has completely shaken their faces. Looking at this scene, it seemed that everyone was suddenly crazy, without any logic or reason. A man was still sitting at the table. On the back of his clothes, a symbol of yin-yang was clearly visible, a silent but eloquent sign. It was a summer grandfather who did not pay attention to what was happening around, as if in full removal from reality. The girl immediately realized, everything that happens here is one way or another related to this silent man. The guy recognized him. It was an ascetic from Mount Me Mount. He addressed the detachment commander to report it. He explained that this sect is the Taoist martial art, based on spells, mascot, and spiritual power. The sect of the Mount Mo is famous for its rigid character. Apparently, these fools did not know who they contacted, and the guy carefully suggested that the commander did not interfere better. However, she replied that even in spite of everything, they have no right to ignore what happened. She calmly approached her husband and with respect asked for anxiety. The old man slowly turned and quietly asked what, in fact, the right. The detachment commander went even closer, explaining that it would not allow you to break peace in this place, even if it seems like a trifle. When the old man calmly stated that he did nothing, the commander asked, "Isn't that you turned them into what we see now?" I said, "Nothing like that." And in general, does a warrior from the Heavenly Jade Union begin to start a dispute with such a virtuous man as I am? Said the old man calmly. The commander replied that he did not intend to quarrel. They just do patrols here. The old man was well aware. Right now, he has no right to open conflict with representatives of the Jade Alliance, because it is in their territory. So he thought that it would be safe to be safe, at least for entertainment. After spending his finger in the air, he began to collect a powerful, heavy energy around him. The air around the trembling. The flow of this energy was instantly directed simply into the body of the commander, with accuracy and intention. The old man was convinced that after that everyone would be frightened and rushed, leaving the battlefield after him. But in a moment his face froze in a sincere surprise. Something clearly went wrong. He could not believe his own eyes. The guy stood in front of him calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Why, is this a curse work?" he shouted mentally, and then, a little confused, asked aloud, "Who are you the hell you take like that?" "Li Guok, the leader of the Detachment 13 from the outer hall," the guy said calmly, showing no fear. The old man understood. There is no other way out. It is necessary to apply real witchcraft, without games and half measures. At this point, the guy in his hat leaned to Li and whispered, "Didn't you recognize him yet? This is the same Ask, ascetic from the Mountain sect." The guy in the hat exclaimed that the old man is truly dangerous, so perhaps it is better to just go while there is still a chance. Li thought for a moment, evaluating the situation and weighing whether to stay or really retreat. But suddenly, even the old man could not stand. He began to apologize, and right before Li, the commander. Li Guok stood confused, not understanding why the old man changed so suddenly and suddenly became humble. The team did not hesitate for a long time. They turned around and moved silently from that place. But as soon as they left, the old man changed his mind. He began to shout them after, demanding to return. In response, only one calm gesture appeared from the horn, which clearly hinted, no one is going to return. The angry old man hurried after them, determined to catch up and study. However, a strange grimace appeared on his face, a mixture of anger, surprise, and fear. He suddenly realized that he could not move his feet. All attempts to get up are in vain. At first he did not understand what had happened, but very quickly got into place. On his feet the seals were screed, and no mascot left in his clothes. All disappeared. Then it came to him. These young brags taught his lesson, skillfully and unexpectedly. Breaking the seal, he could not even tread what magic was used. How did they dare to joke so much with me? The old man was indignant, but at the same moment, looking at the seal, he felt it hidden incredible power, a true Kalivska skill. And then he realized, the guy in the hat is a much stronger magician than himself. A little later, Li turned to Gina. "With your abilities, you could easily get into the middle of the fortress. Why are you in the outside hall?" Gin explained that he was looking for one person, and in the outer halls a more relaxed atmosphere. So he decided to start here. Li was interested in asking, "Who are you looking for?" But the Jin just looked at him silently, not yet ready to open the truth. He asked to keep it secret, warning that he sometimes behaved lightly, but in fact quite closed. Li nodded and promised to keep everything secret, even from the nearest. Surprisingly, the Jin smiled. "But probably because of that you like me, the commander." It passed for a while, and a few people slowly stepped on the street, looking at the crowd ahead. The guy with blue hair suggested that many masters of martial arts gathered here through the tournament. But the others specified, only the first 10 sects can participate, so others, most likely, just came to see. Jean turned to the captain, noting that there are many suspicious faces in that group. "You don't think so?" he asked. But the captain only thoughtfully walked forward, moving calmly, like a deity walking clouds. Light, like a wind. A flexible, like a cloud dancing in the rhythm of streams of heaven. At some point, he found a stable resistance under his feet, as if catching the perfect balance. His body was slowly moving into a battle stand. The movement seemed unusual, but at the same time verified. And although it all looked a little strange, it was visible. It did it with perfect precision. Movement by movement, again and again, he carried his hands around himself, as if drawing invisible patterns in the air. One of the members of the detachment looked back to Li and asked quietly whether everything was fine with him, as if he were falling about. "Maybe he has anemia," he suggested. Li answered calmly, "Don't worry, it's not a problem." Durjin added that the commander is simply extremely diligent. He continues to train in the art of mobility even during the patrol. As a quiet question from Jin, Li explained that there is a lot of patrols lately, and there is almost no time for real workouts. Finally, he sat down, moved his spirit a little, and began to eat quietly, enjoying a rare pause. 2 girls, smiling and fun, came to him unexpectedly. They recognized him, turned with greetings. and jokingly noted that he looked surprisingly appetizing. Lee only wrapped his head and noticed them. The girls apologized. They did not want to interfere with him during the meal. They just did not stay with the temptation to approach. Lee just smiled and, as if at ease, made some compliments a dish that he had just enjoyed. In a moment, all three sat together, actively absorbing the bowl for the bowl. The food was really delicious. The girls sincerely thanked Lee, believing that it was thanks to him that they were able to eat. They even decided to pay the bill themselves this time. "Everything is okay, Lady Torment," Lee tried to deny. But the black-haired man waved her hand and assured that everything was fine. They were paying. However, it was also interested in something important. Where else in the outer fortress can you find the same delicious stalls? Lee promised to answer. Only if she stopped squeezing his shoulder, because he already felt it began to be convicted. He himself could not understand how these two such different persons could be close girlfriends. Lee appealed to both of them, to Lady Danley and Lady Muck, with a casual smile. But before someone managed to answer, they were approached by a stranger, Sir Yom, one of the 7 Absolute Sect. It is rumored that he is the second in less than 10 sects. He was surprised to look at the girls. Do such famous persons actually eat in such a simple place? The detachment commander, meanwhile, maintained silence, watching the situation carefully. Seeing Lee, Sir Yom came up and introduced himself, noting that he was the eldest son of one of the influential members of the Absolute Sect. Lee politely introduced in response, without unnecessary arrogance or formality. He explained that the girls just joined him at the table, and he was already going to return to his duties. Hearing this, he thought a little. Something more than simple curiosity flashed in his eyes. Only to think, this guy just dinner at one table with the same ladies whose so much time he was chasing. He went closer, put his hand on her shoulder and said that he would just say goodbye, without unnecessary words, with cold politeness. However, along with the words goodbye, a powerful impulse penetrated into his touch, almost invisible, but extremely noticeable. In his thoughts, he abused, "Get a little bit fish from the outer hall." He called this meeting only by chance, fate they say, and suggested to finish the conversation, which they never completed before. But suddenly one of the girls turned to him sharply. Her voice became icy. "What, to the hell you just did?" A direct and unexpectedly formidable question came. "What do you mean, Lady Torment?" Tried to get out of Yom. But she threw her hard. "Did you just use the technique of internal destruction, isn't it?" Yom was shocked that she noticed it. After all, he specially did everything so that no one noticed. For the first time in a long time, he did not know what to say. "Why did you do that?" said the torment, and its spiritual energy began to break out without resting. "Tried to resolve the situation. This is some misunderstanding. Please calm down." But she only faded and replied, "Then apply the same technique on me, if you are so bold." Yom tried to speak. "Don't be so emotionally. If you continue to behave, I just don't restrain." "And what do you do? Are you courageous only when someone is weaker? Yes?" In her voice there was an icy disdain. These words hit him stronger than any blow, even more angry, and affected his pride. He could not stand it, instantly stood in a fighting rack, and in his hand began to accumulate powerful energy. He sharply pulled his hand in the direction of her head. It seemed like a moment, and the blow would destroy everything in his way. But the events unfolded at all as he hoped. She frowned lightly under his blow. Yom did not even have time to understand what happened, as she was already behind his back. A sharp, like a blade, a blow flew to him just to the side, so accurate that the body was bent in pain. Her fist was moving at a frantic speed. With every second he was approaching closer, leaving no chance. Yom barely managed to put his hand, and it was there that the whole destructive blow fell there. He realized that this was a real curse. Despite his effort, his hand ached insanely, and he did not completely defend himself. Without thinking, he went on the offensive. Trying to take the initiative, he rushed into the attack, but she, with a full calm on her face with 2 fingers, she repulsed his hand sideways, easily, as if she had driven an insect. This was angered by Yoma to the limit. It was evident that he loses control, covered by anger and shame. In the gust of spring, he used the technique of Bruzel Rockladoni, dangerous and unstable. There were many energy fragments in the air that flew in all sides like thousands of debris. But she, using her skill, was lightly approaching and sharply pushed his hand. On the forehead, Yoma made sweat. He realized that she was evading everything. It seems that the glory of the heavenly valley was quite deserved. In her eyes there were no pupils, only pure blue. They spoke for themselves, silent determination and strength. The speed of its blows increased to the endlessness. One of them, an accurate shot in his chin, knocked down his feet. His body jumped into the air, The splashes of blood were pulled out of his mouth, which immediately turned into a red falcon between his teeth. The black-haired heard that he was strong, as if 10 representatives of the smaller heavens. But now, looking at him, it seemed that he was pitifully weak compared to her girlfriend. Hearing how the dark moon fairy made it up about him, he did not restrain him. He was a malicious way. Kit. At the same moment, another girl noticed how he was grabbing a sword. He was about to use it in battle, but, unlike him, there was no cold weapon in her hands. It relied solely on its inner strength, and it seems that it was the right decision. Gathering all her energy, she sharply extended her hand forward. The blow was sincere as a soul, and he hit his stomach directly. With one movement, she held her hand horizontally. A green fabric shook in the air in her fingers. With the force of blow, Yom fell to his knees and began to grasp with blood, coughing unrestrained. She came closer, just to ask calmly, "Is not the lie that you are so strong? What are the 10 smaller heavens are exceptional warriors?" And then, almost with a smile, she added another injection. "You are just a beautiful but empty television. Right. And there is nothing inside." The dark moon fairy was just sighed. If he was fighting with her, not his will, he would have become crippled for a long time. But the stubborn freak did not think to give up. It was simply not going to leave it clearly. At first he turned, as if he walked away. The fairy was still joking afterwards. "Don't worry, we will not tell anyone about this epic defeat." The girls came to Lee, asking how he feels. He only nodded. "All is well. I feel quite normal." However, he could not understand whether it was really worth transforming. After the technique of internal destruction, the pain did not rest. The blonde girl apologized to him for being drawn into this conflict. The dark moon fairy silently passed the elixir of recovery. In a small bottle, thick blue fluid pulled. She stressed that he should take him today in order for internal injuries to heal faster. Lee spread his hands, trying to explain that he could not accept such a valuable thing, too valuable for a simple warrior. But the girls just waved their hand. "If they give, take it. Don't philosophize." "Consider that I just give the debt," she added slightly. She added, looking into his eyes. Meanwhile, Yom did not find a place. Not only a physical, but also a moral wound remained in battle. His embarrassment and shabby appearance were seen all around, but he just masked something that just accidentally fell. But his condition was obvious. Beaten, shabby, he needed treatment. However, he stubbornly claimed that everything is normal. One of the students turned to him with a smile. "Listen, you just pursued Lady Dan and Lady Torment, yes?" The other added, "But he was probably so exaggerated when he tried to do something funny to impress them." Yom tried to hug the guy, intentionally slightly aggressively, hinting that he was crossing the border. But he waved. "That's just a joke. If you react so, then there is something in it, eh?" Yom could not stand. "Close your mouth. There is a limit because I am ready to ignore, even if I'm one of the 10 smaller heavens." He just smiled in response. "To defeat me. And I will go in 10 less for you." Some of the audience immediately tried to stop both. "Yes, you do not. Don't fight between your fools." Wu continued to provoke Yoma. He asked with an insidious smile whether he had taken a torment on his cheek, or maybe still from Lady Dan. Yom barely held back himself, clenched his teeth and hung up. "The bastard." But Wu only stretched his lips into an even wider smile. "I knew that you would say that." He did not stop. He humbled Joma and his surroundings by sectarians, who are hiding according to words, were justified then when it is late. And he rapped, with his best. But as soon as he called the sect of Joma himself, he finally broke down and rushed into the attack. But he still didn't even move. He seemed to be waiting. And that was enough. Without any movement from the side, it suddenly flew into the wall with a deaf sound, as if it had simply baked invisible force. No one around you realized what just happened. The moment was so fast that it looked almost unrealistic. Wu rose quietly, looked at Yoma and said, Your detachment is just a sect. You need to learn what the boundaries are." Only the view of Wu made it clear that he would not waste words in vain. His silence weighed more than someone's screams. Yom felt incredible pressure. It was not just strength, it was humiliation. It is too late to stop the fight, but then, only worse. He thought again about the attack, but what can all end? It began with the fact that the roof of the building simply could not stand. It flew into piles. Wu even made a compliment. Well, it was a rather cool attack, at least this time. As a gift, he promised to give him the taste of heavenly destruction of the Emerald Sea, and advised not to forget what it is. Expectations. The powerful explosion shakes the space. The sky is torn, everything around the color of the flames and fiery waves. However, the attack does not reach the body of Yoma. At the last moment, a new figure appears between them, which puts the sword under the fist of the Wu. The stranger is calm, but firmly proposes to stop this quarrel right here and now. The argument is significant. For the fight inside the alliance, the leader can seriously punish both, regardless of status. Everyone recognized him at once. It was Yuan, the second student of the Heavenly Alliance with a Jade title. Wai turned to Yam and grunted, "You just lucky puppy from the Absolute Sect." Yuan jokingly thanked them both. "They say it is good that you stopped, and then I would have to look bad before the older ones." Subsequently, when the detachment commander was already on the other street, they were faced with the next crowd. In the middle of people stood a red-haired guy who looked at Lee calmly and said, "Nice to meet." Red-haired wanted to find out why John OK decided to wear such clothes today. He answered honestly, "Many suspicious persons, and he himself, from the inner hall of the heavenly mind, is masked by an external detachment to fulfill a secret mission." The man was only surprised to ask him because he was convinced that he had been lowered and sent back to the outer hall. Although he acknowledged, for the outer he was holding quite cool. John OK calmly asked not to worry, and added that he would never return to the outer hall, even if he was boiled. He wished the comrades not to rush. "Take as long as it takes, all under control." Commander Lee came closer and addressed John. "Your change is completed. Go rest, you deserve it." Lee went forward, silent and focused. The cold in the air only emphasized the alarming atmosphere, but suddenly on the way he noticed someone. The figure standing in the shade seemed creepy. Something in it was strange. "Who are you?" Lee asked quietly, not feeling any spiritual presence nearby. It was unusual. The person only turned his head to the left, then to the right, as if looking for something. Or someone. Lee, a little tense, said, "Sorry, you probably mixed me with someone. I'm just a regular patrolman." "They have not seen themselves for a long time about the work," the answer came. And the girl dropped the hood, opening a familiar face. Lee froze, and then his face illuminated a sincere smile. He was really glad to see her. "So much time passed, and you returned whole." In his voice there was warmth that no one has heard for a long time. She smiled in response and said she hopes that all of their detachment is well. Later, Lee spent Princess Khan home. The night was quiet, and the shadow of the moon slid on the pavement. Of course, he was a little overdone to organize it all, and now he felt, well, to put it mildly, financially hopeless. He apologized to her and explained, "I stay here alone, so sometimes it can be a little chaotic." The girl sat quietly by the window and began to watch silently in the lone month in the night sky. Finally, Lee brought dinner. "Excuse me," he said, giving her a dish. Together, they took up the eating of this late taste. Dinner was not only warm, but also cozy. Lee worried about every detail. "Delicious? You are fine?" To what she answered shortly but sincere, "Yes. You know, you are more likely to be a chef in the Union of Heavenly Jade than a warrior," she said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Lee thought for a moment, and then he seriously imagined himself King Lee Guak, master of shovel and soy sauce. Then he asked when she returned. She calmly replied, "This day." Lee guessed that she would not be able to tell what she did up to this point. She agreed in silence. But the main thing was not at all. It is important that it returned, and it was safe. Then the girl asked quietly, almost whispered, "Can stay here?" "Of course, stay as much as you want. Come when you want," Lee said sincerely. And yet he could not help but notice. She looked tired. Very tired. "Recently, I almost sleep. Insomnia has become a real problem," the girl said quietly, with a little starry. But Lee instantly came up with a brilliant plan. If she sleeps in his room, insomnia will disappear. Just lie down and instantly plunge into a deep dream. She tilted her head in surprise. "Seriously? How is it possible at all?" To what Lee proudly replied, "Because my bed is a real magic bed." "Well, not the magic you thought about," he quickly added. "I will go to bed in another room." After a while, she was already lying in his bed, wrapped in a blanket with her head. And indeed, her dream was deep, like a night sky. For the first time in a long time, she slept calmly. Lee could not fall asleep in the same way. At some moment, he opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. Thoughts sailed to the Chan. It has changed. She became even more beautiful than he remembered. He caught himself on this thought and shook his head firmly. It is not time to think of her like. She is a princess. And I am just... The night has passed. Like all the previous ones, quiet, short, with a taste of something incomplete. On the pillow there was a piece of paper with a neat inscription. Come next time, Ogabon. Lee approached, read the note and realized she got up very early. I could have breakfast at least, he thought with a sad smile. After a while in the slum, silence, gray, cold. It was here that Lee came. He knocked on the door, and he was opened by a thin boy with a wary look. Lee looked into his eyes and said, not distracted, I came. I need help. The master, who passed through the hellish steel blood training room, finally returned to the Heavenly Alliance with the Jade title. This is what Lee started. He said that he saw this talented fighter with his own eyes, and asked the young warrior to find out why he was now returning to the Alliance. He was further asked, does Lee know who this mysterious martial art master is? And at the same moment, someone suggested, maybe. This is a girl. When a man with such a decisive look makes a step forward, someone said, it is almost always because of a woman. For his help, the guy agreed to help, but instead asked Lee about something. Lee listened carefully to the request and promised, one day I will definitely repay the debt. Heavenly Alliance, Inner Fortress. The Demon Destruction Pavilion is a harsh, full strength and silence. There, one guy trained with a full return, pouring every drop of energy into his style of battle. But suddenly, a heavy wooden door began to open from him. Several people looked inside and whispered to each other, this is the one who heads the pornography department? Meanwhile, John appeared in the same pavilion. She calmly greeted the detachment commander. Lee immediately asked, where did you go? But in response, he heard only silence. He still was wondering, where did she go that night? Because it was clear in its fresh look, she got a good sleep. And sincerely, she didn't even try to hide it. Suddenly, a girl came from her back with the same question. Well, where did you go? But Yang only apologized both, a word more. It was at this point that a new figure appeared in the hall. From the hat, long white hair was knocked out, which immediately came into the eye. It was a halt act, a secret leader of a bloody detachment. He looked at everyone and asked, the whole team is already here? The leader of the bloody detachment praised all those present. The team coped well with their task. He then reported important changes that have taken place in the Alliance lately. According to an agent from a secret court, there is a suspicion that the Heavenly Demonic Group prepares a large-scale murder during the future tournament. Red-haired suggested that they may want to take revenge on Gina Raka, and that is why they are so active. The leader acknowledged that it is still unknown how many murderers have already penetrated the Heavenly Alliance. Their new mission is to identify and dispose of all agents of the demonic group. The Imitation Pavilion and the Secret Court will provide the necessary information. Meanwhile, in a remote hall, one guy continued his workout, a blow to a blow, focused and silently. His movements were clear, strong. Every blow is with meaning. He trained himself. Lee came to him. Chen Oval, you train again? Where is your detachment? He just shrugged. The boys went out to relax. They said it was time to move the spirit. Lee gesture called him closer. I brought something for you. He pulled an old book from the belt thinly intertwined, with hieroglyphics on the cover. Chonvol accepted it, the cover clearly visible. The art of the sword that breaks the sun. Lee said, don't be shy about going if something is unclear. Even if you learn yourself, some things to explain better. And it was at this moment that another person entered the room. She asked with a smile, Ogaboni, what is it that is happening here? It was Lady Lim. When she was asked why she was here, she just repeated which she said earlier. I promised. I will often visit. Just be here. She also addressed Lee. What are you? You are not going to study the mood of this room and stay here a little? At first, Lee did not understand anything from her strange phrases. But later, the girl finally voiced what she closed. Just don't stand on my way and get out of here. She sat next to Chikan with an ox and despite his eyes said, I won't bother you. Just do what he did. And just sit down and look. But it was not simple for him. How can you train when a woman looks closely at you? She said calmly, if you want to become a real sword, you have to be able to focus even in such conditions. But even after her words, he twisted. It's a bust. Can anyone stay calm in this situation? Meanwhile, Lee wandered his own thoughts. How did he happen that he is a detachment commander and forced to leave the building, his own detachment? On the way, he was met by a young fighter and immediately asked, where do you go, the commander? I'm just walking, Lee replied with a smile. And he himself became interested in how he lives in the hostel. He replied, all is well. I have a room where you can spend the night. But here Il-chan, he constantly votes. He shouts that he heard even through the walls in my room, he added with a tired sigh. As they talked, another figure happened on the narrow street. It immediately recognized it. There was no doubt who it was, but she walked past them without even stopping, like a shadow that does not notice light. In the body, the cold runs. He felt incredibly strong, thickening energy, and at the same time he could not understand. Who is this woman who just went nearby? What is the strange presence? The next moment before his inner vision, he flashed a spooky image. Something is truly awful. Lee could not understand whether this woman is indeed a master of martial arts standing somewhere on the verge of a mad warrior, or she is more deeper, more dangerous. Meanwhile, he addressed him. Commander, I will go in a different direction. Seems to have seen someone who I know very well. His path led just after the mysterious girl who had just passed. There was already a soft sunset on the streets, and she went, silently, confidently, without looking back. And at this time he stopped in a cozy place for relaxation and wondered, how many interesting, unusual people live here within the same alliance? And the same about your own long way, which is still waiting for him. Collisions, battles, elections. At this point, a girl appeared nearby. She sat beside him and asked quietly, "What do you think about?" But Lee, instead of the answer, asked, "Did you have dinner?" With a light smile, she replied, "No, today is nothing else." Smiling to his ears, he took her hand. "Then let's go," and pulled forward so unexpectedly that she did not even have time to ask, wherever. For a while, they were sitting in tavern, enjoying dinner. The food was hot, aromatic, exactly what was needed after a long day. There was a puppet performance in the hall that entertained all the visitors. They laughed, watching every movement of puppets. The evening turned out to be surprisingly warm, filled with smiles, lightness, and silence-hidden happiness. The girl hugged his hand and laughed quietly, leaning against him as if looking for this safety. After the performance, they went together into the silence of the evening city, walking past the lanterns in an incredibly romantic atmosphere. The next morning, Lee, waking up, saw a familiar one. A note lay on his pillow again, the same as last time. He was surprised every time. Why she doesn't even say goodbye before leaving, just disappear, leaving words on the sheet. A little later, he came to the mute again. It was necessary to find out something. A wonderful coincidence, he smiled. I was about to look for you. Lee came to make sure that the same Dello, which he asked earlier, was moving. He replied that he had already learned everything he needed, but immediately he went to his questions. I have 2 questions for you. First, who do you know? Is that Munhyo? Seeing the surprise on the face of Lee, he suggested, then perhaps Kan. They are the only 2 girls from the first hidden bloody detachment. I have the right to know, he added. I also try not just, at least understand who. Lee shrugged. He did not even hear about no secret detachment. Then he explained, this is a secret group of killers created by the Heavenly Alliance. Their existence is not officially recognized. In this group, they gathered the most talented soldiers and turned them into perfect killer, elite weapon operating in the shadow. Now Lee had something to think about. A girl, who maybe he likes, turned out to be a killer, and now it became clear why he did not feel her presence. She really was trained to disappear. But how? How could a little girl turn into a hired killer? And who, not the Union of Heavenly Jade, is guilty of this? Lee wanted to know the truth. Why was a hidden bloody team created? Most likely, it was preparation for the ambush for the celestial demonic group. This battle promised to be bloody. It will be a struggle between killers, not just martyrs. That is why I asked Lee, do not interfere. This is not your war. After talking to the mute, Lee slowly walked the street, fully immersed in thoughts. How could she be a killer? How does it all fit into her warm image? He was broken by emotions, sadness, anger, fear, disappointment, and at the same time, the tenderness that he still felt. At the same time, the boat slowly sailed on the river. On one of the ships, on his knees, Kem Mon paid tribute to the Dark Emission. He asked, what did you know? Kem silently stretched him a scroll, the schedule of the tournament that could turn everything. The Dark Emission unfolded it and read it carefully. This information was enough. Everything was planned. It was boiling the thirst for revenge. He will destroy everyone who was related to the death of Ginraka. They will all follow him. Gin Cancer was a friend to him. And the Dark Emission swore he will hold him a ceremony worthy of a real warrior, even if you have to follow the world. Meanwhile, there is a separate court in the Heavenly Alliance. Lee stood in the corridor with a big key in his hands and could not understand. He was feeling now, a warrior, or just a strange engineer in armor. Lee knocked on the wooden wall several times. The sound was deaf, and this was just confirmed by his guess. It seemed to him that the place was empty. And maybe indeed, the secret passage is hidden here. Suddenly, an old man appeared behind his back. a technician who just finished servicing the premises. He praised Lee for observation and suggested, "Today, enough. As always, it's better to relax." At that moment, Lady Dan suddenly appeared, contacting him through the artifact. At her request, they just completed the inspection. Lee used the moment and asked her direction. "What is the real purpose of this place? Are traps really located here?" She explained that during the tournament, here will gather all 10 of the smaller heavens for a secret meeting. Lee immediately realized everything is very serious. This place can become an arena of important events. Dan wondered, "How are your wounds? Has he had time to recover after the last case?" Lee, with a smile, replied that he was now in a great shape, and thanked her sincerely. They said goodbye. She wished him a safe road back and disappeared. A few days have passed. The dark night. In the shade around the corner of one of the houses was a man hiding in the shade. He looked up at the sky. It was later than agreed. Why didn't the insider still come? Something was disturbed. Everything was wrong, and that is why he decided to leave. Something was too quiet. At the same moment he felt someone was watching him. The flow of energy that made its way through the night was too expressive. Without hesitation of a second, he rushed forward, deciding to leave this place immediately. He relied entirely on his techniques, ease of body, high mobility. These skills have repeatedly saved his life. But looking back, he saw the pursuer was not behind. The dark shadow went on heels with frightening confidence. In the end, he ran to a narrow lane. I had to stop there. There was no point in running away. A girl appeared right in front of him. Her figure was barely shining in the light of the night lamp. He looked in the eye and asked, "Are you a killer too? Then you have to die, here and now." She calmly replied, "Killer, body, heavenly demon, they all say too much." "Be quiet," he swore. "Such as you will not be able to win me." And in the next moment, he lightly shortened the distance. He rushed to her rapidly. Bloody droplets, ruby glare under the starry sky flew in the air. Her gaze remained absolutely calm. Against the background of his aggression, she looked like an icy mirror. Her skill surpassed it several times. One clear movement, and his left leg was amazed. But he did not pay attention to the blood flowing from the wound. The rage made him move on. But his eyes were now expanded. He first saw such an emotionality in battle, and understanding is a completely different level. He fell to the ground. What happened seemed impossible to him, as if all this is a nightmare, not a reality. And at the same time, dark appeared in the darkness. His voice was mockingly, "It seems not the same wound found on Gina Rocca's body. I used some of my subordinates as a bait, and I caught big fish. Ha!" Only one words were heard from his mouth, about Gina Rocca. He was still here, as if it were all for him. At the same time, Lee slowly walked the street. A normal day, a regular route. He thought, when did the outer hall turn into such a place? Now something is going on here. It was once a boring, calm place. Silence, peace, monotony. And now, without end of the task, mission, anxiety. With these thoughts, he went forward, lowering his head, thoughtful. He did not guess that now someone's back would appear behind his back. But as soon as he felt someone's presence, he stopped immediately and turned. "Who are you?" The stranger did not introduce himself. Instead, he asked calmly in response, "Are you Lee Guak, the leader of the 13th detachment?" The stranger demanded that he wanted to know everything. About traps, secret moves, hidden rooms of the Union of the Jade Sky. Lee didn't even understand what he was in mind. Detachment commander from the lowest rank of external hall. Where does he know such information? But the stranger was not going to joke. He slowly pulled the sword and, with a cold threat, said, "Better tell you everything without resistance, because there are others. They will not be so patient." Hearing this, Lee asked sharply, "What did you do with Sokolaro M.A.?" He shrugged. "My comrades apparently are already taking care of him, and I do not exclude, if necessary, kill or interrogate. Not a problem. This was enough." Lee made all the puzzles. Before him, most likely, a member of the Celestial Demonic Theater. One of the killers. "You are not going to just share the information, right?" "Well, it would not be fun if you gave up without a fight," he said, squeezing the sword's arms. For the next moment, the stranger swung. Purpose. Both shoulders. The attack was fast and ruthless. But Lee managed. It was at this point that he used something interesting, what he did not even suspect. It worked. Lee skillfully evaded the impact, literally sliding sideways for a second. And another attempt is as aggressive. But again, Lee shatters. Now the attacker did not understand how this small from the outer hall evades his attacks. What did he do wrong? He attacked again, and yet. But every blow is passed. It all ended the same. The void instead of the target. Lee leaned and lifted some device from the ground. It seems that this bastard just used against him. He looked at the device, saw the button, and pressed it without any hesitation. The attacker demanded full information about the traps and secret moves of the Union of the Jade Sky. Lee could not understand where he came from, the commander of the low-level detachment from the outer hall, to know this. He did not understand what was talking about. The stranger began to pull out the sword and made it clear that he would be better told without resistance. Otherwise, others are less restrained. They will take it. In response, Lee sharply mentioned the Sakura MA and asked his fate. He only scornfully suggested that his comrades are probably already engaged in it, even if he had to torture or kill. This was enough for Lee to realize that one of the heavenly demonic theater was in front of him, one of the killers. The stranger decided not to delay. Once will not receive information, though it will enjoy the battle. In the same second, he swung on both shoulders. The goal was clear: to destroy the ability to fight. But Lee took advantage of the moment. He activated something he was in his sleeve. The technique worked. He evaded the deadly blow, as if he slipped through the blade. The attacker tried to attack again, and again missed. Lee was moving too fast. The killer could not believe that this small soldier from the outer hall was evading his attacks. Something was wrong. He continued, another attempt, another and another. But the result remained the same, a miss. Lee leaned and lifted the object lying on the ground. It was probably that the attacker probably used a few minutes earlier. There was a button on the subject. Without hesitation, Lee pressed it. Pressing the button and accidentally targeting the device on the attacker, Lee did not even expect the result. But the explosion of energy hit the target. He immediately fell to the ground. In a moment, looking at what happened to the body, one could say for sure, before him, dead. Without a doubt, Lee dropped his eye on the sword of the murdered. Raided, cheaply made, unbalanced. Weapons, nothing. But there was no time for it. The main thing is to get to the Sokolar Ma, and just hope that he is still fine with him. After a while, Lee was already under a massive house where, according to him, he was supposed to be. He explained the guardian who seeks the scientist, urgently. No delay. He asked to miss. He stressed that he had an extremely important thing for him. It does not delay. One of the guards, recognizing Lee, gave a signal to open the door. M.A. once ordered him without questions. Lee did not wait. I immediately rushed forward, praying mentally that everything would be fine. Going to the right door, he knocked them out of his foot, with all the power he was. But what was waiting inside stopped it in place. The picture he saw could not be called differently than horror. At the same time, John sat on a tree branch, relaxed, conceived. Around, silence. A figure. A detachment commander suddenly appeared behind her back. She calmly returned to him and asked what had happened. But he came only for one purpose: to make sure that everything is fine. She smiled, explaining that everything is under control. It does not threaten anything. She is safe. The commander clasped his eyes and asked her, "Aren't their circumstances too sad?" In response, he only heard silence. But he continued himself. All the children who got into the covered bloody detachment were orphans, poor left over the world. They were promised that they would fall into a good place if they work out in the hell of the hellish steel blood. But then everything came to one, to rot in the shadow of this detachment by the end of their days. And she understood it perfectly. It was useless to fight it. He agreed with this as the only way to get out of a hidden detachment. It's to die. But at the same moment, the girl was alert. She felt something strange, something wrong. The commander also changed in the face. The tension increased. The look became vigilant. She said nothing. Only silence rolled in the air. And at the same moment, it did not happen. She disappeared without a word. The commander immediately ordered everyone to raise the alarm and find SO Run. In the meantime, the girl was already flying down, rapidly, for sure, like an arrow. She landed below because she knew there is someone here. The presence was clearly felt. The man standing there did not expect anyone. His face expressed true surprise. The girl immediately contacted the commander, reported that there were kills from the heavenly demon. The commander goes down rapidly, leaving the two opponents who just appeared. The movements are accurate, without any extra step. The third killed instantly, one sweeping blow. Everything happened faster than he had time to understand. But he did not have time to relax, as one more appeared behind his back. A freak with two sharp blades that glittered in the darkness. And it was at the same moment that something was side by side. The quick spear flew near his head, purposefully flying into the attacker. This throw saved his life. His partner is an accurate blow, an instant death for the enemy. Red-haired with a smile suggested that he had no eyes on the nape of his neck, but added, at her nape they were. The commander, while keeping cold, replied that it did not need her help. She just quit after. Sometimes it is grateful, especially when it comes to life. After these words, she turned and moved the other way without looking back. Meanwhile, another girl neutralized another enemy with one clear blow. Turning her head to the left, she saw the void. Although not at all. In fact, it just seemed emptiness. There were two ahead, almost still. She froze, looking at the darkness. Something was preparing. And here, in seconds, a sharp movement. One of the enemies rushed forward. She turned her right hand to that direction. One movement, and everything will be resolved. Her rapid movement of her feet rescued. Those two sharp blades flying in her direction. The air was fleeing nearby without touching the hair. And at the same moment she struck. The opponent did not even have time to realize what was dying. This movement could be called the pinnacle of martial arts. Accuracy, speed, and cold confidence. Another enemy did not expect to see her behind. She appeared as if from a shadow, from the tree. He looked around sharply, but at this moment, it didn't matter where his eyes were looking. The future ended for him. Death was waiting for him in this second, fast, inevitable. His body slowly slid along the trunk, and her look, cold and firm, was forward. She did not stop. These were not the last enemies, and she knew it. Her body was tense, ready for a new battle. The next moment, she saw the hat in her direction. She immediately raised her hands up and repelled the chain to which the hat was tied. But another sound was heard, the clanging of iron in a different direction. But thanks to her reaction, she also evaded this attack, as if she danced on the verge of death. She was so skilled that she was effortlessly running even on the walls, using them as a platform. When you are a real master, the world around you become part of your style. Everything is weapons, everything is support, and she was no doubt. Her talent is to kill. She felt the hot splashes of blood flying around. Traces of battle remained in the air, on the skin, in breathing. Her last enemy fell with a roar before her. The body without power stretched on the ground. But she did not expect to hear someone else's voice behind her back. The shadow said from the darkness. His words were cold. He asked if she killed Gina Raka. Her body strained immediately. The presence of this creature was completely different. Deeper. Alarming. Almost inhuman. She reacted lightly. Her hand reached for the sword immediately. Having removed the weapon, she sent her to his direction, without hesitation, without warning. But as quickly as she attacked, the shadow was already behind her back. It seemed to be moving faster than light. Her eyes did not have time for him. It was like an attempt to catch lightning with your hands. But its speed is not the last. She turned around and tried his head to get his head, but he had only 2 fingers to repel her blade like a toy. Hundreds of blows collapsed in a short interval, every accurate, skillful. But the shadow was evading everyone. His movements were without unnecessary effort. He evaded perfectly, as if he danced in the middle of the blades. It seemed strange to him that she was able to kill one of his people. At this level, it was almost incredible, but she did not answer. A single word. Silence is her answer. And at that moment, the commander entered the battle. He flew into the attack while trying to confirm his identity. Was it one who heads the mercenaries of the Heavenly Demon? But the shadow only briefly commented that there was a new, problematic disturbance here. He evaded the commander's impact with the same ease with which the wind bypasses the rock. Even the walls became helping him. He ran for them as if it were a flat land. The commander was stunned. He did not believe that someone could evade his attack so easily. But the shadow was in no hurry to finish. He liked this game. He wanted to kill them slowly, enjoying every moment of their fear. The commander was lucky. He managed to evade 3 coons that flew directly into him from different sides. But at the cost of this was another sacrifice. His weapon, changing the trajectory, touched the girl, hitting her right in her shoulder. However, she managed to distract the real catastrophe, and that's what could end. But suddenly the shadow disappeared into the air and from the acceleration fell into the ground. She realized, his strength is a true threat. If you continue the battle here, one of the comrades will accurately hurt or die. Therefore, she made the decision to take away the shadow as far as possible. Delay it from others, even at the cost of your own risk. In one jerk, she swore from the roof to the roof, like a ghost sliding on the dark wings of the night. And it seems that the shadow has succumbed to this provocation. His voice came behind. The more they flee, the more pain they are waiting. In the lane that was ominously stretching nearby, the body was already lying on the ground, cold, dead. Meanwhile, Lee rushed as soon as he could. His steps were beaten by stone like strokes of anxiety. There was only one thought in the head: to get on time. He had to. Seeing the dead body, Lee understood. The battle had already begun. They collided with the killers. He just hoped that John is whole, that she was alive. But until she see her with her own eyes, she will not stop. Meanwhile, the girl had already broke away. She ran around, jumped across the streets, not stopping for a moment. But suddenly, behind the wall, a dark spot crashed. She pulled a living threat. Weapons, fragments of death, which had a shadow, began to appear from that shadow. A dark portal opened from the wall in front of it. The shadow was teleported directly into the center of battle, as if it had left the nightmare. He noted her agility, good evasion, a decent reaction. But he had another gift, a challenge that is not easy to evade. In the next moment, he began to plunge directly into the ground, a dark mass that dissolved under his feet like a living shadow. Hundreds of sharp blades escaped from the ground with an explosion, as if the earth itself wanted to break it into pieces. She responded to each of them. She reflected, shattered, retreated. The fight lasted literally in millimeters from death. Her movements were honed to perfection. No false step, no hesitation. Only because of this she was still alive. Everything around her life was threatened. The earth, the sky, even the air seemed to have clenched around it. The shadow watched and understood that if it dies now, it will be a loss. Over time, it could become a real threat to their organization. His body began to radiate something new. Dark, creepy energy began to burn around it like a black flame. She immediately understood. Something has changed dramatically. The balance is no longer on her side. The shadow also felt. The sound of her sword began to weaken. The blows became less confident, one sweeping of his hands, and she flies away, hitting the ground. Her body was knocked out of position, her heart from a rhythm. She rose, but her appearance was almost horrible. Face in scratches, breathing fragrant, gazed. The sword, which was a moment ago was a weapon, was now half broken. Weak echo of the former force. The shadow only noted coldly, this sword would never stop his attack, and he will never be able. Without a second, the shadow rushed forward again. His weapon glittered in her hands, and a girl stood in front of him, completely defenseless, with a broken sword in her hands. She looked at him calmly. There was no fear, only readiness. She knew she should die now. But suddenly there is a loud explosion. Everything around the red light blinded, as if the heavens themselves were lit. The explosion raised a thick cloud of smoke and fog, which covered the entire battlefield, leaving only a stain of the red flame. The shadow, when he was in this mist, suddenly lost his orientation. It became difficult for him to see even the space in front of him. But when the dust began to settle, he saw something unexpected, a figure holding the girl in her arms. It was Lee. He appeared at the last moment, just when it was needed. The shadow, not understanding who before him, tried to find out, without recognizing the stranger. Yang lay unconscious in the hands of Lee. She heard nothing, did not see anything. Only the dull warmth of the body remained between them. Lee carefully put her on the ground. He needed his hands for battle. He turned around, looked at the shadows, and was calmly introduced. The leader of the 13th Detachment, External Hall, and then he cast his gaze on a fallen girl and asked, "Does the heavenly demonic theater teach his murderers hunting for wounded girls?" When Li Guok approached, he was almost broken from the jaw and is very injured, unable to continue the fight. The guy answered the enemy's questions and introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of the 13th Detachment from the outside hall. The boy's voice was quiet, but firm. He asked the enemy whether heavenly demonic demon taught her hunting for such weak girls as Chan. A woman, no drop, said that this girl killed her loved one, so her revenge was justified. But he was already close to the young man, so he also could not allow the enemy to finish his plan. He has every right to defend her. But this statement was only pleased with the woman. Is this young man strong enough to protect his girlfriend? It doesn't matter whether it was enough or Guok was ready to even sacrifice his life for his salvation. The gray-haired began to annoy the determined mood of the boy. Jian is a place where only strong can prove their rightness. No matter what the chances of Li Guok in battle with a woman, he was not ready to suffer such a simple defeat from such greedy people. Then the woman was armed with her fiery red sword and said that she would kill the boy before his girlfriend would have time to wake up. Li Guok alarmed only that he did not feel the aura of this person. Although usually martyrs of martial arts try to make it noticeable. Maybe that's why a woman became a hired killer. Meanwhile, the silence that the bell will be in the settlement cut a strange noise. Mr. Vuman slept while some people made their way to his house. But the man's dream was quite responsive. So the master immediately jumped out of bed when he felt a foreign presence. The blade, which the enemy was going to pierce him, died into the pillow where the man just lay. He didn't take much time to get together. Due to his unsurpassed rapid reaction, he immediately cut a warrior who was going to attack him from behind. Suddenly, there were several warriors in his house. Feeling the presence of another guy behind the door, Vuman struck the door with his head and found himself face to face. He wondered where they were and what they needed, but without receiving the answer, cut another guy. So it got so much that he punched the front door and flew back a few more meters. The embarrassed killer fell to the feet of a detachment of people in long black capes. Seeing this crowd in the courtyard, Mr. Vuman asked if they were with these guys who attacked him. The warriors looked silently. They were not with these dangerous guys. They are from the Alliance of Heavenly Jade. Mr. Vuman was surprised. What did people do from the Alliance near his home? They told him that they just wanted to prevent the penetration of murderers from the detachment of the Heavenly Demon into his house. But unfortunately, they failed to do so. Suddenly, they received a report that they had lost their contact with the detachment commander and Khan, and Li Guok meanwhile was already preparing for the battle. Suddenly, a magical portal was instantly formed under his enemy and it disappeared from view, hiding in it. The guy didn't understand what it was. She just took and disappeared. But in the next moment, the new portal invisibly appeared behind his back. The woman jumped out of him and glowed lightly on the young man with her sword. But his reaction exceeded her expectations, and Li was able to block her blow. It was practically impossible, because the woman acted as quietly as possible and hid the traces of her aura. He could not simply notice her. She refused to accept what the guy could really be so strong, so she decided that he was just lucky. Suddenly, the woman disappeared again in his eyes, but this time a thin trace of her presence remained on the ground. Guok saw her quickly bypassed him, picking up on the other side, and then suddenly from the ground it moved to the wall, and this time she was about to attack on the side, jump out of the wall, but Brunetta's watchful eye noticed her movement. Therefore, when she was about to sprinkle on him, the guy evaded this attack. And as soon as he managed to bypass such a professional, congenital killer, then she was no longer a joke. The malicious atmosphere hung in the air. The woman realized that she would not work her techniques, so she would have to fight the guy directly. This time without hiding, she made a confident jump and swung his sword on the boy's head. It should be acknowledged that his 18 attack is striking, but his technique is not fully worked out. She noticed that for a moment the guy was slowing down, spinning his sword in his hands, and then confidently put it forward using the technique of a light sword. At the last moment, the Shadow Woman managed to dissolve in the air, avoiding contact with the deadly blade. She was immediately teleported to a safe place, a little side by side, and not wasting the time, until he had time to coordinate the movements, she attacked the enemy again. Her magical shadows, like sharp needles, pierced the body of Guok, deeply scratching the limbs. The affected young man flew into the wall, unable to stand on his feet. He did not even have time to shy, as new strong blows fell in his direction. Only this time, the brunette has already been able to react in time and repelled each of them with his sword. The woman was not frightened. She was sure that the guy would not be able to stay in a defensive position for a long time. Her attacks are too fast. In order to interrupt its pressure for a while, Li Guok decides to attack. It uses a powerful spell that creates a strong magical wave. She dropped the woman sideways, and now the killer did not press the boy against the wall. However, instead of angry, she suddenly smiled. She did not expect to meet such a decent opponent here. If they continue to beat as before, there will be no battle, so she needs to be full to finish. The killer was tired of fighting, so she decided to finish him with her special super powerful attack. Li Guok immediately noted that the aura around her had changed. He could die of such force. But even so, he did not intend to give up, because if he dies, then Chan will also die, and the guy could not allow it. The woman put her sword forward and, teasing, suggested that the 13th detachment leader to block her super attack. Suddenly, her silhouette is highly overlooked by Li Guok before her eyes, blurring, appearing in a few places. She used a black lightning strike, and headed at the speed of light towards a poor young man. It was the technique of a black zipper. But Li Guok was much cunning. The guy took into the hand of Yo-Yo and threw it towards the woman, getting straight into her power field. She did not immediately understand how this trick had to work, but suddenly the trajectory of her blow has changed because she faced such a trifle as Yo-Yo. Thanks to this, Li Guok was able to track it and successfully block the blow with a blow. Their swords crossed and heard a wonderful clash of metal, accompanied by an incredible burst of energy. The woman stopped as soon as holding on her feet after a failed attack. But Guok's eyes flashed with dangerous blue fire. He took advantage of the moment and applied the phantom shadow of the killer. Suddenly, the woman's body pierced hellish pain. The guy was about to strike another blow, but she had overlooked herself, and their swords were crossing again. Therefore, the guy suddenly failed to hold the sword in his hands, and disarmed. It had to turn bad for Li Guok, because now all the chances of victory had a woman, and she, quickly waving her sword, threw toward the young man to strike. She decided to check her black lightning strike again, But magically, the guy pulled his sword back, and he tightly put the handle in the palm of Ligwach. The killer pressed her opponent to the ground, but it became her fatal mistake. The guy suddenly attacked her killer needles that suck her soul, which immediately got into her chest. The woman pulled back and suddenly screamed from unbearable pain. Her chest literally lit a bright flame. She fell powerlessly on the ground, unable to move more. Her soul left her body. Ligwach won a death victory in this battle. He threw out a tube where he kept these deadly needles, and finally was able to exhale. Understanding the enemy, he returned to Khan to check how she felt. The guy carefully called her to find out if she was conscious. The girl did not sound, but near the voices of a detachment. They came because they saw the explosion caused by the struggle of Guac with the killer. Brunetta immediately realized that it was better for him to get out of this place, so as not to cause unnecessary suspicion. The detachment, meanwhile, has already reached the place of events. They immediately noticed their commander, who was lying on the ground. Khan Chan was also nearby. They were very glad that they remained alive. The next day, the ship of the Alliance of Heavenly Jade went into its swimming. The red flag with the embroidered name of the Poseidon ship developed proudly in the wind. Apparently, this time the Alliance decided to hold a tournament in the sea. This condition was quite intrigued by the participants of the tournament. Meanwhile, in the Union of Heavenly Jade, the assistant reported the leader of the inner yard that the Xian tournament passes smoothly. The new generation leaders also happens without obstacles. But much more of the Tyre Young was interested in someone who killed the Dark Emission. However, the assistants failed to find out about it, although the leader ordered them to get information. The only thing they knew was the purpose of the Dark Emission by Khan Chan from the Hipton blood detachment. But no matter how they questioned it, she still refused to call her rescuer. Perhaps she had no concept itself killed that woman. A hired killer. 10 smaller heavens who were in a separate building said they did not have to do with it. Then what was a secret martial arts master at the court of Junior Young? The man took himself and ordered the assistants and continued to investigate the case. After all these grueling events last night, Chan needed a good rest. She lay in her bed and looked thoughtfully at the window at the sunset. Memories of this mysterious dark emission came in the head. Was this dark messenger really killed? It was not believed, because the woman was so strong that it is difficult to imagine that someone could overcome this monster. After a while, Chol Hek Jin appeared before Khan, and a detachment commander with him. He was surprised and broken by the fact that 2 people who could be considered a secret weapon of a hidden blood detachment would be in such a serious condition. The commander and the Khan bowed their heads together, apologizing for being powerless before that enemy. Huk Jin would never have thought that they can win some kind of woman who has been retired for a long time. Apparently, they need to train even more. Suddenly, he said to the Chonchone to get up and collect things as they leave the Alliance of Heavenly Nephritis. The girl asked about the Jiang tournament. The man replied that since today was the last day of the tournament, they no longer needed the help of a hidden blood detachment. That is why the detachment, without delay, gathered his few things and saddled horses. From John Last sadly looked at the place they left. Noticing this, her colleague asked if she was looking for something or someone, but the girl modestly replied that no. In fact, she would like to see that Li Guok came to say goodbye, and the feeling did not deceive the girl, because she heard someone quietly calling her out of the lane. It could not but attract her attention. Behind the corner, they really were friends from the John, who could not let her go without saying goodbye. From the fact that they really came, the girl's soul became much easier and calmer. A smile played on the lips. She hoped that Arabi would be able to take care of herself. Li Guok smiled in response to her, conducting the road. College Li Guok asked whether it was the same girl from his past, which the guy told. Guok confirmed that she was. The next day, Li Guok had another important thing. He came to Scholar Ma to visit him and find out how he feels. The man was noticeable that he was noticeably better, and he was very happy to see Guach. He literally survived the boy, for which he was endlessly grateful to him. Guok answered modestly, did nothing like that. But Scholar still felt that he was now due to this to the young man, so he promised to repay his debt before he went to the village. This news did not surprise him. Does a man intend to retire? Shoulder Ma really was going, because it was quite difficult to work at such an age. Did Guok ask if the Alliance will allow him to do so? But in order not to consider the Alliance, the man intended to insist firmly on his resignation. He was really old and rushed. In any case, he will hand them his secret manuals before retiring. At their level, students should already understand the content of his manuals. There was no point in keeping them anymore for Sholar Ma. Therefore, he would very much like Li Guok to study them and continue his inheritance. After a while in the outer yard, John Vol was just engaged in honing his technique. He was able to unwind his body at a frantic speed, which would help him successfully strike a whole crowd of opponents in the future. He also successfully finished his movement and lay gently back to the ground. John Vole asked Commander Lee Guak, who watched the task. Did it work well? Guak really praised him. The guy's skills were greatly improved. Guak said that from this workout the body of a friend had to warm up enough, so now they can work together. And John Vole was only glad to do so, and ready to make a company at any time. Then Guak immediately rushed and told the young man that he could use the art of the sword that cuts the sun, as many times as he wants. The boys sang in an exciting duel, at incredible speed attacking and reflecting each other's attacks. The continuous rattling of the sword was heard for the whole yard. Meanwhile, the settlement was quite quiet. Lim So was on the balcony and stared carefully at the distance. Participation in the War of the Dragon Paradise Valley, the White Light Clan, and several other unions have already been confirmed. Now it was a war not only between the Heavenly Demonic Troop and the Union of Heavenly Jade. Now it is a battle between Jianggu and a Celestial Demonic Troop. She thought that they may need a lot more in the future. Maybe the teacher will send it to the Union of Thousands of Merchants? The girl thought about it for a while, but suddenly she saw something interesting at the bottom. Next to her home was led by Lee Guak and John Vole, who recently graduated from training. Now she also decided to bring someone with her if she still goes into the Union of Thousands of Merchants. Without losing a minute, she ran outside and stopped the boys walking. Lee Guak asked her what she wanted to say and why she ran to them so suddenly. The girl said that in the near future they could travel together. So I would like the boys to take care of her when the time is coming. Lee Guak was not against it, but he wanted to find out where they were going to go. That's just the girl kept intrigue. Suddenly she noticed that all this time, John Vole stood in a scarf, although there was quite warm weather on the street. The girl asked him why he closes his face with a cloth, if the reason is not that he was freezing. The guy replied that he was so comfortable, but this answer did not make it. She did not want the guy to hide her face when she meets her, and even struck him with an insult. Lee Guak suddenly tensed and asked her not to do so, but the girl was really very offended by the fact that John Vole hid her face, although they are not very common. Let him cover him when meeting with other people, if he wants, but not for it. This request was excited not only by John himself, but also by Lee Guak, who could imagine what would happen if he removed his scarf. The same day, but later, the 13th Detachment again had to patrol the wilds. However, there were rumors that they have now become much more dangerous. That is why there was a lot of effort to be spent on this day. The dark streets were almost empty at night, except for a few casual passers-by as well as the guards themselves. The residents were a little distant and discussed that they were only looking for dogs of the Alliance of Heavenly Jade, coming to these streets daily. The guards tried to explain to them that their true goal is only to protect civilians, but passers-by continued to argue and show disrespect. I had to hold themselves in their hands because they, unfortunately, often heard such images. However, the number of roughs has increased in the area lately, and it has been a little nervous. During the patrol, Lee Guak heard that some strange cries came from one. He went there to check what. As it turned out, it was shouted by two strong men, apparently leaders of local gangs who tried to divide the territory. None of them wanted to give way to the controversy to another. Then Lee Guak tried to intervene and stop the loud jeer. But for them, it was no more than some trifle from the alliance that is not important. Despite the brutality in his side, Lee Guak asked what Zadir was called. Those refused to introduce themselves, saying that the guy has nothing to do with the business. But he continued to insist on his own. The men decided that he was clutching them only because they wanted to branch them into a bribe, so they suggested just a little wait for them to deal with their dispute and then pay with her money. But Lee Guak was not one of those who could be bought. Men just fun. They did not understand how he became a detachment commander, being so naive and primitive. Suddenly, I and John Henham had already joined the altercation, defending the honor of his commander. Lee Guak repeated his request again. He demanded that the bandits would fold their weapons and cease to make a noise at such a late time. However, for them, it was already the principle of understanding this self-confident guard. Nor and a volume of volume, he hit one of the bandit in one light movement as a warning about what awaits them if they did not obey the commander. Bandit was even confused by such an unexpected blow. And then he tried to attack. But the guy quickly hit him again, but this time with his stick on his head. Other participants of the street gang interceded for his friend. They wanted to give a lesson to an arrogant guard. But John did not get lost and initially neutralized one bandit, hitting him with a stick in his neck. Then she beat her and the rest of the opponents who tried to attach him. Anyone who tried to get involved in the fight was received by merit, and John will coped with a whole group of self-confident Zadir. His skills were impressed not only by opponents who have clearly underestimated him, but also colleagues. It is even strange that the young man joined the Alliance of Heavenly Nephritis later than they have already become so strong. After a couple of minutes, almost all participants of both street gangs were overthrown. Only their heads are left. Those first rushed into the battle. wishing to defend the honor of their groups. But John Vole was much more talented and agile than them. He wounded both sections with one powerful blow to the sword, disarming them at the same time. With his free hand, he intercepted the sword of one of the heads, which he released from his hands. To finally show his advantage, he cleverly knocked the man off his feet. He did the same with the second section. They both fell on his knees, failing to keep his balance, and the guy threatened them with swords with their swords. They even had time to be frightened, thinking that John was about to kill them, so they begged for mercy. John Vole did a wonderful job, for which his colleagues did not ascend to praise him. By order, these people will be sent to prison. The fear of the heads immediately evaporated. They not only indignant with this sentence, but also began to threaten the soldiers that they would pay if the truth wanted to put them for lattice. But Yejeon Hennim switched on in a timely manner and asked them if they were truthful to threaten such veterans, if even the newcomer of the group had just killed them without much effort. Against this, they had nothing to say and do, so they had to obey, despite how much anger was boiling inside them. After this moment, several days passed. The man from the inner fortress came to the main gate and tried to call someone from the inside. The door was opened by John, and then the man said that he was looking for the head of the 13th detachment. He entered inside and shouted Li Guasa that he was looking for a man from the inner fortress. The man was dropped inside and Li Guak personally met him. The traveler said that he was ordered to hold Li Guach, so he should go with him inside the fortress. Li Guak asked who caused him from the inner fortress. As it turned out, he wants to see the leader of the secret court. There was nothing left except to go for the messenger inside. In order not to get lost, Brunette had to follow the man in the palace everywhere. Li Guak realized that this was because of the fact that many traps were placed on the fortress, which he himself could detect. The conductor gave him the instruction, saying that Guak should be very careful, otherwise one wrong step can cost him life. It was the first time in history when the leader of the detachment of the outer circle is in this place, so he had to say that he would see or hear in the fortress. Li Guak nodded, saying that he would mean. Soon they got their destination. In a small but spacious room, some people were already waiting for him. The room found two people who were not familiar with the young man, as well as, surprisingly, Lim So. The guy remembered that recently she told him about a joint. Apparently, the time of the same adventure that was familiar to him has come. After her, Guak was fought by a guy who looked at him quite gloomily. It seemed to him that he was a martial artist. Soon, the leader of the secret court, Yohun Vol, who was the last person in the room, introduced himself to Guak. This man was a mentor, Co Bo. Then Li Guak himself introduced himself. He was a little tense because he could not believe that he would once be able to meet Yojun Vol in person. After all, he is a genius of 10 steps. He is considered an ultimate strategist, and in general it is quite famous. The next man presented Mr. Yuen Den, the dragon's sword. He was the other student of the master, whom the guy heard only from rumors. Li Guak gave the honor to this young man. At that time, Yuen Dian did not seem to be so frightened by the young man, and even suggested that he sit at the table. When everyone took their seats, the teacher apologized to invited Li Guach without explanations. He invited the boy through Co Bo because she was going to go on a long journey. But the teacher had no one who could be sent. Then I remembered that Li Guak was a reliable person, so the teacher agreed to this case. Whether Guak was asked if he was ready to accompany the girl, and of course, he agreed, but asked to explain what he would need to do, because she was very happy that she would have the accompanying one she wanted. But Li Guak knew that in fact, the girl wanted to simply travel with Nan's will from his detachment, and Guak was only a convenient reason. However, the teacher was also pleased that Li just agreed to their request. Li Guak asked what he had to do on his journey to him and his team. The teacher said that the guards would be the warriors from the Alliance leader and Mr. Yuen, and the 13th detachment will have to take care of the CO. It turns out that everything was even easier than Li Guak expected. They will only need to make sure that the girl is not bored on the road. The teacher also bowed to Mr. Unu and said he was ready to assign him to him, as she is still not experienced. Suddenly, Yuen Dian stood up and asked Li Guach to follow him to continue discussing the details alone. They both said goodbye to the teacher and CO and left the room. Dian's led Li Guach into the fresh air, into a spacious yard. The guy asked where Li Guach came from, the strategist Yo. Guach replied that he had seen him for the first time, but he has long been familiar with CO. It made the guy think about something. Li Guak felt a strange cold when he was near the dragon's sword in Dian. When he finished with his reflections, the guy said they would need a lot of time to prepare the trip because they go on a long journey. He will be involved in his preparation, and the outer hall must gather on the trip on his own. After agreeing, the boys decided that they would leave the main gate of the outer wall in 3 days. How long they will be and how difficult this journey will be remained unknown. When Li Guak returned to the outer wall, he immediately informed the detachment of the fast serving, so that they could already start gathering on the road. However, they were a little frightened that if they travel with the warriors of the Alliance Division, they are stuck again with assignments. And Li Guak, meanwhile, congratulated John's will that he would now be able to travel with CO for a long time. But the guy was not so comforting this news as she was alarmed. On the same day, Li Guak went to the store to buy some equipment. He asked the seller why he needed all this, to which Guak replied that he went on a trip. True, his set of objects was quite strange. An axe, a dagger, a lot of sharp long needles, as well as a belt. It was impossible to understand exactly why such a set was needed by a boy, but on a long journey they would definitely need it. 3 days have passed in the bustle with the preparation of the trip. Exactly within the 13th detachment from the outside hall arrived at the place where they were already waiting for them. It remains to finish some small preparations and it will be possible to go, said Mr. United Nations. After that, a man, whose face was half covered with a huge hat, came to Guak, which discarded the shadow on his eyes. He introduced himself as a Chung Ak. Guak had a strange feeling that he already knew this person and the rest of his detachment, which were dressed in the same way. Isn't it a detachment of divine blood performers who went to suppress the plenitive fighter? Noticing the confusion on the young man, the head of the detachment asked what was the matter. Li Guak waved herself that he just worried about their long journey. Not only Li Guak, but other members of the 13th detachment noted that the soldiers from the Alliance Division seemed to be quite dangerous. But Li Guak was convinced that their adventure would go well. Everything was relatively calm, but Li Guaka rushed in the eye of how carefully he looks at the will of the will, afraid to talk to him. Then he approached her closer and asked why she was looking at the boy. The girl refused to respond to his porch comment, and then to support the conversation, Li Guak asked where they were going, because she told him that they were sent to the union of thousands of merchants, and they had only one reason they went there. And in general, this union was rarely for another purpose. They needed to receive funding from the union. From that moment, a few calm but quite monotonous days have passed. The group just made a halt to have lunch and relax. The 13th detachment was preparing a lunch, and the smell of the wind spread over the whole lawn. Yijan Henim prepared a wonderful chompon, that is, Korean noodles with sharp red peppers, the first to turn the wonderful soup, and others were pulled up. Meanwhile, Mr. Yuen carefully approached Li Guach to ask him for grace. He would not want to take food in the 13th detachment, but his group could not cook, and therefore they would like to eat some normal food, not just derivative snacks. Li Guak was not mine to have lunch together, so he invited them to join. He poured a whole plate of soup and wished him a pleasant appetite. The next hour was busy with food and rest, so it was quite quiet. Did Guak and Mr. Yuen lunch together, sitting near the trunk of a large tree? Suddenly, Dian Loud noted that Guak is doing well with the leadership of his team. They fully trusted their commander. Guak said it was just because they're so long together, but Mr. Yuen did not quite agree. No matter how close he is with the team, if he was not strong, no one would follow him. Guak did not find something to answer, but where En has hurried to reassure him, saying that he just talks to him and does not try to bring to any question or revelation. This allowed the young man to relax a little. In the meantime, the man thought that Li Guak was an amazing man. It does not seem that it has strong internal energy, and it looked normal outside. But for some reason, his presence sometimes tensed the older, and Li Guak began to twist himself again, not understanding why the gentleman was so exposed to him. Suddenly, Mr. Yuen asked Li if he was ready to join the Alliance Division if he asked him to do so. This question was so sudden that at first Li Guak thought that he was just heard. He answered the man that he was still busy in the 13th detachment. He did not think that he could cope well if he joined the Alliance leader. But Mr. Yuen said that if the guy changes his mind, he could always take advantage of his proposal. Li Guak sincerely thanked him for it. After a while, the detachment reached the coastal city. They were already waiting for them, prepared specifically for their sail. The 13th detachment was very surprised at how huge this ship was. They quickly plunged on board and soon sailed a relatively calm river. One of the members of the 13th detachment was completely relaxed and did not release a bottle of alcohol throughout the day. Li Guak asked him how much he could drink. The guy said he wanted to just take the opportunity when he does not need to do anything, and he can just enjoy the drink, looking at the wonderful landscapes of nature. Then the commander asked him how the search for the man said by the guy was moving. He said he was hiding, and people hide to make sure they will not find you. Therefore, it could be understood that things were not very good. Then Li Guak suggested that this person could not hide in the Alliance of Heavenly Jade. It was possible, but he believed that the Alliance was the highest probability of his stay. Li Guak wanted to know more details about this person, but the subordinate could not tell him, so he asked him to not worry about it. He will tell everything when the time comes. After that, the guy weaned, saying that he wanted to find his friend. Therefore, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. leaving Li Guoch one. He thoughtfully inspected the deck. Cheerful people and soldiers enjoyed carefree time and admired the landscapes that opened from the boat. However, among them was one person who was different from the other. Guoch noticed that a man was sitting from others in a long white cloak, did not talk to anyone, and just looked into the distance. It was not just an ordinary person, and the guy felt it. One day he was surrounded by wild snakes. Who was this man? And for some reason the commander felt such a cold from him, and the body was chopped off. He decided to get closer and understand, just in case, having prepared his sword. But suddenly he felt that some unknown force made him leave him in the vagina and release the weapon. Someone's laughter was heard. It was definitely the case of the hands of this stranger. Suddenly, he turned to Li Guoch and his gaze burned with red fire. Suddenly he spoke with Li and asked him calmly, without weapons, closer. He fulfilled the stranger's request. The man decided to remove the hood and introduced himself as a gum of a will. Li Guoch then introduced him to response. The name Guoch meant to protect, so the stranger became interesting. What position the guy occupied in the fortress with that name? The guy did not respond, but at this point, the Guillaume Vol noticed some more interesting detail. A blade. He asked if the Guoch was trained in the art of possession of a blade. Everyone says it was better to learn how to own a sword. But the guy knew that the sword was to master more practically. Li Guoch suggested that this young man had the skills of having a sword. It was so, and he even showed his sword, but confessed that if he had a choice, he would have learned better to work with a blade. But at the same time, he held the sword in his hands as much as he remembers himself. Too late to change weapons at that age. Suddenly, unspeakable energy was driven from the guy's sword. She was so strong and stunning that her head crashed near Guoch. Goma was surprised that Guoch was one of the few who could hear the screams of the sword. Li Guoch heard nothing about this phenomenon, so he asked the guy what he was the cries. He explained that this is called the sword's screams. He concluded that the guy did not have a master who would have taught him properly for martial arts, and therefore a young man, a self-taught. Apparently he reached the stage where he unlocked all his main energy paths. The harmony of creating something out of nothing impresses. Li Guoch was alert. How could a person learn about it just one look at him? The guy grabbed his sword again, remaining alert. Then he smiled with the will and said that the commander did not necessarily be alert. He was not an enemy. At least they had no reason to be hostile. Li Guoch asked him who this guy was. He repeated his name and said he had left his sect for a long time to train on his own. Therefore he knows how difficult it is to learn martial arts alone. He confessed that he came here to see the dragon of the sword, because people constantly talk about what he was strong. So he decided to take a chance and look at him live. But when he saw Li Guoch, his soul felt a strange tension and threatening power of aura from him. Li Guoch then argued and said that he was not so great to scare someone with his skills. The guy said it was just an unsuitable time now. He noted that the guy was still tense and again reminded that he was not going to do anything with him. The Vapor was glad because he came to this ship in search of an immortal demonic sword. If he did not do it, he would not meet Guoch, because he has what is very rare in the world. Therefore, the guy hoped that Li Guoch would continue to train carefully until he reached the same level as the Gum of the Will. Li Guoch hurried to upset him, saying that he was only a low-rank warrior, but he asked what he had to do to rise higher. The guy said the whole secret was training. Let him continue until he hear the sounds of the blade, and then the blade will tell him where to go. Li Guoch thought deeply about his words, but soon his reflection was interrupted when he approached him and offered to go inside and take something. From that moment on, Guoch went thoughtful and quiet all day that even his detachment began to worry about his condition. When, after a while after lunch, they returned to the corner of the deck where he was a vapor, he was gone there. Li Guoch asked if one saw one where the man went with before dinner, but suddenly said that all this time, Li Guoch was alone. At that time, Li Guoch even doubted whether this warrior was here, or was it just a vision? But his words were not given the boy. In the memory of the guy, the name of the goal, the immortal demonic sword and the style of the military sword, was tightly printed. A few more days passed, and the detachment continued his journey with land. Li Guoch was still pursuing obsessive thoughts about those soldiers who met only a short moment, but completely turned his world. Will he ever reach their level, even if he spends all his life on the study of martial arts? The 13th detachment could not help but notice these changes in the captain, because they were far from good. He constantly refused and said that nothing had happened, but they saw that he was worried about something. Meanwhile, the sword dragon noted that a small city was visible on the horizon, and they agreed with the assistant that they would take their detachment there today to make a halt. They found a large enough and comfortable restaurant where they decided to stay for one day to relax. They have passed for a long time since they slept and ate under normal conditions. Even the hardy Chon Henim is quite tired on the trip. Only Kijin Kavi for some reason did not want to stay in a cozy room for a long time. He carefully slipped outside, hoping that no one would notice him. The guy confidently went to the way out, but suddenly he was noticed and stopped. It was Lee Guak. He asked Gin Kvi where he was going to go secretly. The guy answered nervously that he just wanted to walk alone. But if Lee Guak was still pounding, then he suggested that you take a walk together. Lee Guak agreed. But the guy suddenly pulled him by the hand and said that they needed to rush to one place if they wanted to have time by the evening. They quickly managed to get a beautiful small building. It did not understand what was inside, and there were fun inside. The gambling bones were thrown into the air from time to time, and the conversations of people did not subside. People with great interest played different gambling. For one of the many tables, the company played an ancient version of cards. After the other, there was a gambling play with plaques, and Lee Guak looked with interest on all sides. Lee Guak asked a friend why they were here, but Gin Kvi reassured him and said they did not come to play gambling. He led Lee Guak to huge, massive iron doors that guarded a formidable guard. He said that it is better for friends to stay in the main hall and play. The secret room was not the place where anyone can enter. But then suddenly Mr. Kai showed him his pass, and the guard politely apologized, missing the boys inside. Only then did Gin Kve say they were going to the black market, although most people choose the widespread trade path of Myriad. If a place that is no worse can give you any product that interests. This place is the black market. There you can buy goods that cannot be found in a variety of detachments. At the entrance to the market, the guy suddenly met his old acquaintance. Obviously he was not very happy to see her, but the girl, on the contrary, pulled on her mouth another smile. It has been about 10 years since they have not seen. She asked who this guy, who brought with him Gin Ki. He introduced Lee Guak and said that he was a detachment commander in which the guy now serves. The girl obtained because the boss did not love when some strangers got into the market. But Gin Kvi said that he could be guided, that this guy would keep everything seen in secret. He seemed like a balakun to the girl, but she decided to believe her old acquaintance. After that, the boys went inside. Whether Guacha became interesting, and whether there are many such black markets in the world, to which the guy replied that there were demand as long as there would be supply. So there are quite a lot of black markets. The black market can be found literally where you can find ordinary merchants. The Vol, which spent them in the market, noted that Lee Guak had already talked a lot. Gin Kvi stood up for the commander and asked not to rude him. They soon reached the black market. Only then did the girl ask an old acquaintance what he was about to find in their market. The guy called a pretty strange set. He needed golden powder, mercury, needle, and about 10 tail feathers of the golden peacock. The girl immediately lost her tongue and could not hide her surprised expression. She asked the senior whether he knew that the tail feather of the golden peacock is a treasure that costs 1,000 gold. Suddenly, the guy shaved his hand under his sweatshirt. He showed her an incredibly rare fluorescent pearl, which cost even more expensive than the price than all the items they named. The girl immediately said that now he would quickly bring him everything he needed. Lee Guak asked if a friend would not suffer from this agreement, but he replied that it was not. Let the pearl cost 10,000 gold, but he could not use it. Therefore, the value of the subject is always subjective. Soon, Suvol brought all the items he asked for. He was not even going to check the goods because he was confident in the decency of the saleswoman. After the agreement was drawn, the boys returned back to their ham. Thanks to these things, Gin Kvi was going to do techniques such as yin-yang or 5 elements and create a balance. Whether Guak asked if it was a witchcraft, but these techniques are somewhat different from those common in the Central Plains, so they could hardly be called so. Did Guak think of, and how strong was the witchcraft in the witchcraft? Considering that he broke the curse of Taos Gun to the sect of Mount Mo, it is probably very strong. Suddenly, Gin Kve decided to tell Lee Guatsa about whom he was talking about when he remembered that he was looking for someone. But the man took the secret manuscripts of his family, and now hides in the Alliance of Heavenly Jade. Gin Kve does not even know who this person really is because he always hides her personality very thoroughly. Suddenly, she entered the room because she wondered why these boys were talking so late, sitting at the table rather than going to sleep. Be that as it may, she was looking for a will, so she wanted to find out if the boys saw him. They assumed that the guy just avoided her. Gin Kvi soon said goodbye to them and went to bed, because he was very tired of today. Because she was even upset because the older went so quickly. Suddenly, she was accidentally glanced into the window and noticed there. She immediately jumped into the yard and asked if she could join his walk. But for some reason, John, though he did not refuse, but immediately called to himself Lee Guak. He did not understand why they wanted to take it with them if they were going to go on a date. John Vol immediately embarrassed and began to deny everything, saying that it was not a date, because she was also embarrassed, but she was excited about something else. She turned to John Vol, and again annoyed that she asked him to communicate with her informally. The guy immediately hurried to apologize for it. After exhaling, she was able to give the boy something that she wanted to meet him. She gave him the martial arts leadership, which she tried very much to get a secret court repository. She thought it could be helpful to him, so she tried to please him. The cover of the book was written, "The Art of a Hidden Sword." It was an invaluable gift, so the guy asked why she gave it to him. The girl asked him not to ask unnecessary questions and suggested just to study it. Li Guok suddenly intervened and reminded that they were only masters of the outer wall with John. They cannot study the same martial arts as she. But the girl said she knew how carefully the boys are secretly training in the martial arts at home. They were so concentrated that they did not even notice that they were looking after them. In any case, judging by what she saw, both boys are strong enough to continue to develop in the martial arts. Did Guok surprised that he could not feel the presence of Co with his senses? Apparently his skills were not reacted to others, unless they were dangerous. Suddenly she said she had one request to Guaka Araboni. She asked him to send a will to be sent to a secret court. Li Guok asked why he should do it. She said she would like it because she really likes the guy, and because she was very much needed. She needs someone around whom she was able to rely on, and whom to trust. Li Guok recalled that his team was not completed. Only 5 people, for which he immediately apologized. Then the commander thought about her request. How did he do? At this time, John Vole, turning over the manuscript, gave it back and said that he could not accept such a gift and such a proposal, because she was indignant. Why he couldn't, if the salary and status he received in a secret court will be much better than what he has in the outer hall. John Vole told her that until she thanked Li Guok for his kindness revealed to him, he could not leave a detachment. The girl wanted to argue with him, but the guy was unwavering. Even Li Guok intervened and said it was better for the boy to accept the offer for his future. At this point the guy was slaughtered. Li Guok recalled that because she went to great casualties to knock out this place, and John himself deserves to serve there. There is such a method of sending to the outside hall when you can remain a member of the secret court. So Li Guok agreed to send a will to be sent to them, but he would do it later, not now. Because she agreed, she does not require the guy to her right now. Moreover, the will have more time and opportunity to learn the secret art that she gave him if he still remains in the outer yard. Li Guok asked if she wanted the guy to learn the technique of a hidden sword, as in the name of manual. She said she really wanted it. And since the commander has already given his permission, the last word remained behind the young man. John Vole was lazy and wanted to ask his leader's advice, but Li Guok told him not to rely on someone else's opinion, but to do as his heart desires. John won for a while, looking at one point in front of him. He tried to listen to his feelings. For a long time, he still agreed to become a secret sword for Co. The girl was so happy that she immediately attacked her lover with hugs. The next day, the detachment continued his journey and soon reached the long-awaited union of merchants. They remained very little before entering the city, and all were already in anticipation. When they pulled into the main gate, they were surprised that no guardians were standing with them. The detachment understood that they were not any desirable guests, and came only to make an agreement. But it was strange for them that no one went to meet them at all. In general, the streets were quite empty, but they noticed a man who swept the yard. One of the detachment of the Alliance leader turned to the old man. He looked at them and immediately determined that guests from the Union of Heavenly Jade appeared to them, and even unmistakably named the names of important persons. This old man was external minister of the Myriad Trade Union. He was called Joe Gellum San. He usually took care of small things within the Union. The detachment was surprised why the minister was engaged in such everyday affairs as cleaning the yard. The first to congratulate the minister was. The man said that the head of the Union instructed him to meet the guests, as today they received the news of the rapid arrival of the detachment. Therefore, he suggested that the sword's dragon go inside, while the rest of the detachment can stay in the yard and relax from the long journey. However, Mr. Yuan hoped that he would be allowed to enter his subordinates with him. The minister was at first surprised how a bold man made his demand, and then allowed them to enter inside. Only the 13th detachment was ordered to stay in the outer yard, going out because she told them that the talks would take several days, so let them not be bored and breathe well in their absence. John Vole wished the girl a happy road, and she also smiled in response to goodbye. At this point, a rather polite man approached them and asked the warriors of the outer yard to follow him, because he wanted to show them where they could stay for these few days. He brought them into beautiful small homes and showed them their rooms. This meant that now the 13th detachment had a few days of full freedom when they could not strain and do what they want. The first day went to arrange things and come to your senses after a long journey. And the next day, John Vole began to study the manuscript, which gave him so bow. Li Guok offered him to relax and look at the variety of the trade union, because the guy thus spent a lot of time after this manual. But John Vole said that everything is fine, and reading for him is also a wonderful holiday. Li Guok left him alone with him, and he went out and looked carefully at how many carts passed by the traders. Merchants from all over the country often came to this place. It was an alliance where they could all trade plenty and constantly stay on plus. Suddenly, he noticed that the Union was preparing for the arrival of some important merchant. They shouted that the leader of the escort service was almost approaching the gate, considering how much noise was around his arrival. Guak realized that someone was very important. Therefore, it became interesting for him to go and see who came. Nearby, he suddenly noticed the same person who once was responsible for John. He rushed from side to side, excited by the fact that the merchant arrived a day or even 2 earlier. And it was at this point that the head of the escort institution of the MOD arrived in the Union, so those who meet respectfully were bent to the man. The head was called Mon Shin, and he looked at the outskirts rather boring. He also learned Li Shin Chun and asked a friend what he was doing here. The man said that he just couldn't not get out of the meeting of such an old important guest, especially he arrived from afar. He was very offended by Shin that a friend dared to call him old. The man said he meant only age. Even a young warrior could not reach with the health and body of Mr. Mo. Mo accepted a friend for his shoulders and praised him for not losing his ability to speak eloquently. Together, they went the yard, talking about the different events that have happened to them lately. As a friend, Mr. Lee stopped because he recognized the person in front of him. It came to say hello, Guak. The man did not expect him to see here, but quickly realized that he probably arrived here with Mr. Un and Lady Lim. Lee Guak confirmed that it was so. Then the man wondered how he was now doing John Volume. Guak said that the guy became part of his detachment and behaved perfectly. Listening to their conversation, Mr. Mo was also interested in who this young man was talking to. Then Chun's Shin hurried to introduce his Onene and told the story of their acquaintance briefly. After heard history, Mr. Mo could not admit that Lee was a real man. He was surprised that for such merits the boy was left in the outer yard, not released inside. Lee Guak was not upset because he was here with his team. Mo said that Lady Lim's negotiations would probably take at least 5 days. Therefore, the man suggested that Lee Guak drink together, once the boy still has nowhere to hurry and you can stay alert. Suddenly, Lee Guak asked if he had at least some opportunity to get to the main fortress of the Myriad Trade Union. Chun Chun said that with the plate he gave to the young man during their last meeting, he can now go anywhere inside the Union. Lee Guak thought all this time that it was just some unnecessary little thing, and there was a very useful thing. Therefore, taking advantage of the opportunity, Lee Guak followed the merchants inside the Merchant Union. They passed the spacious yard quite carelessly, heading deep into the fortress. Suddenly, it came to Lee Guak that he could not weaken vigilance, because the yard was strewn with different traps. This place is at the same level of safety with the Alliance of Heavenly Nephritis. The walls of the yard, which were held by Lee Guak, were decorated with some amazing drawings of people. He understood that these walls were hidden by martial arts, who guarded the inner court. Some of them could hide even in trees. Noticing that the guy was constantly distracted, An Shin asked him that he was looking, but the guy replied that nothing like that. Chun's Shin suggested that Lee Guak was just very interested in everything, because he never had been in the walls of this fortress before. Initially, Lee Guak will need to walk with Chun's tires until Mr. Mo leaves and congratulate the head of the union and then return to them again. Whether Guaka staged such an order, so he went on to the merchant. He was a little awkward that he had drawn Mr. Lee into this walk, but Guak said he was only glad to study the new area. While they were walking, they heard some unusual noise, and Shin Chun said it had been heard from the blacksmith shop by Yun. Chun's Shin noticed that even Guak's sword was made by representatives of this family, since it had signs characteristic of blacksmiths from the Yun. Since they had a lot of free time, they decided to look at the forge and look at their work. When they entered inside, they saw that Mr. Ngovan Ho was just at work. The man greeted and asked Chun's Shin whom he brought this time. Chun's Shin apologized for anxiety and said he just saw that his friend had a sword that was made here. The blacksmith was not very satisfied. How can the leader of the Golden Sword Pavilion be so ill-advised? Lee Guak tensed and realized that he may not have had to come here. But suddenly Mr. In calmed down and asked the guy if he was using a blade made in this place. Lee Guak confidently replied that it was so. Govan Han asked him where he bought this blade. Guak replied that he reached him from Ellen's family in the Union of Heavenly Jade. The man said it was a place governed by his nephew, John Main. The man asked him to look at this blade. The guy showed and the merchant was surprised how it was damaged. Guak realized that this happened after the battle with that hired killer. Then the blacksmith immediately took up his hammer. Guak was lucky to have come here, because now the blacksmith could fix his blade. The sound of another's hammer clearly and confidently reflected the blade, even without causing the boys unpleasant sensations because of the noise. Suddenly, he heard that, in addition to the sounds of the hammer, his blade made some more sounds. He could not but pay attention to it. The guy remembered what he told him and a mysterious person on the deck. Is it really the same howl of the blade, but now from Guak's blade? The blacksmith was very responsible for his work, as always, and the look and hand of the master were visible to the naked eye. After finishing the sword, the blacksmith lowered him into cold water to cool. Soon the master finished working on his sword and gladly returned his master. Finally, he said it was a wonderful blade that responds to its owner, no matter how far away. So he asked to use it with reason. Guak promised that he would be attentive and would mean. While Li was fond of how his sword was updated, Mr. Inter turned to Shin-chun. He asked the man to carefully monitor this child. He was too strong for his years. When Chun and Li Guak's Shin went away from the blacksmith and continued their journey, the man said there was something that was very interested in. He suddenly asked Guach whether he was accidentally a hired killer of the Union of Heaven Jet. Li Guach hastened to convince him that this is not true. The merchant also suddenly offered him a position in the merchant union. If he joins them, then the golden sword will give him the best conditions. Commander Li assured him that he was not so good, but the man insisted that the young man consider his proposal. But the guy confidently replied that he was not ready for it. Chun's Shin was upset, but if the guy was so sure of his choice, he could do nothing with it. Chun's Shin said that if Li Guak had secret manuals who have a golden sword, he would have grown much faster. Since the Myriad Trade Union is rich, they did not save on helping the soldiers to develop. Therefore, he tried to lure the young man to himself with this attractive fact. Li Guak even thought about his proposal when he heard how much he could improve his skills here. But his decision has not changed. To catch that person from the ship, there was no better place for training for him than Heavenly Jade. And the place in which it should be in the future will not be in safe places as fortress walls, but will be at large, where rough winds blow. Li Guak thanked her friend again for this opportunity, but still this place was not for such as he. Then Chun's Shin already realized that he should give the boy peace. Then he wondered why Li Guak so persistently refused him. Perhaps other Guvanho still overestimated this young man. Shin-chun asked Guach to forget about this conversation and suggested drinking together, as they were going from the beginning. Mr. Mo, too, at that time, was released and was ready to make them a company. In fact, he did not stay in the head at all, because much more he wanted to escape as soon as possible and drink. Therefore, the three of them went to visit Chun's Shin, who already insisted that acquaintances should stay with him all night. And here they spent the rest of the day until the darkness dropped to the fortress. During this time, they had a lot of alcohol to drink, so there were various empty jugs on the floor. The most drunken tires of the Chun, so when the city dropped the city, it felt quite important. He did not even drink so much, but was already in such a drunken state. Apparently, he was very tired in recent days. Mr. Mo raised his acquaintance in his arms and announced to take him and put him to sleep. Li Guak stayed at the table, waiting for her husband to return. Mr. Mo quickly found the right bed, put the owner of the house on him, and carefully covered with a blanket. After that, he returned at the table and was surprised that Guak was still able to drink further. As a result, the most resistant to alcohol was Anne's Shin, because even Guach soon felt how the booze affects it. Suddenly, Mr. Mo said that it turned out that he also went into the Yun family workshop before meeting them, and Mr. told about the commander wonderful things. Mr. Mo said that he liked craftsmen such as Guak. And then young warriors in the Union of Merchants have long become too cautious and lost their wild instincts. He asked Guach, does he not want to know what he is capable of? Absolutely unexpectedly, the man suggested that they have sparring to check how good the young man's skills, as well as tie up together. Li Guak felt that he would do wrong if he agreed to fight the drunk old, but he did not leave him a choice, and insisted on the competition quite aggressively. Despite the fact that the man was incredibly strong, Li had no choice as to agree. They came out and En Shin convinced the guy that all the servants are sleeping for a long time, so they may not worry that someone will hear or see them. Both opponents took up their weapons and finally were ready to start the fight. The first began his attack by the warrior, instantly breaking out of place. He jumped on the enemy, but stopped his sword with the hand of his weapon. Then Li made another attempt to strike. The blade went directly towards the head of the man, but that drop was not frightened. At the last moment, he put the handle of his weapon, stopping this blow. Mrs. Mosa broke even more interest. Was it different from those who grew up in full security conditions? The ordinary person in sparring is not used to targeting. Guak wanted to apologize for it, but the Eneber only liked his courage, and he asked to continue in the same spirit. Their blades encountered again, pouring the county with a shrill clay of metal. The stroke of the master was so strong that Li legs literally groaned into the ground when he blocked his attack. In the battle, An Shin was convinced that the guy was really so strange as the blacksmith described. There were many fast and powerful attacks on Li, but he successfully blocked each of them. During the next particularly strong blow, Li, to avoid attack, made a clever thrust back, evading the enemy blade. Right in the flight, being upside down, he made his stroke and almost touched Mr. Mo. This technique really liked the man. He did not expect that the young man was attacking him from such a perspective. By this time, they were both completely sober, so the battle was expected now even more cruel. Whether Guaca was not frightened by the enemy's strength, he felt excitement and was ready to do so. Myriad's institution is incredibly strong, and he was glad that he had a chance to train with one of the representatives of the Union. Mr. Mo gave one advice to the boy. If he is not going to suffer, then let the master attack as if his life really depended on this battle. At the same moment, the man calmly threw, "You want to suffer? Then attack me as if this is your last battle." Lee slowly approached him, taking careful but confident steps. But suddenly his speed increased. The movements became lightning, as if he broke through the boundaries of human opportunities. Their battle was fond of the spirit, but over time, the night dropped outside, enveloping the arena with darkness. The girl came out after protracted negotiations and sighed. It seemed as if she had aged for 5 years. In spite of fatigue, she rejoiced. It all ended in favor of the alliance of Heavenly Great, and a detachment of God's blood can finally return to Sir Una. Everyone was waiting for Lee's return from the talks, but he did not appear. She could not understand where Guac and Wall went. Both disappeared without a trace. The guy explained that Guac went back in the morning and still did not return, and Wall stayed in his room all day. She was especially interested in where Lee could go, because he did not know anyone here. The boy became wondering why she was so worried, that it was at this moment that Wall suddenly came into the room. The night finally prevailed. The world plunged into darkness and silence. In that fierce battle, Libas was defeated. He was seriously beaten. He was nailed to the wall, as if he were killed by a nail. The attack was so strong, he barely managed to tear his back away from the wall, leaving behind bloody traces. The enemy was not going to retreat. He stood silently opposite, not looking. The man acknowledged that this guy was skillfully struck. He would not remember when the last time someone was able to get him out of himself. In the meantime, another said that they should stay here, though he had already begun to be bored. Lee put his hands in front of him in respect and sincerely thanked for this invaluable lesson. Then the man realized, this young man is a real warrior, just the one he would like to see on his side. He dreamed of taking him in the students, but since Lee did not want to join, they have no right to force. He also stressed that there are few in the world who could only reach his level through training, although he added that Lee has not yet achieved in many important aspects. Lee only bowed slightly in response, and once again thanked the sincere words. "If you continue to train with the same dedication," the man said, "you will meet a real mentor one day who will show the way." The guy listened carefully to these words, deeply immersed in reflection. After the pause, the man suggested returning and drinking, having fun adding to this joke. Lee was surprised to expand his eyes. This offer was quite inappropriate after a difficult training. But he immediately made an argument. "They say, alcohol helps to recover faster after injuries," though it sounded even more strange. Soon they went to the tavern, leaving the battlefield behind. Sitting at the table, they talked about tomorrow's return to the Union of Heavenly Jade and all the necessary preparation. But in reality, they were not them. All these words belonged to Lim. Lee sat next to her and told how accidentally met someone, and then communicated. He also jokingly asked not to look at him with such a suspicious look. The girl reported that Sir Wun and the detachment of the Alliance leader will remain here for a while. Lee suggested that this could mean one thing. They would have to accompany the guards and find a possible threat on the return path. Understanding his opinion, she assured that there is nothing to worry about. The guild of various merchants will send their elite masters of martial arts who will go with them. He was surprised. Elite masters of martial arts from the trading group? She nodded and told a little more. They are also called the Stealth Grain Detachment. It is one of the secret subgroups of the Trade Guild, specializing in the protection of important persons. That is why Hume Cause was considered so valuable that they sent an elite detachment for its protection. The next day, at dawn, a group of people went on the road. Someone was already waiting for them on the way, assuming that the negotiations had been successful. Two strangers had a conversation. One heard that the other argued with the leader of the detachment of Lee until he was unconscious, but the interlocutor denied it. However, he remembered that he saw the ruins of the training ground, the destroyed walls, and the incredible power of who was there. "The same impressive as the master from the master class said," he added. But he just shrugged and repeated, he has no idea what it was about. Meanwhile, Lee approached the sword. It was Aham, the leader of the Stealth Mekiv detachment. The leader reported that now their task is to protect Lime Lim, and Lee calmly asked just to go quietly, and not to create unnecessary noise. However, Ham was outraged. "They say, the Union of Heavenly Jade is engaged in nonsense. It lets down here the slack and only adds to them problems." One of the warriors of the 13th detachment could not believe his eyes. How did someone at all dare to touch their commander? But even before he got the weapon, Lee jumped in front of him and stopped without letting intervene. He calmly explained, "A long road is ahead, and it is better to save strength than to spend them in vain conflicts." Meanwhile, the commander thought for a moment. It seemed to him that a powerful wave of energy had recently exploded. He even asked himself, maybe it is because of the excessive sensitivity caused by the boring mission that you have to do. At this point, another sword asked what happened, but he ignored the question, instead asked the detachment of Steely's few, and ordered to go to the exit. The whole detachment moved forward, following a clear formation. At this time, he ordered his rest. Before the further route, a short breath was needed. The boys were genuinely happy. The heat was unbearable, and for a few minutes in the shade they became a real salvation. In addition, everyone wanted to have a snack, and the atmosphere was friendly. Everyone willingly shared food with others. But Lee noticed one thing. There was no way nearby. He turned to the Steel's Feet warriors and asked why they did not relax, even when everyone else was resting. One of them replied that they did not feel fatigue. Next to the guy in the shade under the tree, there was another figure calmly, as if he were enjoying peace. Suddenly both of them scared by Lee, who suddenly appeared just over a stone near them like the air. The black-haired guy tried to scare another by appearing by surprise, but rather caused laughter than fear. While Lee was entertained, the swordsman's leader remained serious. He did not share a general mood. After resting, they went on. The path was far away, so there was no time for relaxation. Already deep night, the group stopped to snack and translate the spirit a little. The swords were annoyed. These guys from the Alliance of Heaven behaved as if at the feast, laughed carelessly and had fun, as if on a picnic. At this point, the commander appeared and immediately reassured his, explaining, "What someone is fooling does not mean that vigilance should be reduced." The swordsman in response asked the leader not to compare them with those non-tent guys, assuring that they were kept under control. Meanwhile, Lee laughed with others. The atmosphere among them was relaxed and friendly. But the swordsman's commander only sighed. Lady Lim was not talented if he communicates with such unworthy. He himself becomes the same. Turning into these thoughts, he suddenly noticed Lee that he had approached. It seemed to him that this garbage from the outer hall wanted to call him. But suddenly the air stirred a mighty wave of energy. Everything was frozen around. Is this a basis? The leader of the swordsmen thought wary, turning his gaze on the trees. He lifted the sword and ordered everyone to be alert. The situation was rapidly aggravated. In the next moment, one of the fighters arrived in the neck. Everything became too serious. Now the most important thing is to understand where the enemies are hidden before it will be too late. Some more arrows whistled in the air. Some flew past, but others hit the target, causing panic and cries. The commander quickly realized the enemies did not come after them. Lady Lim was a real target. A voice came from the thick of the trees. "I do not see Lim here. This is only the union of heavenly jade." What kind of uncle? The leader of the swordsmen shed mentally, hearing these words. The situation became even more confusing. His comrades shouted to be careful. Another volley of arrows flew right in his direction. After learning that Lady Lim was safe, the commander relaxed for a moment. The tension slept a little. He immediately divided the detachment. Some ordered to protect Lim, and the rest to follow him forward. At the time, Lim remembered how Lee lightly reacted, even faster than the Stelsov stole square, and rescued her. She thought, did Lee really stronger than the Stelsov commander himself? But immediately she rejected this idea. Even if he is a little superior, it does not make him better than the best of the soldiers. After a brief silence, Lee approached her and reassured her. All the killers retreated, but it is better to stay with the ox, just in case. Make sure that everything was fine with her. He turned around and left silently. Left alone, Lee thought. Who are these people? Is this the same celestial demonic ensemble? Subsequently, he approached the ox and said seriously, "From now on, you have to constantly be near the girl. This is a priority." Meanwhile, the Steel's swords were talking to each other, and without understanding who the attackers were. And they just disappeared. They dissolved in the air. Finally, the commander asked Lim to question whether everything was fine with her. She answered calmly, "Yes." After the attack, the commander gave a clear order. As soon as dawn comes, they go. And by that time, alternation of 2, without exception. Then the leader of the swordsmen approached Lee and said in a calm but hard tone, "Our mission is to protect Lady Lim. We can't take care of all of you. Take care of yourself." In response, Lee briefly threw, "Clearly." The commander repeated the same words again, as if checking whether he understood everything correctly. Lee replied again calmly but firmly, "It is clear." When he returned to his own, the boys immediately attacked the questions. What did the type say? Lee explained. He just made it clear that they would not be able to protect us and asked us to be responsible for their own life. However, the words sounded completely differently, as if they wanted to use them as living shields. And this is after recently looked at them from above. They say, "Trust us, follow us." At the same time, a black wild demon appeared in the shade of darkness. The leader of the Skatades, Yulchkon, the commander of the detachment, has already returned to his psycho-intelligence, silently transmitting the collected information. He immediately asked them, "What are the results? How many enemies?" He reported, 16 fighters from the Stealthophy detachment and 5 or 6 small opponents. The commander became especially interesting to know more about these small. They have caused him an unexpected interest. "We just need to focus on the Stealthophy," he said aloud. "It seems that Lim's abduction will be boring. At least a little action." His true interest was in Steely's few. He wanted to see if they were really as strong as they were talking about. But in fact, it was just for fun. He just was looking for a way to enjoy this hunt. Meanwhile, the leader of the swordsmen was boiling from anger. He was ready to destroy every freak that dared to attack the next time. Lee, however, understood how dangerous it is. Everyone became extremely tense after yesterday. Going next to Lee, he looked forward and noted that he was not soul ahead. In response, only silently thought, "Someone gradually tries to destroy them all." Subsequently, the detachment found a place that seemed safe, ideal to ambush and wait for the next attack. Vol asked the girl whether she was tired, but she proudly replied that she could continue at least now. Suddenly, the night air cut the male voice. The leader of the swordsmen shouted that it was a trap and ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Vol immediately grabbed the girl and pulled her by the stone, looking for shelter. The next moment, a few arrows hit the stone where they just hid. The attack began. The swordsmen immediately activated their shields. The swords around their hands twisted at a frantic speed, forming deadly protection. But suddenly everything froze. They felt that the attack stopped. The enemy disappeared unexpectedly. The angry leader of the detachment shouted in a full voice, "Go out! Attack how it should, not hide like rats." In response, only silence. Only the whistle of the wind that pierced the air around it echoed in the void. Notwithstanding, he called the enemies by cowards and dishonest freaks that even in the face could not look. At this point, silently stared at the distance, analyzing the situation. Something was wrong. He did not feel the presence of the enemy. This meant only one thing. The arrows were released from a very long distance. His friend agreed. If the enemy is able to shoot from afar with such accuracy, then it is clearly not representatives of the Orthodox sect. The leader of the swordsmen still did not calm down. He shouted into the void, demanding that the enemies came out of the shadow. And Lee, meanwhile, continued to analyze. He realized the main thing. The enemies have already gone, but the threat remained. They try to destroy them slowly, methodically, and this is only the beginning. The girl also understood everything. She realized that the enemy acts reasonably. They sow fear, deplete morally. If this continues, the group may start paranoia. Or worse, the fight between your own. Lee looked at her with surprise. So young and calm and gathered more than most adults in their detachment. She shared the information. The nearest branch of the Heavenly Nephritis Union is a few kilometers, but there is no one sect of martial arts that could help. If they continue to dance under the enemy's tune, there will be no chance of survival. If you move on a few hundred kilometers, it is a place called the Gorge of Steel Crown, ideal for the ambush. There they can use traps, their own formations and skills of Stelgrain. This should be enough to repel. Lee agreed. The plan was really good. But he immediately warned, there is a risk of starving if the enemy locks the entrance, and this risk should be taken into account seriously. She understood perfectly. If within 2 days she did not get in touch with the branch of the Union of Heavenly Jade, they would send a reconnaissance. They have to stay for at least 2 to 3 days, and then they will have a chance to survive. But Lee doubted would the stealth feud detach be listening to them at all. She just advised to do her best to convince them. After that, the girl approached the Stealth's feet leader and started a conversation with him. Lee stood behind, listening carefully to every word. For the leader, her proposal sounded as a cowardly escape from the battlefield, even with the subsequent transition to sedimentary defense. But she insisted, it is not an escape, but a strategic retreat. We are an elite detachment of a trading guild, a detachment of a hidden sword. I do not believe that you, Lady Lim, were able to offer something like that, he replied coldly. With these words, the leader went. Lady Lim remained with an annoyed expression, holding back emotions. Lee approached and suggested that you start training, to be ready to go to the Gorge of Steel Crown at any moment. But at the same moment, arrows were stuck in the sky again. A new wave of attack flew directly into their direction. At lightning speed, the enemies disappeared. Everything happened so quickly that the eyes barely had time to fix the movement. The Stelsamechiv detachment, although part of the powerful Orthodox sect of Murum, was not accustomed to such ominous and psychologically grueling fights. Their bodies and mind became tired with every minute. Lee suddenly froze. He felt a threatening presence nearby. Silhouette. Snakes. It was his sense. His sense of smell and combat intuition worked unmistakably. He immediately warned the 13th detachment that they could be alert. The boys listened without unnecessary words. Everyone took a position instantly. Most of all, he was disturbed by him. He kept his hand in his hand. His eyes were constantly looking for an enemy, and not for nothing. He noticed an arrow that flew straight to his direction. Everything has become real in the fate of a second, but the arrow never reached the goal. At the last moment, it felt lightly one of the swordsmen, hindering danger. The enemy looked like a sneaky coward that hides the face and does not dare to speak openly. The Steel's feet continued their business. They reflected each arrow with accuracy and cold calculation, not even let them get closer. As soon as the last arrow was neutralized, one of the swordsmen turned to the commander, suggested that the enemy persecute. However, the leader was well aware. The enemy was probably fled. Pursuing them now is the waste of effort and time. And he was right. At the same time, the enemy himself, in the shadow of the forest, continued to embody his treacherous plan. Everything was part of a major victory strategy. All their detachments seamlessly moved to the thick of the forest, where they have already stuck in anticipation. The swordsman noticed a group of people, but immediately understood. They are not those who fired. They were a different, even more dangerous force. These strangers wore wide straw hats that completely closed their faces. They had a sinister look. It was confused by him with a look between them. There were too many of them, and no tactics seemed effective. These soldiers in the straw hats clearly focused on the stealth skeleton, without paying any attention to others, those who were considered no more than a pathetic fine. And suddenly the battle broke out. The leader of the sword was the first to break into the epicenter of the enemy, like a storm, breaking through the line of opponents. He waved his sword, then turned him around. The weapon twisted, forming a deadly funnel of metal. One by one, the enemies fell under his blows, as if they were no more than targets in training. Their blood flew on all sides, pouring the earth red. But suddenly in the air, the singular, the ominous arrow. It seemed that she was waiting at this moment. She hit the shoulder of the Stell's feet leader with all his strength, piercing the protection. His equilibrium was broken. The body was thrown back as if a doll covered by a storm. A real fierce struggle began between the boys, not to life, but to death. It was the commander of the detachment, Ha. The man was going to fight against his enemies. No matter how strong a group of swordsmen, as soon as they surround them, will definitely have an advantage. Li Guok says they refused to detach the Stellstern and go to the Iron Gorge. It was their chance until they noticed. Because they do not know how to get there, the guy asked the girl to lead them. The girl is shocked that in such a situation, our hero can make such difficult decisions without a doubt. It was urgent to hurry until the enemies noticed them. And so, after a moment, they rushed on their horse. Our hero was surprised that the person who leads them was still not shown. The news has already come to the enemies that everyone else except the stealth bell-fingered detachment. The man in the hat looked at the horizon to better understand the situation. It was important not to panic and concentrate on the detachment of the swords, as they know in what direction they were running. A great solution was to use a mess to escape. They decided to escape because they know that the detachment is smaller, which should protect them, no longer exists. Indeed, this detachment no longer existed. Their corpses lay right on the ground. The captain was still alive, though he was very beaten. In fact, he was barely moving. This stubborn man is really very strong. Incredible that he is still in this condition. But his sword has already been broken. The man asked what they would do themselves when all their team members die. You just have to join your comrades and die. The guy was wondering what Edo would do if he had left one. He must join his subordinates. But the man is not going to go there himself. He's about to take all the enemies with him. After a moment, the man rushes directly to his enemy. He draws him a very powerful blow directly on his head. Someone who earns money with the help of martial arts turned out to be very weak. The boys finished with everyone in the detachment a secret sword. Now they have left to go for those small failures. It was a great job, and they could start catching up with their light heart. Meanwhile, the steel crown of the gorge. The boys began to doubt that they would be safe in such a place. Someone thinks that it is better to go to some village and then dispel there. But the main character is sure that they will die one by one. The girl is well aware that now everyone has difficult times, but asks to listen to her words. They need to install a trap in this place, so she asks to help collect materials. They ask to say everything they need for Easter, and the boys will bring it. While the girl is installing the traps, the guy will place several traps in this area. The girl apologizes for the fact that everyone has been in danger. She did not know what it could lead to. Lee Guok asked her not to worry about such things and concentrate on the installation of traps. The boys tried very hard and carried the necessary materials for traps. The girl asks the boy to stay here and help her at work. Lim tells the guys that the nails should be hammered deeper. The guy is very glad that he went into the blacksmith's families before going. Everyone praises the detachment leader for preparing very qualitatively. It remains a little and they will finally finish. It took a while and they finally finished. Everyone is convinced that with so many fog, their enemies will not be able to find them. Friends will not be able to see each other in a moment, so you need to go inside. The protagonist tells their friends to go forward, and he still has things. No one worries for the guy because everyone is sure that he will definitely find them. Those guys will probably quickly destroy their traps and move forward, so Lee Guok wants to install traps. It's been a while. The night came. The enemies found the place where the traces of our heroes ended. This fog looks very natural. The enemy does not understand where they know how to make such traps. The detachment decided to move forward and destroy everything that seems a little suspicious. Suddenly, the warrior stepped on something sharp. This spear pierced his leg. The man heard the cries in front, but did not understand what happened there. Suddenly, traps began to be activated. The boys began to shoot some sharp spears. It was necessary to be very careful because the traps were everywhere. It became clear that this young girl is also able to install traps, but it was impossible to retreat. On the contrary, the commander ordered everyone to move further. Lists arrived directly in people, staring into their eyes and heads. It was very dangerous here, but no one was about to give up. The commander orders them to destroy everything they see. Suddenly, in the gorge, they saw some bright blue light. Suddenly, they saw a huge bubble. Our heroes, meanwhile, were dormant peacefully under the rock. The guy noticed that Lady Lim was looking a little sick and began to worry about her. Lee Guok is sure that she just got tired after she made so many types of traps. Ms. Lim was breathing hard and confessed that she was feeling bad. The young man suggested that she lie down on him and sleep a little. Ms. Lim decided to do so she kneel on the boy. The guy asks the commander how long their traps will be able to stay. Lee Guok is sure they will last a maximum of a day. The warrior asked the captain, is he going to just stand and look? Of course, the main character was not going to look at it. The guy is about to leave and put more traps, and his friend is about to help him. Lee Guok turns to COS because he is gone. After that, our hero went to put new traps. The friend asked the leader to put the traps as soon as possible and go back, because it was very dangerous here. The comrades were very worried about them and asked to go back alive. After that, our characters went on the road. Meanwhile, the enemy's army sees that there is no end, because they have seen the fourth barrier formation. They lost a lot of time because of these barrier formations. Therefore, the commander is going to destroy absolutely each of them. And for that, he uses a flying sword, a myriad of res. Immediately after, there was a strong explosion when the man tried to break the barrier. The commander is set to destroy everything on his way. Our heroes have already heard this terrible and loud sound, but Lee Guok was still gone. Comrades began to worry. Bad thoughts begin to go into the head that they will all die here. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lim was still on her knees in Colorado. Finally, the barrier was destroyed. The commander orders the soldiers to go inside and get Mrs. Limit. After a moment, they all rush inside to start searching for enemies. The enemy commander, meanwhile, remained alone. The man seems to have spent too much power. If it was not for the order to grab Mrs. Lim alive, he would have broken her into pieces. Suddenly, the man felt someone's presence behind his back. The thief immediately realized that this guy was the leader of the team of people with martial arts. Lee Guok is a detachment of the external hall of the Alliance of Heavenly Nephritis. Our hero wanted to find out who in the corpse of heavenly demons ordered the abduction of CO. Lee Guok is surprised when he learns that it was not a heavenly demonic corpse. They would be alive if they just gave them Mrs. Lim and just escaped. But since our hero has a desire to die, now it will come true. He constantly studies his presence, unlike the Dark Issue who was a murderer. It was very strange because the guy was too calm as a detachment. The commander did not have time to communicate, so he would rather end his enemy. But fortunately, the main character was able to withstand this attack. After that, Lee Guok headed directly to his enemy, holding his swords in his hands. It seems that the young man was not afraid of him at all, so the commander focused even more. His enemy used the sword of the Black Dragon, which absorbs everything. But the protagonist quickly evaded his powerful attack. There was a lot of attacks, and they all went to Lee Guok, but he evaded. In a second, the main character uses his lightning blow. With this, it breaks the darkness. The sword of the young man glowed in a bright red color. He is ready for attack. After a second, he uses a bloody dragon rick. After that, there was an incredibly powerful explosion. The commander could not believe that such a person as Lee Guok was hiding in the outer corridor. Li Guok advises not to look at the outer hall of the Union of Heavenly Jade, just that the commander did not attract the right way, and this time Li Guok will not be able to block his attack. The man again decided to use a black dragon that absorbs the sword. A giant black tentacle appeared in front of him, which were ready for battle. And so, in a second, these ominous tentacles rushed directly to ours. But Li Guok was ready for it, and easily cut one of the tentacles who were picking up to him. But it was not the end. The attacks were still continuing. The main character was as focused on this battle. However, the commander also did not give up. He continued to strike a young man. The thief is about to use his technique when the distance between them will fit. Suddenly, something firmly grabbed the commander for the leg. It was a rope. After that, Li Guok dragged it to himself. But the commander quickly cut off this rope from his foot. A moment later, Li Guok rushes to his enemy like lightning. Only now did the thief realize that it was a bait. That is why the commander uses a flying sword, many blows. After that, their techniques face each other. It is not clear who will win. The main character is full of determination. He will do everything for that. And so, Li Guok manages to defeat this attack, and he hit his enemy right into his neck. After such a blow, the enemy could no longer stand on his feet and just fell to the ground. The man could not understand how he lost to someone like this young man. However, he was still convinced that the boys would not be able to save Lim. But the protagonist does not listen to him. He is sure that he can protect her. Li Guok is convinced that enemies will not be able to touch Mrs. Lim's finger. After that, the commander sighs the last time, after which his life leaves his body. One of the enemies also entered the fog, and saw a silhouette in front of him. The enemy thought that he was one who made all these traps. Instead of answering, the young man just smiled poorly. The thief was going to finish this young man right now, because they had to die for a long time. With this blow, he wounded a young man very much, and from his hand, blood began to beat the fountain. After that, the exhausted guy fell to the ground. But as it turned out, the man killed not his enemy, but his friend. He confused everything. The thief immediately realized that it was just a hallucination. As soon as he understood it, someone hit him directly into his heart, and from there, the blood. He seems to be killed by his friend. This man seems to have hallucinations. The thief does not understand what is happening here, and this is not a joke frightened. Suddenly, he sees his friend who does not recognize him. He seems to have hallucinations too. The man tries to say the sock that it is just an illusion, but it does not work, and in a second, a man ruthlessly cuts down his comrade's head. The man's head is slowly rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, enemies continue to kill their comrades under the influence of illusions, and the guy who did everything meanwhile stands under the tree and just listens to their cries. The boy has no choice, but he is very unpleasant to kill people. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared away from the guy. The man was scared because he had just seen this guy's face several times. He tells that he imposed a spell on criminals so that they can see his face on each other's faces. The man was angry because many of his subordinates were killed because of this scum. Then, the guy began to use some technique. Immediately after, some roots that surrounded the enemy began to appear from the ground. And for some reason now, the offender simply could not move with his own hands. The young man, of course, took advantage of this moment to cut off his enemy's head. After that, the thief fell to the ground without signs of life. Our hero came to Khanum and told him about it, that everything was over. Li Guok has already dealt with the leader of their enemy. Now the question is what they should do now. The boys decided to start cleaning the corpses. It's been a while. Ms. Lim woke up but did not understand where she was. So because he reassured her and said she could continue to lie down, it turns out that they were on the cart and went somewhere. Li Guok explained that these people saved them. The Steel Alliance seems to have invited a rescue operation because he could not contact the lady. The girl wants to know what happened to the people who chased after them. They seem to be left with the last barrier and fled when the rescuers came. However, Ms. Lim thinks it is impossible. Near them was Yun Kak, the leader of the White Sky sect. He was very glad that they had time and were able to save the boys. They will now be responsible for their protection until they are in a safe place. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Alliance of Nephritis. The head wanted to be told about everything they know. The guy says there was no contact with whom they could contact in the city. The chapter asked if they did not give any information to the people who were met by accident. They learned what they were happening before leaving. The head asks them not to lie, otherwise they will not forgive them. But everyone says they don't remember anything. The man does not think that the members of this team look suspicious. The detachment of elusive swords was completely destroyed 6. While these people remained in order, the members of their teams praised Li Guok very much, and said they survived only through him. But our hero does not agree and tells that these were all the ideas of Lime Lim. They are just warriors of the outer hall, so they cannot defeat such